Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the State of Black Students. It is the Pursuit of Excellence Conference 2020. This is hosted by the 530 Scholars. Can you guys give a round of applause for this team? It is going to be such an amazing day. Good morning. My name is Candy Bryan. I'm producing and directing this, and you will not see me on camera, but you will see these wonderful people and these panels. I'm going to turn it over to your facilitator for the day, Silas Green. He is one of the founders of the 530 Scholars. Good morning, Silas.
Good morning, Candy. I am excited. Are you excited?
All right, let's do it.
All right. So today we have panels all day. All right, and we are going to start with one of my favorite group of people. These are people who have dedicated their lives to leading teachers, leading schools, and these are some of my favorite principals that I've ever worked with. And these are, if we had 530 principals, these would be what I call 530 principals, because they see the vision, they meet the needs of the kids in their own unique perspective. They are just fantastic people, have a fantastic heart for kids and families. So today we just want to just tap into their wisdom, tap into their insight, and hopefully, district leaders and so forth are just listening closely to some of their ideas, because I've sat with each of them. They just blow me away with the ideas that they share and some solutions and some things that they've incorporated in their school that make their schools uniquely successful. And so I just want to just share some. I want them to share some tips. I'm not going to talk that much. Let me just go ahead and jump into it. So we have Misha Lamy, principal of Finger. We have Tyrone Dowdell, and he's the principal of Wendell Green. And we just want to we have Mr. Moses from Florida, Dr. Damian Moses from Bach Academy. He has a wildly successful school, tests in top 3% of Florida every year. So we just want to talk to him about his unique perspective about being the principal down there. All right, so we're going to start with a question. So the question for the day is going to be, and each panelist will get a chance to answer the question. And after the question, each panelist will, the whole panel will be able to discuss each participant's answer. So the first question for the day, the State of the Black Student Conference is starting with this question. And the question is, what do you wish the world understood about serving Black students? All right, so what do you wish the world understood about serving Black students? All right, and we're going to start with Ty Dowdell. So you have the court.
All right, thank you, Mr. Green. Good morning, 530 Scholars family. Many times during the course of the school year, a prominent university in Illinois, university is known for their College of Education, as a matter of fact. They bring their undergrad students, potential teacher candidates, to our school. And their dean or supervisor then wants me to speak to their students prior to doing any classroom visitations. And I shared this with them. You know, what you're going to see is not a dog and pony show. No one knew you were coming. This is not a pre-announced visit. No, this is what teaching and learning looks like and feels like. And I add, teaching is not just a job. It ain't about trying to secure a paycheck. It definitely is not about having the summers off. And it's not what the media frequently portrays. Teaching is a ministry. And teaching is definitely a ministry in our neighborhoods. And you must realize that what we do as teachers impacts the lives of students well beyond the 6-hour day. Now, I love the t-shirts that we see out now that says, teaching is my superpower, because we are actually someone's hero every day, whether we realize it or not. And don't get it twisted. I understand teachers are humans. We make mistakes, but I'm intentionally referencing the t-shirts that talk about superpowers, because we find out how human we are, especially when life hits us unexpectedly at the wrong time. And in those moments of adversity, We expect for teachers to leave your baggage at the door and teach our students no matter what, because you made the decision to teach in our Black community. And so as teachers, life hits us hard. We make the attempt to adjust, but we have to also remember that life is hitting our Black students hard every day, not just the students, but their families. So everyone doesn't have the coping mechanism to disguise their anguish and shrug off issues for the next 6 to 8 hours of the school day. But teachers must have the compassion and the emotional intelligence to differentiate how to handle stressful situations when distressed students come to our classrooms. So, Mr. Silas, you use the terminology, how do we serve Black students? Mm-hmm. I wonder how many of us realize that we are actually serving students. When businesses serve clients, they make sure that they provide the best experience possible for those guests because they want the repeated business. They don't want to have any negative reviews on Yelp or Twitter to diminish their bottom line of a financial increase. When we serve Black students, we also need to commit to ensure that our clientele, our students, have the best academic, cultural, artistic, holistic, and dare I even say a spiritual experience during the course of the school day. And are we successful with that? No, I'll honestly say we miss the mark quite frequently, but we should strive every day with that as a mental and a practical purpose for our living. And when I say our daily living, I mean teachers, educators, the larger influential community. We can make this a reality. Black students want loving, competent teachers that are demanding and understanding, flexible and open to new learnings. We must be socially aware and pedagogically prepared to teach our students to become thinkers. Once a student becomes an independent thinker, that scholarly intrinsic motivation that cannot be sidetracked. Once our students can explore a multitude of learning opportunities, those opportunities are consistent with exposure and engagement outside of just that academic realm. That holistic mindset can begin to form and begin to stimulate and begin to generate the future leaders. And I know I see that on those 530 scholar shirts and the advertisements. It says
right.
Future leaders.
Future leader.
That's right. And these future leaders, I know that all of the students that's participating in the activities this week, they are well-rounded students. They're not just academically prepared. Their minds are being fed on a holistic level to build their thinking capacity. And once we teach students how to think, that can't be stopped.
I like it. I like it. So we're going to open up the floor. I mean, you said a lot of good stuff right there. So I don't want to just move on to the next person. So each time I just want to hone in to some of the hot points or hot topics that you brought. So anybody want to chime in, just jump in and, and just jump on the thought and just elaborate on something he said. So one of the things that I heard you say was it was a ministry, and I heard you use the word holistic, Mr. Dardell. And I don't think that we often just get that. Sometimes we think it's a job. I've heard principals and educators blame the parents, and everybody's like doing the finger pointing contest to see whose fault it is, that we're failing. Or that we're not, serving the kids, but it's a ministry. So it's like it encompasses your whole life. It's not something you get in for the check, so and can you just speak on some of the 530, because you're one of our 530 scholar schools. I think you have the most 530 scholars in your school than any other school. So what do you notice is different about 530 scholar students?
Well, one thing I noticed is the intrinsic motivation. At our school, we do a lot of celebrations. We spend a lot of money on trophies, and I do think it's important to acknowledge our youth's accomplishments in school. But with the 530 scholars I see, they are going to do the work and stay focused regardless of what I might supply to them. You know, I see that it is actually our job to push the students more. I find that it's actually harder and more difficult to not necessarily to teach, but we have to prepare more to teach the 530 scholars that we've already received because we're not preparing them to read. They're coming as readers.
I like
so we are preparing them to use that ability to become thinkers, to absorb that material and apply it later in life. So they're coming with a family, and they're coming with a family that has grabbed the whole community, and they realize what it's about. They truly realize what it's about. They have the right mindset, not just the students, but the greater family, and they add value to the school. Simply adding value to the school.
Hey,
I actually think we gain more from having the 530 scholars present here as opposed to what we are feeding them.
Hey man, listen, we're gonna have to do a commercial in the near future with you saying just that. That was a great endorsement, man. And you know we appreciate you as a principal, your vision and your heart to just find any resource that's positive and do anything in your power to create that resource for your kids, man. So we appreciate you. All right, Dr. Moses, you got anything to say about that last comment? Got anything to add?
Well, you know, I always say that, you know, it's important because the future teachers, when they're in post-secondary education, they always want to talk about, you know, what they're learning in the books and everything else. But I agree with Brother Ty. They need to come out and see it. They need to see it and be a part of it. You know, and it's true. I mean, education is the thing is that you're not in it for the money. Okay. You're not in it for any other reason except to make sure that you impact the lives of children. And this is the thing, if you're in education for any reason besides that, you might want to look for something else. You know, we want to make a difference in the lives of children. I tell my teachers every year the same thing. Look at the greatness in every child that walks through the door of that classroom. And if you're a great educator, guess what? You'll cultivate that. If you don't cultivate that greatness in that child, then guess what? You need to look at yourself. Okay, but every last one of them, I don't care where they come from, whose baby they are, it doesn't matter. All of them have the greatness in them. So I love that. I love that thing of having them come in and shadow and do all those kind of things because it really lets them know, do you really want to be a part of this? Are you for real? Or are you fake? Okay, because this is a serious job because we all know that, you know, a child that is behind 2 years, it is very hard for them to catch up. And when we say that, the ones that are at fault, I'll be honest with it, is us. Okay, as educators, if we're as good as we say we are, we should be able to show it. So I just appreciate. I love being on here with all these amazing scholars and all y'all. We're gonna learn. You know, we're all learning, and so we're gonna learn from all of us. And I love what was said about the shadowing. I love the ministry because education is the ministry, and the fact that every teacher, every educator has to believe in every child. Okay, and believe there's a great in every single child. When you don't, shouldn't be in the game. Okay, I almost got 30 years. Yeah. And I'll tell you, if somebody would not have thought that about me, I would not be where I'm at. Okay, and we can all speak to that. Okay, that's the reason why you go in. I want the next child, the next Damian Moses, to have the opportunity to do great things within a classroom and see deeper in them than they see in themselves. Because we all got this because somebody saw a little bit. Saw something else that said, hey, you're not the norm. You can do great things with yourself. And so I love, you know, like I said, I love everything, Brother Ty, that you're saying, and look forward to the conversation with each and every one of you, because if you're running the school or you're teaching class and you don't have those values, you need to get out the game. Okay? I don't care whether you're in Florida, Chicago, Philadelphia, South Carolina, it don't matter. It's all the same. If you're not in it to change the lives of children, then guess what? You need to be out the game.
I love it. Get out the game. So if you don't want to play, you don't want to give 100%, it's like football. Get them off the field. Grab some of this bench.
You got it. You got it.
I would invite you all to take a look at some of the comments. Thank you all for those of you who are engaging in the conversation on Facebook. We're going to turn it over to a comment here from Candace Edwards. She says, we as parents can't leave it up to the schools. Amen to that. Absolutely. Rhoda, let's go to Rhoda's comment. Rhoda says, yes, we all have value.
All right.
And we have some great perspectives here for Brother Ty. And we have a hashtag Team Edwards checking in.
Yeah, those Wendell Green kids. they coming to cheer on their principal today. All right, Miss Lammy. I want to call you Dr. Lammy because I sat with you so many times and you just keep breaking it down, and I always just am blown away. See, I'm from the hood, you know, and you actually lead a school in the neighborhood that I grew up in. And sometimes you talk about the challenges that the hood face. And I did not have like this silver lining or silver spoon upbringing. So I thought I grew up kind of like with a legitimate hood experience. But sometimes when you talk about like the things that the kids face, and I remember one time you was talking about, you know, your security went around the school, you know, and just checked around the school, you know, on a regular basis because the kids want to be in school so bad that they bring guns to school, not to bring them in, but just to protect themselves on the way to school. And they want to come so bad that they bring them and then they hide them outside because they know you got metal detectors and your school is just like a safe space for the kids. And I was just like, imagine wanting to go to school that bad, you know, and the community just looks at our kids and they make these judgments, you know, and if God forbid they got stopped on the way there and frisked, you know, the police officers would just like think they're a thug and just handcuff them. And we saw what happened in the news this week, you know, and we have kids carrying guns to protect themselves for the walk to school. And then when they get into school, it's no fights at your school. You know, everybody loves each other. And it's just a safe place where they can actually be a kid. So what do you wish the world understood about serving Black kids?
Thank you, Silas. What I think it's an even bigger statement for me because of the type of school that I'm at. And so when you speak about Black children, I think about poverty-stricken, economically challenged children. I think about children who face a lot of trauma, whether they've seen it themselves or whether it's been them that has been the focus of the trauma. And our students, we're a trauma-informed school, an intensive trauma-informed school. 80% of my students come in reading between the kindergarten and 6th grade level. So we have a struggle academically as well as a struggle socially, emotionally, and economically. And so what we try to provide in our building and what we want people to understand is that our kids fundamentally need to be understood. They need empathy. They need compassion and patience. They need people who really love and want to support the whole child. We understand, what I understand is statistics says that by the time a Black boy is in 3rd grade, he's already identified whether or not he wants to be in school. We also know that the pipeline to prison starts at 3rd grade. And so what statistics also tells us is that young Black boys need a lot of nurturing in school. And they don't oftentimes get that. And as a result, our children, a lot of our Black boys, they suffer unknowingly. And again, it has nothing to do with home life. You spoke about one of my students who, again, came to school, had the gun outside, and he's not the first. The police officer actually just came up to my building a couple of weeks ago about this one particular student. He had a tweet out where he had a gun on the page, you know, and I was just like, yeah, I don't know that kid. I don't know him because when he comes in here, he gets really good grades. I hug him every day. He's doing well. I said, but I do know that he needs it. I said, and it doesn't make sense to me, right? I don't get it, but I understand that that's his life. That's their normal. It's not normal for me to carry a gun to protect myself, but that's their normal when they have to go through the dangerous zones where they're not wanted or needed. I have students that tell me all the time, Ms. Lammy, I want to be at school. I want to stay after school and be in a sport. But if I don't catch this garden bus to go home, something could happen to me. I can't take the regular CTA. I can't walk in the neighborhood. I have a student who lives literally 3 blocks away, and I called him down. I'm like, why are you not coming? What's going on? He like, I have to wait till my mother drops off my sister to school so I can get a ride because I can't walk. I can't be out here like that. And I'm like, why? I want to send an Uber. I want to do everything that I can't do just to get him there because he wants to be there. And so we face these challenges. And then I face the challenges of, again, my students not being able to read. And the problem is that we're held to so many different standards of performance that I definitely think should be there. It just needs to be, the timing needs to be different and the supports need to be different. And so I believe that every child can learn, and I believe that our children have a lot to offer and a lot of potential, but they haven't been given the right supports and the right chances. And so we focus on an intensive literacy program in our building, just to focus on that, just to get our kids. Our goal is to try to get kids to at least a 7th grade reading level, because that's average for the normal American. So at least they can pick up a piece of mail and understand what a court system is saying if they have to be there. We don't want them feeling like they can't fill out a job application or that they can't be themselves, because a lot of the times our students act out because for that very reason. I don't want you to call on me. So I want to get in trouble so I can lead a class so that I can uphold this image of I'm a bad boy, because I don't want you to know that I can't read. But our students understand now too that because of this literacy program that it's okay to say that I'm struggling. They're asking, can you help? Can I get some additional support? Can I come during lunchtime? And so that's the type of community that we want to have in our building and that we're trying to have in our building. One of the other things that I feel like people need to understand is that when you're in schools like this, where students face so much trauma and are so below academically, that the supports definitely need to be different. Districts look at numbers, and numbers don't tell stories. Numbers don't talk about what's actually happening and what you actually have to deal with. It's very difficult when our kids, in order to actually deal with the academic supports that they need, we need social emotional learning supports. We need wraparound services in our building. Our children should literally have therapy at least once a day in their schedules, because they have so many things going on. Our freshman class this year, of 95 students that we had enter the building, only 1 child came from a 2-parent household. Only 1. Over 80% of our students of those freshman kids had one parent, at least one parent in jail. Out of 50 kids, 10 have been molested. It's and by a family member. The game has changed for our kids. And if we don't meet the need of what they're actually experiencing, then we're not doing our job. I every day, I go in that building with everything I have because I know they need me. I know they need someone who cares. And I try to lead with that same compassion and that same empathy. And I'm constantly, encouraging my teachers to do the same. It's easy to be the person holding the pen, but if you don't really understand what they have going on, then it's easy to sit and say, oh, you just, you didn't do what I said do. When our kids have way more than you didn't do what I said do. I have a student right now who, my valedictorian, her parent actually, it's so unfortunate. But she leaves and she closes a part of the house so that they can't get to the other side. But the bathroom is on the other side. And it's like, so what do you expect for them to do? Yeah. And through adversity, though, they continue to push, they continue to strive. And so as long as they have people like us who really care, who are pushing to ensure that they get the services that they need, then I do believe that our children will be put in a better situation. And so I strive to do that daily. But again, so my focus is a little bigger than just Black children. Because I was a Black child that didn't really I needed support. and I needed help. And if it wasn't for my dean and my 9th grade English teacher, I wouldn't be where I am today. So I always give them credit for being a part of my life and helping and seeing the potential in me that I didn't have. And that's speaking to Dr. Moses. And I even wrote down with Brother Ty the whole ministry thing, because I continuously tell my teachers, this is mission work. If you're not in it for the mission, if you're not in it to do this work, this isn't for you. Because we're not going to get the money. That's never going to happen. But if I can move a kid 2 grade levels in 1 year, we're celebrating. We got kids walking across the stage with T-shirts. Our kids are like, I've never been, I've had kids, but with literacy, when we do literacy celebrations, they're like, I've never been recognized for anything. Don't worry, baby, we're gonna recognize you all the time for everything, you know. And that's how I try to lead in the things that I want to do, and I want people to understand about the children that I service. So.
All right. Well, you mic drop moment. Oh my God. All right. So
You done set on fire.
one,
Set on fire. That's what I'm talking about. You done set on fire, Dr. Lamb.
all right.
Now,
And
we do have a question from the audience. Silas, would it be okay to take a question from our Facebook?
absolutely. You don't even have to ask. Go ahead. Go for it.
So the first question here is from Rhoda. As an administrator, how do you encourage partnerships between parents, teachers, and administration? Great question. Thank you, Rhoda.
Yep, great question. So we have a parent advisory council. They're in our building. We do monthly chat and choose. We create, we've actually created a space where, because we're a community school, we want parents in our building. So we're constantly sending surveys like, what do you want in our building? What do you want us to do? Because parents oftentimes don't want to be a part of the building. They don't feel comfortable. Most times when parents get phone calls, it's because something has happened. Their kid has done something wrong. So the comfort of just being in the building, coming to do something positive isn't really there. So we're creating that element. We do a culinary classes, line dances. We're doing all type of things just to have our parents in the building. And they're volunteers. They volunteer for almost everything we have in the building. We do a lot of supports. We're helping them with job programs as well as financial support. With our teachers, we did a year-long social emotional learning support this year, professional development, just to get our teachers acclimated to understanding what trauma really is and how to sincerely support the students that we service, because we have to know our clientele or we can't do the work. And in terms of administration, I am the administration. I just hired an assistant principal, and I had to hire someone that truly believed that all children can learn and that understood the services that we have to provide to students. And it's times when he'll say things sometimes, and I'm like, no, it's not student-centered. Let's go back to students. Like, I really try to make sure that everybody that's involved, every stakeholder understands that it's students first. You know, we can't, as adults, have our way all the time because it's really not about us. And so I try to lead with that charge and encourage those things. We also have community partners that we work with. I have about 3 in the building: Youth Guidance, WOW, and BAM, who are very great supports. My social worker is also a great support with identifying the right partnerships to come in the building to offer tutoring, mentoring services, and so forth for our students. So and our alumni association is also really huge with supporting and providing supports for our students as well.
All right.
Looks like one more question from our Facebook watchers here. What resources do your schools have to give students the social emotional support they desperately need?
So again, we did the professional development with our teachers this year-long professional development. I provided because funding, again, and this is very important to me, numbers should not tell the story, but the need should. Money shouldn't come because of how many kids are in the building, because I have 260 kids, we don't get funded a lot of money, so the resources aren't there. We did get a grant, and through the community schools grant, I was able to hire a counselor. So my freshman class, they get tier 1 services. It's called Senior Seminar, but in this class, it's all about coping skills, resilience, self-awareness, self-confidence, how to deal with adversity, because they deal with so much. My goal is within the next 3 years is to be able to provide wraparound services for all my students. And the need is there because my sophomore students was like, we didn't get a class to talk about our feelings, you know, and so they understand the importance of what's happening. They just don't know how to articulate it. They don't know how to tell you that they really need this help. What's happened in this freshman class is now they come and say, Ms. Lammy, I'm hearing voices. Ms. Lammy, I feel like killing myself because this is going on. All because they have this class where it's okay now to talk about how you feel and the things that are going on and the trauma that you're facing. And so it's imperative that work gets done. I had someone tell me we can't keep talking about what the kids can't do it because they have these issues. And I'm like, well, that's because you've never had to watch over your back when you were on your way to school, or your lights were always on. I have a student who parents take the light bulbs out so they can't cut the lights on when they're not at home. Like, you've never had to go through that. So for you, no, it doesn't appear to be important, but it's very important and it's necessary, especially if we expect our children to perform and to be global thinkers and leaders. So it's necessary that we deal with the root issues, and that's the trauma.
All right. Miss Lammy, sign me up. All right. So if you're in the Roseland community or anywhere around, Finger is a great, loving environment. We actually teach classes in Finger.
Yeah.
When I was going in, you know, I didn't know what to expect. You know, I grew up in this community, so I knew I would be comfortable with the students. I knew that I wouldn't have a lot of issues, but I did not know that those students would just be so loving. Like, I walked in the room and you would have thought I was Derrick Rose, you know, the last time I walked in the room. All the boys jumped up and were like, oh, that's my dude, Mr. Silas, you know, ran up. This was right before the coronavirus happened too. This was after it started, but before, you know, we had the stay-at-home order. And I mean, them dudes ran up, man, gave me hugs, you know, and I was like, and then somebody was like, you just gonna let them hug you? You got this coronavirus, you know, but man, those kids are so loving, man. I was like, I'll just take my chances, man, just because it just made me feel good, you know, that they appreciate the effort that we're bringing to the table. So you brought up some great things and just some fantastic points. We got to bring you back on a one-on-one interview, because I want everything you got in you, you know, to be communicated so that people just understand these concepts. And speaking of that, I had some conversations with Dr. Tucker at Esmond, and she has a unique perspective about how she handles kids and how teachers should approach kids, you know, so forth. And what I want to point out that you guys have in common, I don't know if you guys know each other, Mr. Dardell, Ms. Lammy, Dr. Tucker, but you three have the most epic award ceremonies that I've ever seen in my life. Like, you guys have trophies. I'm like, how much do these trophies cost? Like, on Trophy Day, kids are walking around with 5 trophies. I'm talking about they can't even walk. I got a picture of one of our kids, Yizzy. He's trying to hold all these trophies falling everywhere. One of the trophies is his height. And I mean, his self-esteem has grown so much, you know, this year, just because he's getting celebrated all the time, like every time you turn around. So Dr. Tucker, we're going to throw the question to you. What do you wish the world understood about serving Black students? So you have 5 minutes and 30 seconds to go on your soapbox. So I want you to give us everything. I want you to give us your unique perspective on addressing Black kids, how you think teachers, admin, just give it to us. All right.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you all for having me here with you today. First of all, to my colleagues, Mr. Dowdell, oh my gosh, we worked together for so many years. And to the principal at Finger, I began my internship there for being a principal. So I know where I'm coming from, some good just a good feeling in that building. And so I'm definitely prepared for the journey that we're facing. But honestly, I've been on since the introduction, and all of the principals have shared everything that we have to do as school leaders to connect with our communities. One thing I want to highlight in the responses that I've heard, I know you all are familiar with James Comer. And James Comer said that no significant learning can occur without relationships. One piece that I play every year for my teacher, it's a video on YouTube, and it's by a lady, a former educator named Rita Pearson. And she highlights the fact that if you don't have a relationship with any person, they really won't connect with you. And that's what I find that all children need, no matter what race, and all people. If you want anything of substance out of a person, you have to have a relationship with them. You cannot really be significant and efficient if you don't know what my needs are. And if you don't know what children's needs are, you're working blindfolded. And so everything that you guys talked about trauma in schools, yes, it's real. Trauma has been in our culture since the beginning of time, and we've all dealt with that. One of the book reads that I have with my staff and shared with my community as well is a book, The Trauma Syndrome, and I can't think of the title right now, but Dr. Angela DeGarou is the author of that book, and the title will come to me, but it talks about dealing with post-slave syndrome. What my teachers are doing right now, we're in a book chat and we're almost done. We're reading a book called Fostering Resilient Learners. And in this book, it highlights strategies for success in the classroom, because all of our children, many of our children come into the schools with what's called ACEs. And these are adverse child experiences that many of us, even though we're in that age span, so to speak, but we have not, at least I have not had to deal with some of the experiences that children have to deal with today. I mean, we have children raising children. So what people need to know out there is, number one, you have to build a relationship with people in order for anything of substance to really be significant and to be sustained. And so once you develop that positive relationship, the relationship with them, it's the driving force. And Principal Finger talked about the numbers and the numbers. I agree 100%. Data will tell the story, but in reality, if you don't have a bond and support services that wrap around your children from the time they walk in your vicinity or your school zone, not just in the building, but they have to travel through dangerous territories, most of our children, every single day. And we're not in a position where we have crossing guards at the corners or parents walking our kids to school. You have some cultures where parents are outside. You don't even have to send your teacher assistants or your security outside, because that's it. Post-traumatic slave syndrome. That is absolutely right. Thank you. But there's some communities that do not have even worry about bringing your staff outside, because the parents are there. The parents make sure that their safe passages are provided for their children and watch them to school, and they're outside when they get picked up. Well, a lot of our communities don't have that. I mean, we have to work. We have to work to make ends meet. And oftentimes it's one parent that's working with 2 to 3 children in a home. And so you have to get to work, and the kids have to become immediate caregivers of themselves, independent, and get prepared to get to school, do the schoolwork, and get back home. And sometimes they have to take care of their siblings and cook a meal. So imagine a child having an experience like that, having to come in the classroom at 7:45. I'm a 7:45 school. And the teacher is asking them now, okay, let's go over the Pythagorean theorem, or let's look at the Common Core state standards, and let's look at our inferences, and let's make some connections and different things like that. We have to first find out how that child's day is going. So one thing we do over at Esmond School, we started this some years ago, is to have what's called meets with all of our kids in the assembly, whether it's pre-K through 5 or 6 through 8. We have what's called it's part of the social emotional learning technique. And we bring all the kids in and have what's called a morning meeting. And so oftentimes I'll start off by celebrating the kids. And yes, if I can find a trophy that they can carry down the street without falling and breaking their backs, I will give it to them, because they've earned that. And again, when kids do things that are never really highlighted on the news, you always hear for the most part, negative things. We're hearing some positive things now because of the COVID-19 really put all of us in a position to share stories virtually now. And so now you see graduations, you see celebrations, things like that. But you should see success stories of children all the time. And that's one thing we don't often see. So when we have an opportunity in the school to celebrate the children, I do that. I do that with the teachers as well. And I also do that with parents because it takes a community. Just like the African proverb, it takes a village, and it does. And another parent, someone came on here and said, about the parents being supporting in this role. We have to have our parents, especially right now. You have the voices of educators in the walls of homes every single day. And in Chicago, it's until June 18th. So if you don't have a supportive parent, if you don't have a positive relationship with that parent and in that home, don't think they're going to have you live in that house every day. It's not going to happen. And so you have to put those tools in place by building cultures of support around your parents, inviting them to come in so that they all can feel that they are part of the work that you have to do.
All right. You nailed it. All right. So, Dr. Tucker, just thank you for the work that you do. I've seen you bring tears to my eyes, you know, and like I told you guys, I'm from the streets, you know what I'm saying? So I don't normally cry, you know, I had to like use all of my street sense to suck it all the way back up, man, because it almost fell. You know, when I saw you with a young man and you didn't talk about it, it's okay if you don't want to talk about it. But when I saw you with that little kindergarten, President Obama young man that came in after the principal's meeting, and I mean, you freaking fed him breakfast. He was like, you know, somebody, you know, gave him a towel. He went and cleaned himself up, put on lotion. You know, and he just came to you every day like you was his grandma, or I mean, you can tell how much he loved you.
Young mama.
Oh, mama. No, but kids, you know, they get their parents like static, but their grandparents, they just love them. Like not that wasn't the age reference. Let me just move on. So he came to you every day like you was his mama, you know, his sister, his big sister, and you just loved on that kid. And I just looked in your eyes and saw the way you just were so proud of him and just the way that you looked at him. And I was like, man, every kid should have a family member or someone in their life, you know, just look at them like you just looked at him. And I just was tearing up, and I was like, dang, like if this dude doesn't realize the resource that he has in you, you know, it just be a shame, because you will be the reason that he winds up successful, you know, because you just instill so much confidence in him. And I just was just so, I'd do anything for you just because of that moment. Like, it's a lot of reasons to be your number one fan, but just that moment when you, I mean, he just came, like it was his house. He walked in the principal's meeting, made him a plate, you know what I'm saying? Sat down, was like, how's everybody doing? You know, little kindergarten guy. And I was like, man, and you could tell that he wasn't, you know, the best kept up kid. And, you know, by the time he came out the bathroom with the lotion on and just glistening, he was just ready to go and ready to start his day. And we just appreciate educators like you that just go above and beyond, you know, to serve our kids. All right. So we have one more speaker, and then we're just going to summarize today. Dr. Moses.
Yes, sir.
What do you wish the world understood about educating Black people?
And I'll tell you this. You know, I'm inspired by all of you, and you know, you can go ahead and call me your Florida brother. Okay, y'all come on down. You're always welcome down in the South. But you know, the one thing that I want everybody to understand is that, you know, and I say it every year, and I said it before, there is a greatness in every child. And see, we as educators have to believe that when kids aren't successful, it is not because they can't be. It's because we have not poured it in them. And you know, it brings you know, some memories. And you talking about kids, I'm a big man to be crying, Silas. And I'm sitting there listening to all these amazing leaders, school leaders, and it gets us all to understand that we have to serve that child, not just academically. It's not just academically. Sometimes we have to pour in them and make them realize that they can do great things. And sometimes, like I said, it's not just the academic component. Now, you know anything about Dr. Moses, I'm a big technology person. I am a 300-pound, 6'5" nerd. Okay. And I'll tell you that the reason I love technology for a lot of our Black students is with that, they can see things, they can do things that in other situations they would not have the chance to do. It levels the playing field. And so, we integrate technology also at a very high level here because we want all our children to understand that all of them have the same ability, no matter what their household is, what they look like, or anything else. And so we push hard. We push
Mr.
hard
Moses.
in the system. Go
Dr.
ahead.
Moses, your camera is a little bit muffled. I mean, your mic is a little bit muffled. Like we can't all the way hear you. Is it something that you can adjust on your end?
Am I better? Is that better?
It's yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay,
Sorry to interrupt your flow.
Is that
That is
It's
great.
your mic.
Yes, we can hear you great.
I'm a single school, and our technology ain't working, so it ain't too smart. Okay, can everybody hear me now?
Yeah,
Mr.
we got it.
Okay,
Yep.
great. Outstanding. The biggest thing that I must say is that we as educational leaders, and not just educational leaders at school, but educational leaders at home, have to understand that we have to pour into those children the things that need to know. So when they have a clear understanding that they can do great things with their life. I think, it seems like a minor thing that every child should have that understanding, but they don't. And I'm sitting here listening to these greater principles, and it's their day starts just like mine. I've got to see every face, every one of my children. So I stand at different places and during in the morning to make sure I can do that and encourage all of them, because they need that encouragement. They need to see that positive role model. And with our boys, Brother Ty, as well as I do, it's imperative that they see positive Black male role models, that they can do it. And, Dr. Moses is a big man, used to play football and everything else. But the one thing I will tell them all when they come and talk to me about sports and everything else is very clearly, talk to me about your academics and the things that you're going to do in life other than sports. Okay. And so, when we talk about the things that we want to see and the things that we want for our children is we want a level playing field. Okay. It want a level playing field. And like I said, I look at all of them the same, and every educator should look at every child the same and believe that every child that walks through the door can be the next great, you fill in the blank. And if you don't believe that as educators, then you need to get out the game. I'll say it again. You need to get out the game. You got a lot of peers. I have some of my peers, I'll say it, that should not be in the game at all because they don't have the same belief system as these three great leaders that I'm sitting here listening to this morning. That they doing these things, they're going above and beyond, and nobody's telling y'all to do that. You know it. You're doing the things you need to do because when you were growing up, the things that you needed. And so my thing is the value system is making sure that we clearly the kids clearly understand that guess what? I can be a great mathematician just like I can be a great wide receiver. Okay. When I talk to my boys, that's the talk that Dr. Moses has to have. Okay. And we have conversations about athletics because my thing is there's that other A. That's academic, and that comes before any athletics because we have to get them to understand it because when you talk to them, everybody wants to be a rapper. Everybody wants to play in the NBA. Everybody wants to play in the NFL. And guess what? They don't have enough room to fit all of them. And this is the other thing that we do here is I preach to them about careers. Because if you tell me about you want to do this and it's because because you want to make a lot of money. Well, I said, hey, you can make a whole lot of money as an anesthesiologist. You go, well, Dr. Moses, what is that? That's a doctor. And guess what? I'll bring them in. Brother Tyler, I bring folks in that look like you and I that are doing those things, that are engineers. And I have them talk to those children because they need to understand that's part of the job that nobody talked about. That, when you're talking about impoverished kids that are needing that help, they've got to see what you're trying to work them towards. They've got to see it, and they got to understand that, guess what? They can do it as well. And like I said, I'll sit and tell you, just like all y'all probably have the same story. If somebody did not see that little bit of greatness in Dr. Damian Moses, I would not be able to sit here in front of you and have this conversation this morning because somebody saw that light in me that you guys are seeing every morning within your schools. And it's just, and for me, it's exciting. Okay. And all I could do when y'all were talking, I was like, God, there's a whole lot of young Marvin Collins up in Chi-Town. Y'all do the damn thing.
That's right.
This is the thing. I almost there 30 years, and people think, I know I look 29. Sight. But I've got almost 30 years in, and I've got in Florida, we're graded. We're graded. You want to talk about things? Yes, my middle school, we do phenomenal things. Apple Distinguished School, all those good things. But the main thing that we do is just what I told you. That every child I don't care if you're on free and reduced lunch, I don't care what your background is, I don't care what you look like, you're expected to come into these walls of this school here at Edward W. Fox Academy, and you better get it.
That's
You
right.
better get it.
That's right.
Like I said, my babies will tell you, you come here, you're gonna get your work. I'm a big man and I push hard. And that's the thing. I'm sitting there listening to all these conversations. I'm like, man, y'all are social workers, principals, parents, all of it. All of it. And see, those are the things that are needed, and everybody needs to understand in education. These are the things that nobody wants to talk about. So you can't talk about data analysis if you can't tell me about providing a social worker in every school.
Tell me about that. Quickly, tell me about your 4G philosophy, your strict 4G philosophy.
4G, get good or get going. You better get good or get going. 4G, hey, listen, I gave that speech at a thing with 3,000 people, and I put 4G up there, and they thought I was joking. I said, let me be honest with you. You can't come and work for Dr. Moses unless you understand the 4G. 4G, get good or get going. Okay?
We have a comment also addressing this, I believe, from our Facebook audience. Dr. Moses, I've seen a sample of your use of technology in the classroom. Great job.
Yeah, we integrate. Let me tell you, we're the first Apple Distinguished School here in Polk County, Florida. We're the only. I'm Title I free and reduced lunch, and my children are impoverished, and we are in a rural area. And let me tell you, if they can get it here where I'm at, with the oasis in the desert, and guess what? They can get it anywhere. I ain't trying to hear it. You're not trying to hear it. And so when I say technology is that game changer, that guess what? Every child can code, and we teach our children to code, and every girl can code, because I got more girl coders than I do boy coders. Okay? And every girl can be an engineer just like a boy can be an engineer. And we have on Friday afternoon at 4:00, what we do here is we have an engineering club, and we provide transportation for them home, and everything else is packed to the gill. So don't tell me the kids don't want it. The kids want it. It's just a matter of whether or not we're going to give it to them. And, with technology, my thing is, if they can sit and y'all know as well as I do, everybody has a cell phone. If you can program that cell phone, you still enough to do Python, C++, A++, and get that certification and get paid for it. Okay, yeah. Technology is integrated at a high level here, and the belief system on this campus is that the teachers will know it, and sometimes the kids teach them stuff.
Dr. Moses, I want you to touch on two things, and then Candy, you can wrap us up. Let me know, because I don't want to run late for the next session. But I want you to talk about where is your science? Where do you guys hold science in the back of the school? And also, I want you to talk about your Florida Charter School tech crew.
Okay, so what we do here, I'm way outside the box. I don't want to be the norm. First of all, I don't look like a different principal, another principal here in Florida. And I don't want to. And y'all don't look at me, so y'all go ahead and get on the boat with me. But what we have here at Edward W. Fox Academy, we actually have a floating classroom. Okay, and it's a 12 by 40-foot pontoon boat with a lab on the top of it that we have Wi-Fi hooked up to it. And so guess what? Our children talk about the conversation we have here is hands-on. I believe in project-based learning because our kids don't all learn through lectures. They just don't. They need to see it. They need to touch it. They need to see the things that they can become or do. And so we do water clarity, okay? We do all kinds of different things where the kids have to actually do different lab projects on this floating classroom, okay? And for all those, it's the money thing, y'all got money. No, we don't. We wrote that grant when I first got here. I wrote that grant. I drove to the place where they make the boats. They gave me an old refurbished boat, and we took it and we ran with it. So whenever you hear that conversation of not being able to have these things for our kids, yes, you can too. It's just a matter of thinking outside the box, and everybody wants to be a part of a winner. Everybody wants to be a part of something different. And so we have that floating classroom. And if you go and look on Apple's website or their Apple schools, it's this little old school in the Oasis out in the middle of nowhere in Central Florida with the floating classroom that they're trying to replicate in Atlanta, Georgia, and all over the country. Okay. With our what Mr. Green is talking about is that our kids here, we provide tech support for an entire charter school conference. Our kids do, not me, because you don't want me doing that. Our kids do. We have a selection of 14 different kids. It ranges between a dozen to 14 kids that actually go and provide all the tech support for all the presentations. They set up all the presentations. They set up all the presenters. They do all that, and it's kids. Okay, it's kids. And so the state of Florida hires us every year. They work with us, and we provide that service. And guess what? The kids get a great experience because they actually stay for a whole week over in Orlando, Florida, which for some, that's not a big deal. For my babies in a rural area, impoverished, it's a big deal. And so they do that. They have a chance to, Dr. Moses gets on them about how they're supposed to eat, how we conduct ourselves, what you're supposed to look like, you know, how you're going to talk, how you're going to walk. And when you stand up, you are able to stand and deliver when somebody asks you a question. But the kids actually provide all the technology support for all the presenters. And I'll give you guys a great example. When we first did it, I had somebody come and tell me, listen, I don't want no child helping me. I don't want any of your children helping me with this. I really need to do this presentation, needs to come off right. And so I want to make sure that you understand, I want you in there. Dr. I was like, well, you don't want me in there. I said, I'll tell you what, I'll stand there. I will stand there and sit there and watch them tell you what you need to do. But these babies know more than you do and me put together. And so we provide those opportunities because once again, you heard me say careers. How many times have you heard me say careers? We have to put that in front of these kids so they know this is what you can do. This is what you can be. You know, here in the state of Florida, I'll pull down what they're paying different individuals, different coders, programmers for the different areas over here. We had one job that they were paying $125,000. So during our morning meeting, because we have those two, kudos, we put that on the board and said, who wants to make this amount of money? And can you please tell me what that is monthly and what kind of life can you live making that kind of money? Because like I said, we like to put those opportunities and and the opportunity for them to understand what kind of careers they can do. You know, with a kid that is empowered.
Dr. Mose, real quick, I don't know if you mentioned who trained your first set of
man, don't start that, man.
I don't know if that was mentioned or not.
Me and Mr. Green go way back. He came down here and twisted my arm, but he came in here, and I will tell you, he came and did an amazing job of professional development with my staff and if he hadn't done it for y'all, don't let him lie. He can do it. Okay. IT Kid Academy is real. It teaches the kids how to put together computers of their own and to take them home. Okay, now you talk about closing the digital divide amongst children. If you teach them how to build a computer on their own and know the components and do the things with it that they're able to do to make the kind of money that they want to make. And guess what? They ain't got to dribble a basketball, nor catch a football, or hit their head on something. Okay.
All right.
But yeah, we did that, Mr. Green, and I sure appreciate it. You're never gonna let me forget that, are you?
Well, hey, you kept it going, and I think it was important that you brought me in to train your staff because then after 5 years you ain't need me no more. So I ain't seen y'all since. But y'all been killing the game. I've been watching you and following you guys, and man, I appreciate the opportunity. You were my first contract. I don't know if you knew that, but you were the first time I've ever contracted with the school.
And I'm still trying to pay for it.
I appreciate you for that. So we are coming to a close. Does anybody have any final thoughts? Ken, do you have any like Facebook questions that we got to get in? Because we got to get to this next panel of Game Changers. It's going to be a smoking hot panel. So thank you, educators, for coming. And I have a surprise. So we are providing all of the panelists with 530 jackets. We have these new swaggy 530 jackets. We haven't even released them yet. I don't even have one yet, but it's coming in 2 weeks. It is so sweet. So we're providing you with 530 jackets. Mr. Moses, we're gonna get you a scarf because I don't know if one of them arms can fit the jacket. You ain't busting through one of our 530 jackets.
I'm in Florida. I guess y'all gonna have to invite me to Chicago to put on a jacket because it's hot down here.
we gonna get you a 530 face mask, Mr. Moses.
We want to thank all of our audience members who are tuning in. They are fully engaged in the conversation and the comments are just building, but this is probably a great comment to wrap this session. It says, I want to thank all administrators, teachers, parents, and community partners for all you do. It is a collective effort, all of us working as one to pour everything into our children. I'll turn it back to you, Silas, to close out the session.
All right. So what are the takeaways? Everybody just give me one 30-second type takeaway that you heard on the panel that you just wish everybody just took to heart and just made the immediate adjustment. All right, so we're gonna start with you, Brother Dardell. We're gonna start with you and Mr. Ministry. So Deacon Dardell, we're gonna start with you with the Wendell Green Ministry.
But one thing I heard repeated over and over was that element of love. It's most difficult to reach the students if they do not know that you love them and care for them. A lot of times I tell teachers, kids don't care about your lesson plans and what you had going on last night. They want to know that you care. And until you show them that you love them and you care, it's going to be most difficult to reach them.
All right. We're moving to you, Deacon Lammy. Mother Lammy.
He's on mute.
You on mute, Lammy. Your mic is on mute.
Thank you. One of the things that was huge for me was definitely the relationship building. It's really important that we get to know our kids and they get to know us, and they realize that we're all human and we're all in this together. And so I think that it's very important that's something that we do daily. So relationship building is huge.
All right. Moving on to you, Dr. Tucker. Sister Tucker.
Relationships matter, and so does leadership. So when you have those two combined, you can't go wrong.
All right. And then Dr. Moses, bring us home.
Well, I'll tell you, listening to every last leader on this, they have a care and a compassion for every child within their school to be educated at a high level. Okay. They don't put those ceilings in place. That's what I'm listening to. They don't put those ceilings in place, and they're willing to do whatever it takes for that child to get there. Okay. To give them that extra, like I said, so your social workers, your principals, your parents, you're doing whatever you got to do to get what you got to get out of that child, first and foremost as a person, and then getting to where they need to be academically. And, that love and compassion is what is needed. Love is needed. And, it does my heart good because I thought I was the only one kind of doing some stuff that you ain't really, because some of y'all ain't doing stuff y'all ain't supposed to be doing. It knows what it takes. Okay. So it makes me feel good that I'm not alone. Okay. But,
you know what? I know we way over time, Mr. Green, but when I heard Principal Lammy say, that she goes out and hugs her students, I'm like, do that. I know we're not supposed to.
They need it.
Title IX and hug. Kids need some hugs. They need some hugs. No doubt about it. So I'm going to keep on loving on them. No doubt about it.
Amen. All right. So that's it. That's why y'all know why we call it the Champion Educators panel now. All right. So we have the Game Changers panel coming up next. Candy, you want to take us out onto our break?
Absolutely. Well, thank you all for watching the State of Black Students. This is hosted by the 530 Scholars. Thank you, panelists. Thank you to everyone who commented. Please go tag someone. What we need you to do is not only watch this, but click the share button now. You should see share on your screen. Go ahead and share this for the next panel. You all are mind-blowing. Thank you for your service to the community and our families. And we have more great panelists coming up. So please click share and also tag someone so they'll be alerted to watch the live. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
530
you
for life.
All right. Thank you, my brother.
Thank
See everyone later.
And I would like to welcome you all back to the Pursuit of Excellence Conference. This is the State of Black Students, hosted by the 530 Scholars. I'm Candy Bryan. I'm your executive producer for today to make sure this panelist team, it goes smoothly. And we want you all to be engaged, to make comments and leave questions, really engage in this conversation because this is about our children. And so we're gonna bring on our panelists right now, our wonderful team. It's going to be an absolutely amazing conversation that will be full of fire, just like the last panelist. So I want to welcome everyone, and your moderator for today will be Rockman Branch. Hey, Rockman, how are you?
I'm good. How are you today?
I am doing well. So I will not be with you guys here long on camera. I am going to turn it over to you. I know that you're about to have an amazing discussion, and we will have the panelists introduce themselves briefly if you can. Rockman, I'll turn it over to you to see who you want to start with on our panel today. This is the game. Are you guys the game changers? Is this the game changer panel? We cannot wait. All right, take it away.
Thank you. So we'll start with the introductions. We'll start with Ms. Karen Smith.
Yes, good morning, or is it afternoon, depending on where you are. I'm Karen Smith. I'm an executive leadership coach, and I train and develop leaders throughout the country, primarily in K-12 schools. And I've spent time as a school leader in Washington, D.C., which is where I'm from. And I had the privilege to do that with our moderator today, Mr. Rockman Branch, where we led a tremendous turnaround at a high school in Washington, D.C. I'm a former English teacher and a passionate leader myself in the community and in my family and in our schools. And so I'm excited to have the opportunity to speak today on behalf of our children and on behalf of our communities.
Thank you. And Dr. Seaton, you're up.
Well, good morning, good afternoon. My name is Kelly Seaton. I hail right outside of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I am been an educator for years. I started as a middle school teacher, a school counselor, been part of the Teach for America team. The work I do now is I'm a chief learning officer with the Center for Black Educator Development. And our focus is really on being sure that disenfranchised student populations have access to the best teachers, no matter the race. And we want to be sure that Black students have Black teachers in front of them. So I'm just super passionate about all things culturally responsive and affirming educational experiences for teachers, leaders, students, families, communities. And I'm just excited to be here.
Thank you. And Anna Shea, Teach 'em Right. You're up. You have Anna Shea on?
And if we lose anyone for audio or data, we will certainly come back to you. So Rockman, we can probably kick off the panel and we will have Anna Shea back as well. I'll be here to help facilitate this piece if we lose anyone's audio. Bingo.
Absolutely. So what we know is Blacks not being able to have political power or economic power. And some of that has to do with what's going on educationally in our country right now. What are we missing and where do we go as Blacks to get it? So to our panelists today, what are the conditions that every Black child needs, not just to survive, but to thrive in our schools?
Kelly, I'll defer to you.
All right. Well, thank you, Karen. So for those who don't know, Karen and I have worked together previously. So thank you, Karen, for deferring to me. So I really think that, we've had some great researchers do work around what it means to provide Black students with a great education. And I think that there are 5 outcomes to which we need to aspire. And this is, in separate pieces of work from Gloria Ladson-Billings to Duncan Andrade. So there's achievement, which is like students need to be able to perform at high levels and have access to any opportunity they want. They need to be culturally competent around their own identities, but also engaging in the world around them. They need to be able to question what is happening and why things look the way they look, and so be critically conscious. They need to be servant leaders and ask themselves, like, once I have this achievement, I understand myself in the world, I'm asking questions. What can I do to contribute to dismantle the oppression that exists for myself and others. And then I think the fifth part, folks call it trauma. I really call it healing practices. Like, I really think there needs to be a robust movement around how do I heal myself and how do I help to heal others, even when I am the oppressor. So I really think those 5 elements, I believe those are the elements that will support what needs to happen with Black children and with educators.
Thank you. Karen.
Thanks, Kelly. I knew there was a reason I had you go first. I completely agree. And as I heard Kelly articulate all of those things, I thought about how those things are not usually present in the spaces where I go and where I am. And those are exactly the things that are essential. And therefore, given the work that I do, I think it's a leader who believes those things, a leader who is committed to those things and who will hire accordingly. I think it's all about the people. The people who have the passion, the commitment, the understanding that that's who our students are able to be, that they are able to achieve greatness, and that they need these kinds of things, and then to facilitate an environment and create that space. Oftentimes we have heard that the leader is the key to success in schools, but then leaders come in and don't lead the people. They manage systems, they manage structures, they talk about tests and standards, and all of those things are what they become obsessed with. But the people and the heart of the people, the hearts of the people, and their ability to lead students and to invest in them and to know that they are being invested in and to remind them of who they are, all of those are the things that are necessary. And often we get people who have the heart to do that, but get caught up in all of the minutia of what educational systems have become. And then they forget that they are leaders of people, not leaders of systems. And those are the conditions. I believe that you need a leader who believes those things that Kelly articulated and who is committed to doing that and not getting caught up in the minutia.
Great leadership. I think we got her back in, Anna Shea. Go ahead, introduce yourself. Thank you for being here.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yes. I think we heard you.
Oh, we may have lost audio and video one more time, but we will keep trying so that we can hear from Anna Shea and know that she has so much to share with the panel. So Rahman, I'll turn it back over to you. Continue the conversation.
Rahman, you're on mute.
Thank you. I said, so now that we got to that point, what kind of things do we need to do to tap into that untapped genius in Black children? I think we see 530 Scholars being, one of those places where untapped genius is now being manifest. So, either of you can jump right in, but what do we need to do to untap the genius that is naturally in our Black children? Kelly?
Okay, so I'll go first again. I was trying to wait for Karen. There is so Lisa Delpit has this statement in one of her books where a child asked this question. They asked the question, are we slaves because we're dumb, right? And so I think a lot about, like, if it is about, how Carter G. Woodson talked about, if you're taught to go to the back door, when there's no back door, you'll recreate one for yourself. And so I think some of this is really around, like, what are young people being taught to believe about themselves, right? And if they're taught you're dumb and therefore you're relegated to this status, well, then that's what they're going to expect of themselves. And if educators and leaders, right, because we're all exposed to the same smog and racism, if educators and leaders are taught they are dumb, they should be relegated to this status, it just reinforces what we see. So I really think it's about how do we change the beliefs that children have about themselves, parents have about children, that people have around Black children, and therefore that will change how they operate. That's I really think the heart of it is what we believe in about Black children.
Absolutely. Karen.
I think there are opportunities like the one we have today to really dig in and analyze where we see students demonstrating that genius. With the 530 Scholars, we look at students who are achieving at high levels, who are doing excellent things, who are shining in the communities. And they are not unlike our children in the schools. And so we've got to be students ourselves and study, like, what is the difference in those conditions? Because the children are the same. And so those children come from the same communities, have the same concerns, have the same issues, the same battles, but they're successful in that same space. And I believe it's about the people who believe in them, the people who are invested in them, the people who are willing to take the patience and show them. And I'm gonna go high level for a second. The fact that they are strategically focused on just a few things. They're like, I remember, okay, Silas, don't get me, but the 5 is about the top 5%, and the 30 is about like an ACT score, and then all of the systems and structures around just really helping the students to shine and do that. In schools, we're like, well, we got to do this, and we got this program, and then we got these tests, and we got that test, and we got a test for the test about the test. And so you're doing all of these things, and there's not even a space and opportunity for students to demonstrate their genius. And so, but in this same space, I feel like we have just got to, what a great leader, I won't quote him, businessman often said, the best and great, most successful leaders say no to almost everything. And in education, we say yes to almost everything. And so we just flood our schools with a whole bunch of stuff. And we forget about our children. We forget that they are really the bottom line. We forget that we're there to show and develop their genius. And so we spend our time doing stuff, and they get lost in the sauce. And then we need people in our communities to extract them, so to speak, and then to show them that in programs like 530 Scholars. And so I think it's about having the opportunity to show these kinds of programs to teachers and students themselves and to leaders and say, why can't you? What would it take for you to do this? These are the same children. Like, how do we show them an example and help them bring that out in their spaces?
Powerfully said. I think one of the problems that I always struggle with, is the concept that, Black children are problems to be fixed. And when people talk about our children that way, it's almost screaming that Black children have a genetic predisposition to failure. And once we really bring that to the forefront of what that kind of conversation, what those words mean, we have to get to a point where we understand that our Black children don't have a genetic predisposition to failure. Does that mean we're ready to now talk about how schools have just been wrong for centuries in the way that they're engaging our children? Either you're wrong to that degree, or you're complicit in the crime of the school to prison pipeline. So tell me a little bit about how each of you help dismantle mindsets in schools when it comes to the adults changing themselves versus changing our children.
Yeah.
I'm ready, Kelly.
Go, Karen. Go, Karen.
I call it out. So I spend a lot of time coaching leaders in the moment and coaching them to support the people in the building. The people are the thing. That's the change agent, right? It's not like how many observation cycles or how many textbooks and curricula. People change people. Some days I want to clear the whole building and go to a one-room schoolhouse where people have the heart for the children and let's get it in, right? So what I do is walk with leaders and help them see their blind spots, help them see where they're going wrong. I'm like, so you just stood in a classroom where 4 Black boys were in the back and you let the teacher ignore them. So actually, I don't say you did it. I'm standing there now. It's happening right now. Say something to that teacher, and then we're going to unpack how come you didn't notice and what you're going to do differently next time. And so it's really about calling out these opportunities. So we don't let our children sit with their heads down in school. This is not nap time. Yes, if you are sick, there's a place for you, but we are here to educate and thrive. I teach them how to develop relationships in the moment. I'm going to coach you to coach this teacher on how to really connect with the student and how to invest in them, and then how to make it part of your practice. So it's really in the moment, seeing where they're missing opportunities and really supporting them in that moment. That's how I look at that work.
Absolutely. You're up.
Yep. And I love Karen's use of the word blind spots, because I really think that is a key lever to help leaders grow. And so when I think about, I'm hearing it. Okay. When I think about like how do we coach around mindsets, I think there are 4 sort of like entry points. There's the belief, what do you believe about yourself? There's what do you believe about the other people with whom you work, be it students, colleagues, parents, the community. What do you believe about the environment? And that could be the school environment, the city. And then what do you believe about the actual work that you're being called to do? And so then that calling out piece that Karen just referenced, like calling out which of these buckets is your calling out need to fall in, and then what do you need to do about it? And it's kind of complex sometimes, because it's always not just, what do you believe about yourself? Do I believe I'm able or courageous enough to hold my assistant or principal accountable? You might, but then it could be, am I able and skilled enough to do it in an environment where it's 97% lower income students, and we still need to make this number of gains on an assessment, right? So having folks think about the complexity of these 4 different elements, and that it is still their responsibility, if they choose to hold the seat, it is still their responsibility as a leader to examine themselves and the change they need to make in order to get to the change we want to see in their school.
Thank you for that. I do believe we have Anna Shea back on now, so I want to transition to her to make her introduction, and then I'm going to fire a question away at you. Welcome back, Anna Shea.
Hey, can you guys hear me okay? Woo! I'm telling you, talk about disruption. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever everyone is. My name is Anna Shea, Teach 'em Right. I got that name as a classroom teacher, where one of my parents called me Teach 'em Right. And I said, why? He said, because you don't teach them wrong. So I took it and rolled with it. So I'm excited to be here. I am a mother of 2 amazingly brilliant Black children. I'm representing from the east side of ATL, Decatur, Georgia. Excited to be here. I am a strategic advisor and thought partner at the systems level. I'm an educator, I'm a mother, I'm a wife, but most importantly, I am the CEO and founder of Disruptive Partners in Education, and we are unapologetically committed to directly addressing inequities at the root, disrupting and creating a new path. So I'm excited to be here.
Thank you for this. I'm glad you're here. I want to fire one question directly at you. We were talking about broken systems and broken constructs. And I think we're all on the point that, they need to be broken even further. But as a disruptive partner, give us a little bit about, what's wrong with our current school structure, knowing that the problem isn't our children, but the problems are structures and the adults within it. Give us some ideas.
Absolutely. First of all, I believe in the natural born genius of Black children. I believe it is educators' responsibility to serve as servant leaders and not saviors of our children. The system, it's like a nuanced question. The system is doing what it was designed to do, right? It was never created for Black children. So broken, that's relative, right? It's doing what it was designed to do, which is further perpetuate inequities and keep people in their places. For me, I think it's about organizing people in a way that actually allows us to outthink current systems and structures, hit it at the root, right? So that means understand the rules of engagement within the current system without assimilating into the system, right? And then it's about creating a new path. For me, that begins with all of us really getting clear on what the Northern Star is for our children. And I don't believe that education reform or anyone gets a right to, I don't think anybody gets a right to define what an excellent education is for my Black child. So that's number one, right? You're not qualified because you'd have to know something about their natural born genius. I think it is about, we have to create a new way. I think that is at the core. You got to outthink the system. You got to organize. You got to leverage people's powers, positionality, and privilege, and you have to gut it and create a new path. The Northern Star for me and my Black children is not compliant learning, but it is independent thinking, right? That is the Northern Star.
Thank you for that. And the thoughts around, the Northern Star and really digging into and we talked a little bit about mindsets of people and individuals. I want to get into a little bit of a shift here, because what's personal to me is really as I look at this wonderful panel, the role of Black men in education. And I want to get, a little bit from each of you around thoughts around the lack of presence, if you will, what happens to those who are in Black men who are in education, and just give me some constructs around how we support and really project out on helping Black men become more present in the education field. And let's start with you, Dr. Seaton. Unmute, Doc.
I'm sorry about that. Yes. So what I will say is, it is disheartening, to say the least, that 2% of the teaching force are Black men, right? That is just heartbreaking when we know that more than 50% of the students in urban Black schools are Black boys, right? If we just think about gender dynamics. So your first call, I was just trying to take notes and capture those two questions you were asking. So one of the questions was, about the lack of presence? So when we think about, more than 80% of, the school-based teaching population are white and female, we have a highly effeminized K-12 experience, right? And so the voices we hear, the opinions, the deference is really about the majority, which tends to be white and female. And so that silences the already 2%, right? So we have policies, procedures, expectations, norms that are built around the white female. And so I think that ostracizes folks. The articles that talk about Black men don't feel their voices are heard or affirmed. And I really think, so this is the thing that I struggle with and that I've seen. I think what happens with Black boys, and I think this connects to Black men, there is a thing where Black boys are either so cute, oh, you are so cute, or I'm afraid of you. I think the same thing happens with Black men. It's like, oh, he's handsome, like he's sexy, or I'm afraid of him. It's like, what about his intellect? Like, what about the gifts he brings? What about like his right to be here because he's the reflection of the Black male child who needs to see him as well as the Black girl. So I think that lack of presence, there are lots of things that support them not being there, not to mention just the systemic things around separating the Black man from his family and just all those things historically that prevent Black men from getting access. You look at special ed classes that are flooded with Black boys, right? I did a session with some Black male teachers. Every Black male teacher in the room in that room had an IEP. Right? These were all phenomenally intelligent, but they said to me they were funneled into special ed. So if we're funneling Black men into special ed, and there are some that say special ed is the pipeline to prison, there's no question. There's no question around this additional factor that's keeping Black men from becoming teachers, right? There's a block around our perception of them. And if the folks that are referring them are very different from them, white women or women, and the way Black men are operating is different to us and we don't understand it, we may call it an abnormality when really it's not. It's that we don't understand it. So I think there's that around the presence. And I just want to get to your second point. So how do we support? I think some of it is we need to close our mouths and listen to Black men. I think we have a lot of women trying to figure it out, when really I don't hear a lot of systems, individual schools just saying, let me bring some brothers in the room and ask them, what do we need to do? And listen and enact the recommendations we receive.
Thank you for that. Karen, you're up.
I completely agree, Kelly. And I think the Black man in our school has the greatest opportunity for potential impact. Has the greatest potential opportunity for impact in our schools, particularly whether it's for our boys or for our girls, to see a man in our community able to lead and really move them to the space of just unveiling or bringing out their genius, so to speak. Where I struggle is when that does not take place. When Black men are in schools being big brothers, or in schools doing summer camp, what I call it. I'm like, you have the greatest opportunity in here to really push our children. You know what they're up against. You know even if you didn't grow up exactly in their community, you know what it feels to be looked like in that way when you walk down the street. You know the dynamics. And how dare you waste their time and sit up here and let them play games and do puzzles and you not teach them. And so I get fired up about that because I've let go plenty of Black men, but I'm looking at where are the ones who are going to lead our children? Because I need you. I need you. I'm a powerful leader and I need you. And so it was a privilege to be able to lead with Rockmond Branch, a Black man who was not going to compromise, who was going to hold our children to a standard, who was going to push them and hug them and develop their genius. We need those brothers. And he has some other brothers. And I had 2 others on my team. That's why we were so powerful. But when I go into schools, I see Black men sitting behind computers, afraid to talk to children, afraid to address them. And they got the white women addressing them and the Black men aren't. I need our men to stand up and come in there and do this job. We need you in this space. We need you to push. We need you to show our children who they can become. And that is the power of it. And we need that opportunity to really manifest.
Awesome. Thank you. See, we got Candy back.
Yes, I know that we have some great engagement from our Facebook community. Thank you all so much for tuning in and being engaged in the conversation. You all have some comments that have come as a part of the conversation. And let's show here on the screen from Kelly. This is an amazing brain trust, she says. Thank you. Interested in hearing more about community support for educators. We can't expect them to do it all, she says. How can we mobilize as a community?
Absolutely. So teach them right. You're up.
Absolutely. That's a wonderful question, Kelly. And that's exactly what we do at Disruptive Partners. We mobilize at every level. And it kind of goes back into that question about our Black male teachers. The first thing we need to ensure we do is ensure that they are well supported and well supported to leverage the power and positionality that they have within the system. And so a lot of times they are beholden to policies and procedures without understanding how to make those policy and procedures work for them. So I think we have to create a space where we have a real conversation about the systems, policies, and procedures that we are all beholden to, because at the end of the day, we all inherited a system that was inequitable by design. We all inherited it. And so a lot of times we isolate the problem instead of uniting against the problem, which is the system and not one another. We've tried to blame Black children. We've tried to say that there is an achievement or a deficit gap. That is a lie from the pits of hell. There is nothing wrong with our children, right? So we need to stop that. We need to organize around it. And if you don't believe in the brilliance of Black children, I have no mental bandwidth to help you figure that out, right? That's not for me. Number two is connect. There are organizations like Liberated Minds, Homeschool Network. There are organizations, my children. So I supplement our children's education. So yeah, K-12 education at times is a necessary evil, right? Because we work and we have very real bills to pay, right? So they do engage in the K-12 system, but we have a support from Baba Baku, Mama Evelyn, right? And so we supplement their education. So while my son finished the play work, the packets and all that they were sending home during the pandemic, he was also online from 9 to 12 every day, taking courses called Politics and Pandemics. So we have to address it at different levels. We have to organize, and we have to stop pitting ourselves against one another and attack the very system that is doing what it was designed to do. And so at Disruptive Partners, I'll be announcing that campaign next month. And we're gonna do what we need to do, which is outthink and create a new way.
Thank you for that. And it looks like we have more questions that are filling up our comment box here. So we'll go to another question here. And this is from our Facebook, our YouTube live. Thank you so much for tuning in if you were watching YouTube. She says, so then the question becomes, why don't Black men feel comfortable enough to lead in the way that you all were addressing on the panel here?
Karen, I think that comes right back to you.
I'm not sure it's a space of comfort, but I do think it's about an opportunity. Kelly might have alluded to it earlier, where when she was talking about how we look at Black men, either they're cute or we're afraid of them. I also have watched how Black men get put into positions in education. It's often about their ability to be a bouncer or a dean, like come and be the muscle and manage this space, but not for their intellect, like what Kelly said. So we don't even start with their genius and develop it. And so then they get to a place where maybe you're right, GCPS tech, that they don't have the confidence or the comfort to lead in that way. But then we're expecting it's go time. Like I put you in a classroom and we're ready to go. And so the gap in like how to really help them take their skills and their genius as a Black man who may not have been developed himself in that way to now develop and support others is part of the continuum that we do really need to think about. And so we don't need to quickly dismiss Black men who come and step up for this challenge. We do need to give them the opportunity to bridge some of those gaps themselves, but their heart and their desire to have those gaps bridged and to lead in that way has to be there.
I think that is the last couple of questions we had here on our live stream. So Rahman, I'll turn it back over to you to wrap the discussion.
Thanks. Just as you know, I would be remiss if I didn't bring up what's going on in our country today. Obviously you're right there in Atlanta, and I watched news almost all night last night, just seeing what's happening in our community. So I'm going to kind of give a loaded or multi-tiered question here based upon things we've already said. The first part of the question is, what do we perceive the next steps to be to ensure that the Black community is protected from these issues from an educational standpoint, that is? And then secondly, what is the place for white allies in this academic and educational work? And whoever wants to jump out there first.
Yes. Yeah. So that's a two-part question. So yes, I am in Atlanta. And one thing I posted this morning was, we have a tendency of telling people what not to do when really we need to focus on what to do, right? And number one, it is to get clear on what our ask is of those people that are in power and positionality. And one thing we have to talk about from an educational standpoint is at the root of everything is literacy, right? Writing, reading, and understanding, right? Understanding policies, procedures, understanding, using literacy as a weapon against injustice, right? So that's one piece of it, like weaponizing it so that kids, everybody at every level understands that everybody has a purpose to serve in a different way, right? And so we call it, some people say rioting, right? I say this is a response to something, right? And it is like people are pissed. So there's one, like some people serve in that capacity. The other part of it is ensuring that white people, right? Like there's levels, right? And there's allies. For me, I tend to go more towards co-conspirators and accomplices, right? Because I want people whose hands are going to get dirty, but they're, and that's just me. However, there are some white people who are not going to be out front and center because that's a part of their authentic human, right? Which is fine. If you know how to write grants, if your uncle and cousin them who know some about these racist ass policies that your ancestors helped create know something, let's get behind the scenes, let's write a proposal and set me up to be the face of my movement. So what we need are white people who understand and stay in their lane, right? You cannot be the voice in the face of my community and my revolution, but I will take your dollars as reparations, right? So that's where I will do that, right? I will do that. So that's one place of it, is set me up to get that money, set me up to have the impact that I need to have in my community and step back. So that's one piece of it. In Atlanta, the dimensions of our authentic selves and our brilliance is deep and wide, right? But we are angry. This is the home of Dr. King. I am a proud member of the Divine Nine, of a sorority, right? So there's a lot of rich culture. People need to listen. We need space to step back, develop deep, meaningful relationships so that we realize that our self-interest overlap to create a collective interest. And from there, we need to understand the policies, procedures, and systems and propose new ones. And if they do not happen, then you got a problem on your hand. So that is what I believe needs to happen. Accountability, strategic development design, implementation on all fronts. And if you don't do it, we will hold you accountable.
Awesome. Dr. Seaton.
Yes. So I think about when we talk about the educational perspective, I think about, servant leadership comes to mind in healing practices. And so, I wonder, and when we hear people talk about things, it sounds like folks don't know what to do with either their grief, because I find myself grieving more than being angry. When I watch the videos of just all the things that are happening, I literally feel my heart breaking. And sometimes I'm like, so what do I do with this? So I think young folks, educators need to have spaces to talk about what is a productive way to use the gifts I have, whether race, gender, income, whatever it is, to contribute to dismantling oppression. That's one thing. But I also think about mental health in our community, right? When we talk about education, sometimes we're separating it from what are the mental health needs in the Black community. And it's almost a thing we don't talk about, particularly with Black men. So when we see all this killing, and it's oftentimes Black men, what is that doing to our psyche? What is that doing to our belief systems about ourselves? When we see somebody's knee on a Black man's neck who's supposed to be protecting us, what is that, right? So we're breathing in the smog, and then how are we healing ourselves on purpose? And I don't know that that's something in our community, in our schools, we talk about not as a, you need help, you're crazy, but no, as a part of the natural human experience, because of the history of oppression and racism and sexism and all these things, you do have some things you need to work through in a healthy way so that you can act at your best self. And so I think that servant leadership, what are we doing that's productive to dismantle oppression, and how are we healing ourselves, and how are we helping to heal others? So that allyship is, how are you helping to heal because you're the oppressor, right? You have an additional responsibility to figure out, how do I help support in the way that they say that the people I'm oppressing say they need me to help, and then do it, right? So I think that's the ally role, be a healer, do your work on yourself, So you can get out of the way, provide a service to help heal, like, and elevate above yourself, which means sacrificing your privilege. So I think servant leadership, healing practices are the things we need to think about right now.
I'm going to try to connect this to actually the previous question. I think in these moments, there is the moment where I have to process it and manage it myself. But then I have to also realize that I have a responsibility. Our children, let me say this, our children learn not only in school, they learn from us. And so what they are watching in us, even in our response, is a lesson, right? And so we have a responsibility to not only react out of how we feel, but to think about what are we demonstrating for them. There were riots and things before us, and they taught us lessons. And so in this time, I want us to reflect on what is the lesson from someone mentioned the question about the churches, the businesses, and the communities. We have a responsibility for those who come behind us, even in times of crisis, even in times of chaos, to show them how they will come again. This is not the first time. And what are we showing them about how to respond? So honestly, when I saw the Central Park situation, and I'm at a loss right now for names and everything, but I was disturbed, but I was relieved that the two reporters were respected Black reporters who were talking about something boldly that was not taking place. So I was like, we now are in a space where we speak about it, not only in our communities, but on the news. So I was like, that's a lesson. I was like, you know what? That woman lost her job. She had to return her dog, and she lost her reputation. Those things are different than what has happened in other spaces. And I was like, if we start demonstrating that when it happens to us, this will not go down in the way it has in the past because we did these kinds of things, then our students will learn how to respond in crisis, not only emotionally and when they are feeling the hurt, but now what do I do to make it so that this is different for me in the future? And so I want us to think about in all of our spaces, what are we teaching them? What is the lesson we want them to learn, and how are we making sure they get it? Because they're not getting it from the news. We have to do that amongst ourselves. Second question, real quickly. I don't have much more to say than what Anna Shay said. Set me up and step back. And I think people who are really down for it will do that. Now, sometimes they want to set you up and they want you to be with them because they want to shine. But if you're really down for the cause, put the Black leader in front because you know they have the passion, because you know they have the commitment. And then we've always had people walking with us, but we've been at the forefront of this movement. And so put us there. If you have the resources, if you have the wherewithal, do that. That shows if your heart is really behind what you say you're about. And then help us to do that work. We realize they still have positional power in ways that we don't. All right, then support us in that way. And so I think that was a good point. Anna Shay, step up and set me up and step back.
Gotcha. I see one of the things that happened in the comment section. Warren Edwards says, "We are who we've been waiting for."
Yes.
You know, no better way to say it than that. Yeah, as educators and as leaders, you know, one of the things that, you know, that I made sure to do in my role was, one, to teach young people how to advocate for themselves, but two, also teach other partners how to support us as a school. So my first question to each of you is, how do you teach advocacy to young people so that they can actually tell you what their needs are, what they need to get from adults, and even how to give it to them? So tell me a little bit about how you teach advocacy. Let's start with you, Dr. Seaton.
So I think one thing is to ensure that they understand that that is part of their responsibility. So they see themselves as advocates. I think the other thing is co-creating with them an experience where they need to advocate. And so the organization I work for, the Center for Black Educator Development, we have a Freedom Schools program where high school students come up with some sort of question connected to community education. And last summer they had a question around, like, how do we increase fitness in the Black community with our elders? Because they saw lots of elders like sitting on their porches and like not really moving their bodies, right? And we know about health in our community. And so those young people interviewed, you know, elders. They came up with some recommendations. They did some reading, and then they had to write letters to our mayor to ask for certain things that they learned about, right? So I think young folks need support in how to define like what it is to be an advocate. Then they need an experience that capitalizes on the skills that they have in like writing and reading and doing statistics, and apply it to a real world problem that they care about. And then after that, really synthesize. So how do you use this now in your regular life on a small level or on a large level? Because this is part of the work that we need to do. So that experience piece is huge. And I think this identity element of I am an advocate for myself and others, I think those two pieces are pivotal.
Awesome. Karen.
I had a moment, as Rahman knows, my younger daughter told me this week that she wants to be an advocate. And so it made me a little emotional because I was like, did I teach her that? And maybe that I did. So I think sometimes, again, it's through our example that we are advocates ourselves. And so I think it's about teaching compassion. When you have compassion for people, you want what's best for them. When you teach them, I've never been an elementary school teacher, but I've been a parent, how to share and to give something for someone, to care about somebody other than yourself, then I teach compassion. And so when I see that that is not happening for someone, I want to advocate for that. That's the reason when I think that there is a right thing that should be done and that somebody is being mistreated or there is something that's wrong, because I care for them and I'm compassionate, then I want that thing for them. I want children to be educated. I want children to be loved. I want parents to, be able to do what they need. So I advocate because I speak up. I want to share my voice. And we also show them the power in when I said this happened, right? Helping them to make the connections between when I said it and when I said it this way, or when I wrote, Anna Shea talks about the power of the pen. When I wrote this letter to the CEO of blah, 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 and this changed, yes, let me show you. So I think it's about demonstrating that when we have them just writing these responses in classrooms, have them write things that matter, have them write things that are really going to change the game in their schools, in their communities, so that is what they learn. We can't just expect people to come up with a light bulb when they are in their 40s. We teach things along the way, train them up in the way they should go, and then they will not depart of it. So we train up advocates in this family. We train up advocates in this community. We advocate in this household. Like I'm advocating for that dinner or that dessert, whatever it is, we teach them and we train them up so that they can go and do this, that in their communities.
Yes, and yes, right? So number one for me is physical and mental safety, right? Like as the heart goes, so does the mind, right? And so we understand learning can't happen if the brain does not feel safe. So number one, advocacy and all of those things begin with a safe heart and a safe mind. Number two, or physical and mental safety. I think number two was affirmation of the brilliance and of who they are. So again, my kids have, since the age of 4, my daughter and my son have been engaged in liberatory networks in some capacity. I do not depend on a white school system or racist school system to affirm my child, right? If you don't see the brilliance of them, then you couldn't affirm them, right? So I don't depend on a school system to do what they are not qualified to do in certain ways. The next thing is self-interest. I want to know what your interests are with kids. Like, what do you have to gain? What do you want, right? How do we incentivize this thing? And then from there is direct access to power. If a student comes to me when I was a teacher and had a problem, I taught them how, step one, let's get clear on what the problem is. 2, let's get clear on your ask. And 3, I show them how to find the superintendent, the principal, whoever. And I teach them a template that they can copy and paste and they send it. And at the end of the day, the teacher don't want to look bad. Nobody, and the kid doesn't want to look bad. So again, we learn how to grant each other some grace, but also to get clear on our ask, right? Because if the kid hadn't done their part, right, teacher had, we have to see the humanity and bring everybody together. So for me, it is giving kids direct access to power so that they understand it early on and know how to leverage it. My children also know, now I'm going to support you with all these things, right? They know that literacy is a weapon. Every policy was written, right? Anything that has happened in this country is in text. So they understand literacy as a weapon. My 6-year-old even understands that. You can't touch her, right? But if they act up, right, there's consequences for that too. So my children also understand that, right? There's consequences, but we have to understand each other's self-interest and understand how to find common ground so that we can collectively accomplish that. But again, that direct access to power early on, so they know how to leverage it. We give all these kids compliance measures, uniform, all these different things, compliance, but yet we want them to be critical, independent thinkers. You actually have to give them time to exercise thinking critically and independent, right? If you want them to be deep thinkers. So I think that is critical for children.
Thank you. Candy, what do you got for us?
Yeah, it looks like we have more questions from those who are tuning in on Facebook. So Rhoda says, and let's show her question here, how do we truly overcome fear so we can take action and mobilize? There seems to be a lot of interest in creating new systems, but some are hesitant to move.
I like to say you got to work through the fear. You can't overcome it. You got to go through it. I remember I'm a swimmer. And when I learned how to swim, I was like swimming in 3 feet. And then the coach was like, it's time to go to the deep end. I was like, I'm scared. He was like, all right. And he walked past and he pushed me in. And there it was. And I had to figure it out. And so we got to sometimes just work through the fear. I don't know that there's an overcome the fear so that you can take action. I think the love and the compassion so that we can mobilize, or sometimes you get the support. There have been times where I'm afraid of doing something. I'll be like, Rahman, come with me. I need you, brother. And so there's some things that I will say, but the fear may still exist, but the mobilization can't wait for us to overcome it. The need is too great. And so I think the mobilizing can help reduce the fear, the coming together with others, knowing just like when you go out in those streets that somebody got your back. The same way happens when it's time to come together for a cause that is productive. It's like we are together, and that helps to decrease the fear. And so I think that is a big part of the getting together to do it.
Yeah. Can I chime in? I agree. I also think, Rhoda Green, thank you so much for your question. Thank you so much, because you have to stop and ask yourself, what is it exactly that I am fearful of, right? A lot of times we fear what we do not know. And even in the word, it talks about in all you're getting, get understanding. So I think the first thing, in addition to what we've heard from, my sisters and brother on this panel is, what is it that we are fearful of? When I was a Black woman and I started entering white education reform spaces, I was fearful, right? And I thought it was just like this magical place and they were really going to fix some issues. But the more I understood the rules of engagement at a systemic level, like my nickname is Rain Man. You can't touch me when it comes to like getting a policy, a system, and procedure. I read everything. And when I learned the secret with literacy as a weapon, and when I learned to read and do a close read and deeply understand, oh, baby, like I can be the person you love or the person you love to hate, right? And so I say to everybody on here, let's get clear on what that fear is and let's honor that, right? I think the other thing is I do have a network of African-centered brothers and sisters. So when I am weak and when I am vulnerable and when I am angry, I have a safe place to unpack, right? So I think that is very important. But I think fear is real. And I think we have to get underneath what about that is fearful. And then you have to learn. We are lifelong learners, right? So again, there's a constant self-disruption, right? If you have to self-disrupt daily or you will self-destruct. And that means every day we die to ourselves and we rise into something that is much bigger than us, which is our children. We get one shot at this thing called life, right? And you will never get this day again. So the question is, what do you fear? What will you do with the gifts, the power, and positionality that has been given to you? Everybody has something to bring to the table. So let's get underneath that fear. Let's focus on the promise and not the problem. And you have to be in community, which is the last thing. You got mamas over here opening this thing and this person over there in churches. The power is in the sum of us and not any one of us. We all need each other. And so I think that is what has happened is systems and Eurocentric ways of operating are very individualistic, and they put us in a place to try to figure things out by ourselves that we should have never been trying to figure out by ourselves.
Exactly.
We do have a question before we move on to the final panelist to answer the question we're talking about. What does ASE mean on your shirt? What does ASE mean?
So Ashe is a term of agreement. It's what they do in the Black. It's like Ashe. It's power. It is command. It is authority. It is speaking those things into existence as though they are. So that is Ashe is we are in agreement, but it's with power. It is not compliant. There's a power and a spirit that comes behind it.
Kelly, you're up.
Great. So I also appreciate this question, and I echo the sentiments from my colleagues on the panel. The first thing I thought about when I heard the word fear is around, just the spiritual nature of fear, and that it is a matter of the heart, and that it's okay to be afraid. A long time ago, when my family grew up in Mississippi, mom and dad, I was in the airport, and they have a video of Medgar Evers and everything that happened, right, from the blood on the sidewalk, and I remember thinking, he knew the risk he was taking, right, to stand up for others. Like he knew he could be gunned down at any moment. Now, everybody didn't take the same risk, wasn't on the front line like him, but everybody had something in their hand to do. And so I ask myself sometime, in this situation, should I be a Medgar Evers, right? Like, is that the sacrifice that I'm called upon to make? Or am I a support of a Medgar Evers, right? I think both of those roles are honorable. They're different risks involved, clearly, because he gave his life. But I think we have to think about like the cost of the thing that's being asked of us. I think Karen made a great point around like her coach was the person who was walking with her, right? Like, so finding the folks to walk with you, I think like asking of yourself the thing that you can do, right? So when Karen said the 3 feet, if all you can do is 3 feet, that is totally okay. And so I think honoring the gift that you bring, like I think it's Black folks, and I think Black people, and I think Black women in particular, we don't always have folks honoring the gifts we bring because so much is required of us, like be a mother, be a sister, clean the house, right? All these things. And so we just do it with no gratitude and think no gratitude is deserved. Sometimes we have to stop and say, I'm gonna give honor to myself in this moment as I honor other folks, and then do the next thing, right? But I do think doing the thing and pausing for a moment, thank you, God, for the strength to do this thing. Give me the strength to do the next thing. And knowing that, like, you don't have to have the strength to do it. So if the strength comes from a partner, great. If it comes from God sending you a partner, great. If it comes from an inspiration from something you saw on TV, great, right? Like, I think we have to believe the inspiration will come sometimes before we take the step. And I think if we believe it'll come, right? I think there's a scripture that talks about they stepping on the water and the ground rose to their feet, right? And so sometimes you just gotta say, I'm gonna put this step out and I'm gonna believe the stone's gonna come. Now, sometimes you don't, right? Because there's a cost and a risk, but sometimes you do. So whatever the choice is, I think we can't demonize ourselves for being afraid, because children and men are losing their lives. This is a real thing. This is a fearful time. We are in a civil war. Like, I think about how they say education is a civil right. It is. We are also now, I believe, in a civil war. It's a slow simmering one. We don't have like cannons and bombs, but we definitely are in a war. And so that is something to be cautious and thoughtful about. So I say, acknowledge the fear, examine, Anna Shea said, examine it for what it is, but then like do the prayer, whatever it is that you do to like hold yourself in the moment and just ask for strength wherever it comes from. Like Karen said, get somebody to walk with you, do the 3 feet step if that's what you need to do. And if you stay at 3 feet, stay at 3 feet, right? If that's where you stay, but if your next step is 6 feet, and then honor your contribution. Like, no contribution is too small, because like Anna Shea said, it's all of us doing this thing together. The body has many parts to make it work. The finger is like no less important than the toe, right? And so like we gotta honor what we give and then do the next thing.
And so,
I have my last thought on that.
Go ahead, please.
I just wrote down, I was like, particularly because I deal with a lot of leaders, and I tell them that you can't lead in fear. There is always a risk, but the reward is worth it. And so doing those things, but you can't let the fear capture you and make you unable to lead, right? You have to do it when you're called to do it, because the reward is worth it. Our children are worth it. We have to press on.
Thank you. I think we have just time for one more question, so I want to field it to all of you, because I've heard in different segments, different kind of calls to action. But as a leader, and oftentimes when I was a principal, one of my biggest charges was to make sure the work that I was doing in the building was supported by every other entity outside the building. I often said it's a triangle. There's home, there's school, and then there's whatever that third thing is that they do in life that I'm not there for, and how do I incorporate them in the school model that I'm doing with home and us? What's your call to action? How do you get other stakeholders, other shareholders, to Anna Shea's point earlier, involved in this village that we often talk about, but sometimes don't see as much as we should? How do you rally up that village to do the work of supporting the important work you're doing and leading young people? Anna Shea, you can go first. I see it bubbling. Go ahead.
No, yeah, that's a great question. What has worked for me, and what I am unapologetically who I am. And the dimensions, I tell people the dimensions of my humanity, like it'll blow your mind, right? I show up, like I have my good friend Leilani who's on here, like I sing, I dance, I like ratchet music, you know what I mean? So I honor all the dimensions of who I am. And because I honor that, it frees others to be authentically who they are. And so I think you have to lead with understand, like lead with being honest with your self-interest, right? No, like I'll be honest, like I have to be honest, like what I want. And so I'm always clear on my ass. But when I'm clear on my ass, what I find with white, regardless of racial background, we find overlap in what we want. And that's when we start to break the barrier of isolating race on race, and we start to see the humanity. And what a white mother wants for their child is not drastically different what I want for my Black child. It just looks different in how we accomplish it. It is also different. Power is different. Power is different, right? So I think that is what's most important, is humanity as the Northern Star, while still being true to who you authentically are. I don't have to die to my Blackness to rise into humanity. And so I think that's what's important.
Get your comment on ultimately how do we establish community around that concept of village? How do you establish community? Kelly, did you hear me?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I didn't hear you. Your voice got a little bit.
How do you work to establish that village concept, that concept of community? How do you go about doing that as a leader?
Mm-hmm.
Your call to action, if you will, to a community.
What is my call to action?
To this community that you want to establish, yes.
Yeah, I think, honestly, I think it goes back to this idea of like, what is in your hand to do? Like, I really think that question, I'm sorry, I don't remember the name, around fear, right? Because I do think fear can come in lots of forms. It can be like all out, it's a fire. It could be like, I wonder if. It could be like, I'm a little nervous, right? Like all those things are connected to fear. So I do think folks being supported and encouraged and honored and identifying the thing that they can do. I also think like we do have to say the purpose of the thing is the call to action. Like I think we have to start with, this is the thing that we have an obligation and a responsibility to do regardless of our position. So I think if we start with like, this is the goal, right? And so then within this goal, like this is the purpose of the time, call to action. What is it that you have to do from where you stand? And then I think like honoring and supporting people in that. And I don't think that we can forget about these things around the mindset piece and how complicated that can be, that some folks will need help around like skill development. If they're like, I want to do this, but I don't know how to write, or I want to do this, but I don't know how to use punctuation, right? Like, how do we support people in the actual technical things they need to do to get the thing done? I think some people may have the skill, but they're not willing, they're not motivated. It could be fear, it could be finances, it could be whatever, lazy, it could be lots of different things, right? I don't believe. And so how do we help folks and inspire them to be motivated to do it? And if they're struggling to believe, which is mindset, if they're saying, I don't know if this is going to work, I don't know if this is worth it, it's been like this for years, racism will always exist, how do we help them to examine their mindsets? And like Karen said, point out the proof points, like say, nah, this is not the same as it was. Yeah, the problem is still a problem, but we have made some gains and some strides. And just like Medgar Evers died, like for the sake of us to have access, like you may have to make some sacrifices for the sake of somebody else to have access, right? So I think thinking about that skill, do they have the stuff to do it? How do we help them? Are they motivated and inspired to do it? If not, where does that come from? And then do we really believe it can be done and that it matters? Helping people to believe. Like, I think that's the way to get folks to like be energized to do it. Skill, will, mindset.
Thank you. Karen, you're up.
I think I'm going to go back to a point I made earlier. The thing I would charge and challenge people to do is to think about the lesson. When I think about I'm going to stick with some of the greats, like I knew what Dr. Martin Luther King's cause was about. I knew what Medgar Evers' cause was about. I knew what Malcolm X was trying to do and how they were different. What I don't know now is what we're about. Like, I know we're angry and we're frustrated, but we need leaders to help channel that with a purpose. We need to say like, and because of what's happening, we are going to do this, and we rally around. Right now, we're operating just out of our frustration, and it's fine to be frustrated. There's a moment and a time for that. And then we need to rise up. I also want to challenge the leaders, just leaders in any sector, in schools, in our communities. A great leader that I respect, whom I respect, Jeffrey Canada, said years ago when I was at a panel with him that we've gotten too soft. And we've got to get back to not dealing with all of the pieces of these processes and structures and who else and what we need to post. But what are you really about? If your heart is about the children and or you're really about doing something in the Black community, write the vision, make it plain, rally the troops, and let's get at it. But right now, that's the challenge right there. I'm ready. I haven't done it myself, I'll be honest, but I'm ready. Let's do it.
Absolutely. So, ladies, in closing, I think there's one thing I want to do with you, and I'm honestly going to give credit to, because it's not my idea, but Bite and my brothers, Desus and Mero, they have a thing where they close with a guest, and they ask that guest, if you had a neon sign, so we know how limited that is, what would your neon sign say? So this is your closing statement to this panel, to this world. What would your neon sign say? And we're going to start with Dr. Kelly Seaton. What would your neon sign say?
Great, as I have no time to think, but okay. My neon sign would say, what is in your hand to do right now? Honor that, do it, and then do the next thing.
Thank you for that. Karen, what would your neon sign say?
Live with purpose and do it on purpose.
No doubt. And close us out strong, teach them right.
The pressure. One sign would say the sum of us is always greater than any one of us. And then the second one would say hashtag be the disruption.
All right. Thank you so much. Candy, back to you.
I am so full right now. The notes, the everything that I took down, I mean, the panel has been so amazing. So thank you all. For those of you watching on YouTube or you're watching on Facebook, please go tag someone. What we need you to do right now, because we have more panels and more great discussions coming up, hit the share button. We want you not only to hit share, but also, would you tag someone's name in the comments section? That will alert them that we have panels all day. This is the State of Black Students. It is hosted by the 530 Scholars. This is the Pursuit of Excellence Conference. And thank you all again to the panelists. We're going to be back. We're going to take a 15-minute break. You hear some music, some lobby music, and you'll be waiting in the lobby. But please go tell someone, because the conversations are going to keep going. Rockman, great job. Ladies, thank you so much for being with us today. Don't go anywhere, you guys. We'll be back in about 10 to 15 minutes.
Indeed.
Scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30 Scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 Scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 Scholars. 5:30. scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. Scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is all we do is all we do is win. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30.
And we are back live. We want to thank all of you for staying with us, for coming back on. This panel all day, Reese, has been absolutely fire.
I bet.
Absolutely amazing. I know that you've got some panelists waiting here in the back room. I want to welcome everyone to the State of Black Students. This is an event hosted by the 530 Scholars. This is the Pursuit of Excellence Conference. I'm your producer director. I will not be with you on camera very much. I will turn it over into the very capable hands of our facilitator today, Reese LaFrancis. So everyone, please welcome Reese here. And also, you're going to have some dynamic panelists with you today, right?
Yes, I am really excited to hear some of the gems that they are going to drop today. So I cannot wait to get into this today. I'm really excited.
Well, we are so thankful to have our panelists with us, and I'm going to ask everyone to post your comments, your questions. If you are watching on Facebook or you are on YouTube, we want this to be a really rich discussion, and so we're going to hear from some really dynamic and brilliant panelists today. Reese, I'm going to turn it over to you, but I am here for any audio or technical difficulties. I'll pop back in and help to facilitate that piece, but I think we're ready to turn it over to you, Reese. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Thank you for having me. I am so excited. So first, before we get started, I'm just quickly introduce myself. I am Sharisa, or everyone knows me as Reese LaFrancis Parnell. I am the founder of the Young Women's Professional League. I am also a certified life coach and also an award-winning social entrepreneur with over 15 years of experience in the nonprofit sector. So that's just a little bit about my background, but today is not about me. We have some awesome panelists in here. When Brother Silas asked me to facilitate this panel and I saw the names, I was like, oh, wow. I was overjoyed because I was like, you know, this is supposed to be wisdom for other people, but I was like, I am going to glean from this wisdom as well. So I am extremely excited to hear these panelists today. So what I want to do first is I'm going to just read off our panelists, and then I'm going to allow each one of our panelists to introduce themselves, right? So to me reading a bio, I want you all to come through and introduce yourself, and then we're going to jump right into the question at hand, all right? So it looks like on this panel today, I have Marcus Klein, the founder of Freedom Homeschool International, Asada Moore, founder of More Love Investments, Charles G., partner of G Lead Law, and Kiana Barber, founder of WDB Marketing. All right. So I'm gonna start with who did I name? Mr. Marcus Klein. Why don't you come on in and introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about you and what you do?
530 Scholars. I see it's at least maybe 5 scholars that used to attend my school. So I do have a contribution in their learning development. And also I like to just remind our viewers that I was shining up my award given at the 2018 Legacy Awards by my friend and cohort, Sister Kiana Barber. So she gave me an award and I was just shining up today. So I thought I'd start off with that. But my name is Marcus Klein. I'm the founder of 5 independent African-centered schools here in Chicago, one being Freedom Home Academy International, School of Literacy, as well as our high school, Nkrumah International Academy. We also have an independent school in Detroit. We're working on Tanzania and Kenya now. So right now well, that's it for me. you know, I rather let my actions do more of the talking. So
I heard that. I know that's right. I know that's right, brother. All right. All right. So next we're gonna move on to Miss Asada Moore. Why don't you come on in and introduce yourself?
Sure. Thank you. My name is Asada Moore, as mentioned, and thank you for having me. And I'm a retired high school principal from the University of Chicago Charter School. I was a teacher since I was 18 years old, started off volunteering at a school, Sankofa Shule, teaching middle school students trigonometry and calculus, how to code, program, travel the country from Ghana to Senegal, Paris, LA, you name it, teaching teachers how to make mathematics fun and enjoyable, and teaching the true founders of mathematics, if you will, out of ancient Kemet. I retired to be a full-time investor, and because I was tired of the system and white people thinking that they could tell me how to educate Black children. And so once I realized that they weren't serious about truly educating our young people, I decided to retire and live off of my investments and teach others how to invest.
All right. So of course, me and Miss Moore have a connection. My daughter went to UCW while she was the principal there. So I got to know her there. So, and I concur about the state of education for our Black children. So that's why I'm really excited to have you both, you and Mr. Klein, on here. All right, so we're gonna have Charles G. Mr. G, why don't you come in and introduce yourself?
My name is Charles G. I'm an attorney in Florida. I co-founded the GLE law firm with my lifelong friend, Adara Lee. We specialize in personal injury, workers' compensation, and we're also getting involved with civil rights appropriately during this time. So basically that's me in a nutshell. I don't want to go too much in detail of my resume, too much like Mr. Klein said. Just rather let the action do the talking for me. So that's me in a nutshell. An attorney here in Florida, and I just try to serve my community in the best way that I can.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So next we have Miss Kiana Barber, who is a sister of mine. She was officially inducted into, I think you were in the first year we did the induction of the 40 under 40 for the Young Men's Professional League. So Kiana, please introduce yourself.
Yes, I was excited. I was in the inaugural year. I should be I should be dusting off my award like Mark. Yes, I'm excited as always to be here. Thank you to Silas specifically for inviting me. I'm, as you said, the CEO of WDB Marketing. So we do all things marketing for small businesses, graphic design, branding. We're one of the only Black printing manufacturers in the South suburbs, so I'm always very proud of that. So we do as much as we can to just empower and support entrepreneurs to be more successful. And as Mark has mentioned, we also curate the Legacy Awards, which is a celebration of Black entrepreneurs. And we have a youth entrepreneur piece to that where we award them prizes. So supporting Black young entrepreneurs is actually my passion. I think that our biggest gift that we can give to the next generation is for them to be more successful faster, than we were. So young entrepreneurship is my passion, and I'm excited to be on the panel.
Awesome. Thank you, Miss Kiana Barber. And I look like I have another panelist on here that I did not have in my list, but come on in. Miss Eunice Smith, I believe that's who we have on here. So please come on in and introduce yourself.
For having me, like you mentioned.
I think you may still be muted.
Oh, okay, it says.
Okay, there we go.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. I want to first of all say thank you, Silas, for inviting me to this very empowering panel. I'm passionate about helping young people learn all things that help to make them successful. But I am a creative entrepreneur. So I'm a screenwriter, lecturer, and I'm the founder of the Wordsmith Writers Lab, where we teach screenwriting so that people can learn to tell their stories and have an opportunity to change the narrative of mainstream media through movies and television shows that humanize our experience in this world.
I love it. Yes, owning the narrative, owning our narrative. I love it. All right. Well, it looks like we have a strong panel here today. I'm excited. I also have a background, as I stated, over 15 years in the nonprofit sector, implementing after-school programming for a nonprofit for girls, teaching evidence-based SEL curricula. So I have a long history with working with youth and in that population, and now even transitioning with the league, working with young women 18 to 24. So when it comes to our youth, we're going to have only one question. We're going to have time to answer one question today, and this is going to govern our conversation today. So this is the question that I have for all of our panelists. What are the 3 skills that young people need to develop to be a successful entrepreneur? What are the 3 skills, 3 key skills? What are 3 key skills that young people need to develop to be successful as an entrepreneur? All right. So this is the trailblazer, right? So all of you all are seen as trailblazers. That's why I thought this was so dope, because I am a believer of if you see something that's not there, create it. Don't complain about it. If something is missing, then it is your job to create it, right? And so that's what I thought in creating the league. So I was really excited to facilitate the trailblazers, this conversation. So I'm gonna start backwards. So Eunice, I'm gonna start with you. Is that okay? Are you ready?
Sure, I'm ready.
Okay, so 3 skills that young people need to develop to be a successful entrepreneur.
Sure. So I'm going to start off because I'm a little bit biased. The number one skill that I think people have to have, young people especially, is storytelling skills. Because your ability to tell your story is going to play into your marketing. It's going to play into your development of a brand. And it's also going to play into the development of a product or service that you're going to eventually offer in exchange for some monetary, you're going to use that as some monetary exchange. Yeah. So the first one is storytelling. The second one is money management, because you need to understand enough about money in order to set your prices. You've got to understand the expenses that go along with running a business, which a lot of entrepreneurs don't necessarily figure in. And you've got to understand how much it's going to cost you to pay people to help you to buy the software and create the infrastructure that you need in order to run a successful business. So that money management spans the entire line of running a successful business. The third thing I would say is probably tenacity. Entrepreneurship is not for the faint of heart. It's not something that we can just jump into and then kind of jump out of when we don't like the way things are going. So we have to learn how to persevere past the bumpy spots, past the bumps in the road. When we don't have exactly what it is that we think we need, we've got to be able to persevere past those spots in order to figure out the solutions to the problems that inevitably kind of come up as we are working towards gaining momentum for our business. So the 3 things are storytelling, money management, and tenacity.
Love it. And I saw someone comment about that storytelling. That is so key, right? Because everybody is usually selling you something nowadays, right? Everyone has something to sell, but really it's how do we connect people with the story? And a lot of people struggle with the story. I including being one of them, sometimes struggling with telling the story. You can be passionate about something, but if you don't connect people to your why and be able to really tell that story, it makes it very difficult. You will get lost in the noise, right?
That's right.
The noise of social media, the noise of culture. So those are good. So storytelling skills, money management, and tenacity.
Yes.
Okay? All right. That's a strong 3. All right. So we'll move to our next panel, our next panelist. And we're going to go with Miss Kiana Barber. You come on in and give us your 3.
Yes. So one of my 3 is actually kind of piggybacking off of what Eunice said, and it was about math skills. So, business is always about knowing your numbers, whether it's how profitable you are, whether it's how much you're selling. So that now you can hire somebody else. But just working with so many businesses, I feel like one of our biggest Achilles heels, honestly, is our numbers. A lot of copycat pricing. They don't use their own set of pricing. They say, well, I just pulled this menu from another restaurant, so I'm going to charge the same thing. Well, they don't have the same expenses. So I think a lot of times we're afraid of those numbers, and we really have to dive deep. As we see with big companies all day long, you could be $100 million company and still go out of business. They can still go bankrupt because they didn't know their numbers well enough to say, hey, I don't care what you're selling. If it's not profitable enough, then you won't stay around and you won't be able to hire anybody. One of the things that I did, I've been doing this a long time, but when I first started, I priced everything just based on me. I didn't price it based on me hiring anybody, doing anything. I was the cheapest around. So I got a lot of business. But what happened, as soon as I began to grow, I said, I got to go up on my prices. So I think that really learning math, understanding those numbers, understanding what profitability looks like, and being able to really chime off those numbers. I need to be able to sell 1,000 units a month to get to where I need to go. So I think developing the math skills, shout out to 530 Scholars, they're a client of mine, shameless plug, but they that's what they really push our students to really understand mathematics, being able to do it in their head. I've been a math nerd since I was young. So it really came in handy because I always know my numbers. People are always asking me for pricing all day long, and I'm able to chime it off because I took the time to really take math seriously. So I think really developing that math skills. Second, again, being a little biased, I'm in the creative industry. And Reese, I'm sure you'll relate to this, a digital skill. You gotta have a digital skill if you can learn while you're in junior high, high school, graphic design, videography, photography, web design, learn one of those. Even if you don't learn all of them, if I had one of those skills when I was in high school, one, I tell people two things. One, is going to help you with your own business because now you got something that you can do yourself. And then two, it's one of the best trades that you can always make money off of. Family members, friends, somebody always needs something designed. Somebody always needs a photo done. Somebody always needs a website. So I think it's just a great skill set to develop while you're young. That's one of the things I didn't do because I didn't know what I was going to be doing. But if you could develop that while you're young, you'll make money at it. And then you'll also have a built-in skill set to be able to grow your business. So digital, whether that's graphics, websites, photography, videography, but just focusing in on one of those skills would be great. And then finally, I would just say communications. So again, knowing that I wanted to be an entrepreneur, I took typing, and this was, again, 20 years ago, not to tell my age, but I became one of the fastest I was the fastest typer in the class. That skill set still blesses me to this day because I have to do so much. So whether you're doing a speech class, learning how to really compose emails, you'll have other people to support you. But as Eunice said, nobody can tell your story like you can. So when you develop strong communication skills early on, it helps you so much. As an entrepreneur, you're going to have to send out an email. You don't want to be dependent on somebody else to say, oh, can you send this out for me? Can you write this proposal? So just having those strong skill sets when you're at networking events, you're always communicating. You're always in speech mode, honestly. Reese, you know this. You're always just a powerful speaker.
Absolutely.
You're always in speech mode. So really developing that communication skill set. So taking either a speech class, writing courses, something while you're actually still in school will help you throughout your business career.
Absolutely. Okay. That, once again, another strong read. Kiana is definitely an entrepreneur I've been blessed to watch and have some time around and with, and those math skills. I saw someone say, yes, run the numbers. I absolutely understand that. It was one of the questions when I transitioned the league from being an initiative under another organization to trying to move it to being a standalone organization. That was the first question. What's the numbers? I was like, I don't know. So let me get somebody in. That was the first questions, because you don't have a business if it doesn't make money, right? Then everybody says that's a hobby, right? If your business doesn't make money, or if it's a business, depending on what you're trying to do, and so you have to know those numbers. Definitely those digital skills. Man, you are so right. People now just having a skill, being able to do a website, do a simple flyer, be creative. it's something that you can always do, like you say, to make money. And that communication is key. Having to talk, being able to speak, whether, they like to call it code switch, but it's just being able to articulate, like you say, and tell your story. And you need to be able to do that as a young entrepreneur to be able to speak well, right? All right. So those were another good strong point. Moving right along, because I know we are on a time crunch. So next we have Mr. Charles G. I'm gonna have you come in and give us what are your 3 skills.
I'm kind of piggybacking on some of the things I've already heard. And first off, the panelists are killing it, by the way, with these 3 skills. But I want to start off with communication skills again. And I be a little more specific, both verbal and written. Sometimes we can find ourselves in a situation that requires some type of impromptu communication. And whether that's speaking in a room with some strangers, whether you want to get your point across via email or some type of presentation. So your communication skills are going to be key in getting your point across. Second thing I want to hit on is leadership skills. Do you have and people may ask, how can you hone your leadership skill? Well, ask yourself, what is it that you want to do? Practice on communicating that some type of way, verbally, or written, and ask that person, was it clear that you just tried to present? Because sometimes, as an entrepreneur, we want to get something across. We want to sell this product. We want to present this vision, but the room is left unsure about what it is that you actually want or actually need to push your vision further. So a clear vision is paramount. And I think you hone your leadership craft by continuing to clarify what it is that you want to get across. The last skill, I think, and you can kind of divide it up, is patience / resilience. Because as we start out in the entrepreneurship field, we're full of such energy and vigor that we want everything to happen right then and there. And sometimes, well, not sometimes, but most times, it doesn't happen that way. And you're going to hear no's. You're going to hear, I'll get back to you. You're going to hear something that sounds like a yes, but eventually it's just a delayed no. And how you're going to respond to that. So practicing some type of patience and resilience to keep your energy and your vigor at a high level, I think is highly important as you go along in your journey of entrepreneurship. So again, my 3 skills, again, are communication, both verbal, leadership, have a clear vision, and patience / resilience.
Love it. I love it. Leadership skills was one of the things that was definitely a part of my root. And, because without a vision, the people perish, right? So a strong leader has to have a solid vision. So I loved about how you spoke about having a clear vision, right? And then being able to communicate that vision, which goes back to the storytelling, right? To the buy-in. So all of those are very, very necessary. And then like those communication skills, written and verbal. I went to Holy Angels Grammar School and I had a nun in 8th grade. And she stayed on us about having good verbal and written skills. She taught us how important that was as young Black children to be able to write well and speak well. She used to say colloquialism is only for behind closed doors when you with your brother and your sister. But when you out in the public, you need to know how to speak well and write well. And so those are very key. Something that I know a lot of our Black children in the public school system a lot of times usually struggle with are the writing skills and the verbal skills. So that's something I can't wait till I get to Mr. Klein. But up next for the 3 skills, we're going to have Miss Asada Moore come in and tell us what are your 3 skills.
Is this rated PG, PG-13? What's the rating on this?
Oh, see, I'm not sure. Let me look in the chat for Silas to tell us. Because
Right,
you
so-
like, I want to keep it really real.
Hey, the first thing is I have to come back in what Kiana said about mathematics. My background was in mathematics and engineering. And so I never went to teacher school, type 75 certification, any of that, and became principal because of my ability to work with data, numbers, and to problem solve. But that doesn't count as one of mine. I just had to reinforce what Kiana said. So my three, number one, our young people need to have a true education of who they are in this world, because right now the educational system is anti-entrepreneurial. And so one of the things when I was at UCW, I proposed eliminating one of the mathematics classes, geometry, because how many people go outside of their lives and use geometry, especially in entrepreneurship? And instead, I proposed that I start a wealth building class where I taught young people how to invest in real estate hands-on. And I wanted them to buy properties using per pupil funding, to buy properties in Woodlawn, fix it up, take a portion, and sell it to a family in the community. They shot it down. Okay. So the education system is anti-entrepreneur. So parents have to do a better job of teaching it to the young people themselves. Number two, they have to have a "you can't tell me shit" attitude, meaning that they're going to have a lot of people telling them what they can and what they can't do. Society by design tells our young Black people, our young Black children every single day that they ain't shit and ain't gonna never be shit. Okay. Number three, if I'm able to bring in the great words of Bone Crusher that said, "I ain't never scared," they have to have an attitude that they're not scared. And so I'm the type of investor entrepreneur that will take ridiculous risk. And so with that, I can make a really good peanut butter and jelly sandwich. So if I lost it all, I'm going to take that risk. I'm not afraid, because as an entrepreneur, you have to take risks that other people aren't willing to take. And there are going to be a lot of failures. And what you have to do is fail your way to success. And so I'm never afraid of what I may lose. I'm never afraid of what others may say about me. Those things just don't worry me. Set a goal and persistently and consistently go for it. So my three is parents need to support them with a better educational system and foundation. Number two, they can't worry about what others are going to say. And number three, they can't be afraid
to take risks. All right. So staying true to yourself, having a true foundation of who you are. Like, I really, really enjoy those three, because, you know, without knowing who you are, without belief in yourself, everything pretty much rises and falls on what you believe you can do, right? And so belief in yourself, belief in your vision, and taking that risk is key. It's interesting, because I was just having a conversation with someone yesterday, and they were like, "Oh, well, you don't know. Someone said this and someone said that." And I said, and because at the end of the day, I'm still going to push forward to whatever I believe my vision is, and I'm going to do it the way that God gave it to me. So if someone doesn't like it, they either in or in the way. So, you know, and you really have to, as an entrepreneur, because people are going to always tell you you can't do something. People are always going to, of course, if they have not done it, right, they only going to talk to you at the level of usually what they've been able to accomplish or complete. And so, yeah, you definitely have to have a level of perseverance to be able to do that. And that really starts with really knowing who you are. All right. So last but not least, on our Trailblazer panel, we have Mr. Marcus Klein. And so I want to have you wrap us on up with, what 3 skills do you believe young people need to develop in order to be an entrepreneur?
Particularly Asada. I like what Asada said, but I'm going to take it from the classroom standpoint, what I teach my children.
Okay.
This actually was a topic 2 months ago in my classroom. So my number one is knowledge of self. The children must know who they are in order for them to build any type of successful anything. They must know why they're doing it. So number one would be knowledge of self. We're speaking from an African standpoint, self-defining, self-determination, and self-empowerment. These same attributes mentioned by Kwame Nkrumah, Marcus Garvey, and so on. So teaching knowledge of self would be first. Second would be the why. Why are you starting a business? How financial independence furthers the goals of African people. They should. Every business that we start should further the goals of us. If it doesn't, why are you doing it? There must be a goal and aspiration involved. So that's what culture does. Culture sets guideposts for us to help us make decisions. If it doesn't, we're using someone else's culture, which means that business will benefit someone else, not us. So number two would be, of course, financial independence and who does it serve? That's number two. Number one, of course, knowledge of self, teaching the children early on. Number three, of course, what I do, I teach the children the original reason why capitalism was created. We go historically. Why was capitalism created? Capitalism was created for the exploitation of your ancestors, first and foremost. So everything has a historical context. Business is no exception. So teaching from a historical standpoint will give our children a different purview. We're not looking at business from a European dialectic. We're looking at business from a position of how it can serve us as African people. Now, I think it's very integral and apropos that I had this topic in my classroom, but Sister Eunice said that storytelling skills are important. It is. That's what a griot does. A griot in Africa was someone who told stories, but the stories were based on cultural context, and that's what business would be. The same way, focusing on, of course, the 9 areas of people activity, entertainment, politics, culture, war, and things of that nature. But just to summarize it, knowledge of self is first. How does financial independence further the goals of African people is second, and third is teaching the original context of capitalism. And there are alternatives to capitalism. So teaching the children historically where capitalism came from, how it's used to exploit other people, not just Black people, African people, but brown people as well, and teaching of how there are alternatives to such. Speaking obviously from a historical standpoint. The children suck this up. I know it sounds lofty, but the children love it because we start teaching about, Kwame Nkrumah, Che Guevara, Fidel Castro, things of that nature. So now socialism, communism, capitalism, all those things are taught as viable alternatives for capitalism. So those are my three.
Oh, man, awesome. So rich. I definitely really honestly believe a lot of our young people today, when we fuss so much about them or we complain, and a lot of times it's because of that disconnect of them not knowing where they come from, right? Not knowing their history, not having a cultural context. And so people, say, oh, these children are this, that, and the third. But if no one has really taught them from a young age, like you said, at an impressionable age, when their minds are really open and giving them the context, it's kind of like, the saying, you don't know where you're going unless you know where you've been, right? You really can't see where you're going unless you know where you've been. And so a lot of our children have to make that connection, or we need to have that at the forefront of them being able to make that connection. So if I can just add my little three, because you all did a wonderful job, and I'm gonna go back through and read you all's ones just to recap and wrap up. But I'm gonna add my three on for a little sauce, and I'm gonna say emotional intelligence is definitely one. Being aware of your emotions and knowing how to control your emotions, right? So I definitely believe learning a level of emotional intelligence as a leader, as an entrepreneur, is key. Team building. You cannot do this thing alone. If you're really looking to be successful as an entrepreneur, you really have to learn how to work with other people. I see a lot of solopreneurs, and that's great. If all you want to do is being able to brag about your 6 figures, that's cool. But when you're really trying to build legacy, it takes a team to build legacy. And so you have to know how to work with people. And then my third would just be developing, going back to that probably more so knowledge of self and communication, just knowing your purpose. What is my God-given, divine, ordained purpose? How am I supposed to use my skills to enhance other people's lives, right? And when you know that, when you really sit in on your purpose and you hone that purpose and you understand your why, you understand why God has put you on this earth, you go after things a little differently, right? You have a different passion, a different fire. So I think that's our time. I saw our producer came back. I don't know if I'm supposed to,
not at all. Continue the great discussion. And first of all, thank you to all the panelists. This is absolutely amazing. But what we want to do is just engage our audience just a bit here. And there are some questions for you all. And I will certainly bring back Charles as well. We just have a certain number of camera shots that we can have. So I'm here temporarily. Let me bring up this question, really good, from someone watching it looks like you're watching on Facebook, because we're also live on YouTube. Warren says, what would you recommend to a parent who came up in the European education system and hadn't learned the importance of culture? Where should they start? I'll turn it back to you.
Okay. So Asada or Mr. Klein, would you either want to? Okay.
I can take it. Sankofa, return to the past in order to go forward. You will have to start with works by your own scholars. There are a number. We can start with The Destruction of Black Civilization by Chancellor Williams. We can start with The Miseducation of the Negro. We can start with Nile Valley Contributions to Civilization. Dr. Molefi Asante out of Temple University has an African-American text that he has. Dr. Maulana Karenga, the founder of Kwanzaa, have quite a few. As far as your ethical teachings, you want to go back to the teachings of Ma'at: truth, justice, balance, order, harmony, and reciprocity. Those ethical teachings to bring more good into the world than what was there when you want to go back to those traditional Black scholars and start your learnings in all there. And it can't be from a European center. I mean, just imagine, go anywhere in Israel and show me a Jewish school with a German principal, with German young white women teachers educating classrooms full of Jewish children. Show me that. Show me that, and I'll give you every piece of property that I own.
Right. That's right. Mr. Klein, did you want to get in there?
Yeah. That's Baba Warren asked that question. You know, I had all three of his children at my school. So he should already know some of the works that he needs to read, because I gave them to him personally. But I can give him a couple. This is a great one right here. Black Student Guide. Great book he can get. He can call me for it. This is a great piece. Here's another one. The sister Asada mentioned some great ones. You know, there's some great pieces. But like we said, this is a great one too. These are books that's read by my students as well. First off, I want to say this. I'm gonna be real quick, 30 seconds. We have to become more active readers than passive readers. Every book that we have in the library should be read in order to teach them, period. Every book that I have, and there's hundreds of them. I spent 15 years publishing a magazine called Frontline. So my original job was to research. That's what I do. So I just extended that skill on to teaching. So every book that I use now is an active readership list. It's read to teach. So the books that I have goes directly and it's injected right into the children. Now, another skill for those that want to be teachers would be the ability to write lesson plans and curriculum. That's a definite skill we're going to need, because as we read these books, be able to decipher them and inculcate that learning into a regular curriculum. So that'd be another skill too. But yeah, Aaron, just give me a call. I'd love to give you a nice little book list.
Okay. I see a question. Can we get Asada Moore and Marcus Klein to commit on a book addressing African-centered education? So is there, I guess, one book, if you could pick out of the many that, I believe that's what the question is asking, addressing African-centered education?
I'll let Sister go first.
This revolution ain't going to be easy, so one book is not going to get it.
Right.
They wrote plenty of books on how to keep us down. All right.
Yeah.
So There is a curriculum by Dr. Molefi Asante that's out on, and he's given history from an African-centered standpoint. There are a number of people that's out there. They came before Columbus. Like I said, Nile Valley Contributions to Civilization, Man, God, and Civilization, Sheikh Anta Diop. I mean, all of those different scholars, if they wanted from a standpoint of being, you know, more, I guess, entertaining, lack of a better word, you have 2000 Seasons, right? There are a number of, it's not going to be a one book. I have books in my bathroom, in my kitchen, in my hallway from the first floor to the second floor. There's no room in my home that you can't go into, not even a common area, and find a book. So there is not one book. And I mean, you can push it to, I'll give it over to Brother Marcus here and let him see if he can give one. But if we're talking about a curriculum, I'm sticking with Dr. Molefi Asante, and he also has the anthology African Intellectual Heritage, where he has a number, and it's a huge book, where he has a number of pieces that's in there. In particular, the one that I love, the Zulu Declaration.
Oh, okay. I just want to chime in really quickly. I can't add to this, but they want you all to commit to writing a book.
Yeah, that's all I was saying. The 530 scholars said, no, we want them to write a book. And they said, challenge. They're challenging you all to write.
All right, I'm down. All right, Marcus, I'm down.
On African-centered education, which I think is dope as well. So, Mr. Klein, if you want to still comment on that, but that's what they were trying to communicate. They were communicating that they want you to actually write a book or curriculum that's African-centered education. But Mr. Klein, do you may already use that? Oh, his camera froze. Okay, all right. That I think we had another question. Did we have one more question?
Yes, we did. Let's go up here. I think maybe it was more of a comment, because you have stirred a lot of discussion here in our comment section. So let's see if you have a question, you're watching from Facebook, please go ahead and put your question here in the chat. And there was a question here, I'll bring this into the conversation. Why focus on culture versus teaching to test?
That's a good one. Go ahead, Asada. I saw that moved you a little. I saw the spirit move you. So
one of the first times I got in trouble as a teacher is when they brought those. I think it was the MEEP. I was in Michigan, and I think it was the MEEP test, and they brought the materials into the classroom. And I took mine and threw them in the garbage and told them I wasn't doing the test. And so, I mean, for what? For what? All right. And so, as we can see just now with COVID-19, this educational system is a joke. And I'll give one example. I was teaching at DuSable Leadership Academy over off of 48th and Wabash over there, somewhere over that way, 45th, whatever it is in Wabash. And I had a young man, and he had an IEP, individual education plan, right? Special ed. But he was really good at mathematics. And his mom was pushing for him to use the calculator. And that's what his IEP called for him to use the calculator. But I said, no, I'm not letting him use the calculator when he can clearly do the work without a calculator. They called every dang on person they could call on me. I had a meeting with everybody. And I still sat there like, no, I am not letting him. He took that test. I think he got like an 80 something on it.
Wow.
The tests are irrelevant, and it's an excuse, it's a handicap, it's a crutch, it's all types of things. So, I mean, if knowing who you are and what you stand on gives you much more confidence than getting an A on a test. That's what's most important. We have intelligent people that can pass a test like crazy in jail. What is that doing for us? Absolutely. What has it test doing for us? They've been testing us for decades. It hasn't moved the needle on anything. We're still impoverished. Yes. Wealth gap is widening. Yep. Home ownership is flat. So what has it gotten us?
Yep. Very. You preaching. Go ahead. I see you, Eunice. Come on in. Are you muted? Okay, can I produce an unmute Eunice? I don't think I can.
She should be able to at the bottom of the
Eunice,
screen.
you should be able to unmute yourself. Bottom left.
There we go. All righty. So the reason that I think it's more important to focus on culture versus teaching to test is because teaching to test is really just kind of seeing how well you fit within a box. And when we allow ourselves and our children, more importantly, to be boxed in, all the creativity that doesn't fit into that box of what's on the test, it's not ever nurtured. And so one of the things that I had to learn coming out of the traditional European education system, going into the traditional corporate arena and being boxed in even more there, once I set out to be an entrepreneur, I had to unlearn all of that. Because I did well on standardized tests. I could test like the best of them, but I wasn't able to learn how to rely on my creativity and my gift of writing, which is like you were mentioning. It's a divine gift. And these tests are not meant to help us to connect to our divine purpose. They're meant to show us how we measure up against each other. And it has nothing to do with our individuality. And that's what's most necessary as an entrepreneur, because what we bring to the market to sell is unique because of who we are. So if we allow ourselves to be whitewashed and become a vanilla version of a human being, what can we really offer of value?
Yeah, I agree. My daughter, matriculating through school, really had a love for math, but did not test well. And so, of course, eventually, because she could now, if she did it and the teacher would love, she would do her worksheets, but whenever she tests, she would have really bad test anxiety and would not test well. So of course, what she wanted to do, give up on math, right? So now I'm not good enough. And in STEM fields, there's already very few Black women who are in STEM, who are in math, because usually those are not the subjects that they push us towards, right? But she loved math, but did not test well. So because she did not test well, she kind of lost her whole vigor for it, right? And I did my best to keep her motivated, in that math, but that testing. So I so agree when you can have them connect to a confidence, have them connect to their culture. As Asada said, knowing who you are, I want to say knowing who you are and what you stand on gives you more confidence than passing a test, And so that's what we have to build in our children is that part. Are tests different than assessments? That's the question we have. Are tests different than assessments? Absolutely. And I love assessments as far as being able to assess your skills. I love things like Strength Finders. One of the things I coach with in my life coaching is Strength Finders. I think being able to know what your strengths are is extremely important, because then you don't have to feel bad about who you are and what you're good at and what you're not good at, and so that means you have to build a team around you to fill in those blind spots for yourself. Assessments, there's so many of them that you can do. DISC, Strength Finders, different assessments. And I know those are probably more adults, but I think even at a young age, children should start really beginning to understand what their strengths are and then being pushed towards what their strengths are, instead of just the core, math, and it's like, okay, well, what are you really good at? Right? Because not everybody may be good at being an entrepreneur, right? Some people are good at being the second in line. Some people are good at being the VP, right? And not the president. And so everybody may not need to be an entrepreneur, but those assessments can kind of show you, can help you fall. And so I'll let the educators jump in on that question as well. Or anyone who wants to jump in on our tests different than assessments.
Yeah, absolutely. And an assessment is telling me where a particular student is. And what you want to do is you want to meet students where they are. The first school that I taught at Sankofa Chule, we had non-graded departmentalized classrooms. So you can have a student that was 8 years old in the classroom with a student that was 12 years old, because the assessment said that that's where their learning was at. And maybe for social activities, they were back with students their own age. That's an assessment. A test is testing them on information that was taught over a certain period of time. Okay. So an assessment, you're trying to get where they're at. And what I did with an assessment is for each student, I had an individual notebook. So if I'm working on division, while I'm having whole group or whatever, I would call one student up at a time, give them a particular problem, see if they can get that problem, do the next problem. If they couldn't get that problem, do, or see where their gap was at. I would watch them work it out and see where they made their mistake at. Then I will show them the correct way or have them walk me through the correct way, what have you. And then the next go around, I can see where they left off. So I use an assessment in that way to work with each student to get them to their own level of excellence. Because we all have our own different levels of excellence based on past experiences, based on who we are, based on whether we even like the subject or not. That's human nature. And that sometimes we expect things from students that we don't like ourselves. We're talking about adults asking for, and this isn't a punch, but it's just an example, asking for one book. Some of us never read a book again after we graduate, but then we want to pound all this work on our students. It's unrealistic.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So.
Right. Okay. Well, Mr. Klein, I know we were having some tech difficulties, but I want to give you an opportunity if you want to jump in. We had a question about cultural teaching, cultural relevance versus test, and then our assessments and tests different, our tests different from assessments. So they were two separate questions, but I'll let you jump in on those.
Okay, I had to switch to my phone. I was having problems with my desktop. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So those were two good questions. First, SATs, ACTs, IQ tests were designed by the same racist individuals. They were what's called eugenicists. Carl Schoberg designed the test. He hated African people. He said African people were stupid in a nutshell, right? So obviously those tests will not benefit African children, none the least. Now, do we use them at the school? Absolutely. Because in order for us to move forward, we must be able to master those tests. But there must be someone like me to be able to break those tests down so the students can master it, but still they'll keep a level of cultural awareness. Okay, cool. We got that. Next, the assessment. At our school, assessments are not just a necessity, but they're the cornerstone of development. Here's why. Child comes in, he goes to public school. He's in the 5th grade, right? At my school, he will automatically go to the 5th grade upon transfer. He needs an assessment. The assessment would tell me exactly where he would go. I'm not going to put him in a 5th grade class doing multiplying fractions and adding fractions with different denominators just because he left for school in the 5th grade. He may be in the 3rd grade in my group. He may be in the 2nd grade. So that those assessments, you can't teach a child where he isn't. You can only teach a child where he is and allow him that room to grow. So every Friday we take assessment tests. The assessment tells me and him where he needs to go. There's good and bad with that. I've talked to some elders who say, no, what if you put a 9-year-old in the class with a 3? If that 3-year-old is bumping like they do, it's fine. Put him in there.
Right.
Put them in there. And we do it all the time. Children grow from that type of environment. So that's that in a nutshell. Assessments are the only way to bring a child into the fold. There's no other way to do it. But you're going to put him in the classroom because of age? That's what the system does. Oh, he's 9 in September. Right. Okay, we'll throw him in the class with a 4. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So we need assessments.
Need assessments. I love it. I love it. Well, I think we have a few more minutes left and we're going to get ready to wrap up. Maybe on the last thing going out, I know COVID, AKA Miss Rona, COVID-19 has, Kiana, you wanted to jump in. Go ahead, Kiana. You wanted to say something?
I just wanted to know, somebody had asked earlier, why do most of our youth never consider starting their own business and just focus on getting
okay, I didn't see that one. Okay,
that was earlier, so we got into the, the education.
No, go. Let's answer that. Let's let that be the last question.
I just think it's important. I know I was actually in high school and I decided I wanted to be an entrepreneur, but I think it goes back to what most of the panelists have been saying, the parenting and the mentoring. So I was educated, even though I went to public schools. My mom was she told me what the system really was, and the best way to be successful was through entrepreneurship. So I think, and I just wanted to speak to this specifically because I deal with so many entrepreneurs that I've seen a trend. I've been doing this 15 years. We deal with almost 1,000 businesses every year. About 20 to 25% of our clients now are 25 and younger. So I think that the young generation is finally getting it. They're finally seeing that this is a pathway to success. When I was growing up, again, I went to Northwestern, so I went to a prestigious school, came out, wanted to be an entrepreneur. My dad didn't understand what I was doing. He was like, why would you go to this 4-year education and now you want to start your own business? But I think it's really shifted over the last 10 years. And some of my most successful clients are younger people. They're 22 years old, investing in their brand. They're selling to each other. So I think I always like to tell people this. That's why I wanted to address it, that it is hope within our youth, that they actually are taking their own destiny into their own hands. They're successful. So I see a trend, and like I said, I've been doing this a long time. I see way more younger people getting involved with business. What I do think that they need, though, is they need conversations like this so that they're not just so
absolutely.
As you said, Reese. So I think a lot of people are still within their own cycle of I'm hustling, I can make money, I'm starting this product, I'm starting this beauty line. But how do they create the jobs? How do they create those sustainable companies that can be around 10, 15, 20 years from now? So I think it's a lot of them. They're going to need our mentorship so that this isn't something that they're doing just for a few years and then they're going back, to the traditional status quo. I just wanted to address it that I've personally seen in my own business. A huge uptick in people 25 and younger that are starting their own business, that are investing, and they have their own ecosystem. They're successful. I have people that are 22, 23 years old. I had a young lady, she was one of my young entrepreneur winners, Aaliyah Stewart. She just purchased her first youth center. She's 19 years old. I have somebody that started their own youth entrepreneur league. He's 17 years old. So there are examples of young entrepreneurs that are out there that are trying to be successful, but they're definitely going to need our mentorship so that they can say, I've lasted 15, 20 years in business. I created jobs.
Absolutely.
I gave back to the community. So they're not going off and almost doing the same thing that the corporations do. Just make, like you said, I'm making 6 figures for myself, but I didn't do anything to give back. I didn't create more jobs. I didn't support the community.
I think also
absolutely
we should have more people.
Go ahead. Come on. Yeah.
We should push our young people to get into programming.
Very important.
As far as
Fortune magazine.
Oh wait, hold on. Okay, wait, hold on. I think Asada was talking, and I'm gonna come back to you, Mr. Klein. No, go ahead.
We have to push. So I study a lot with blockchain and cryptocurrency right now, and we're the rooms that I'm in. I'm seeing 0 other Black people. 0. And so we're not creating. Elon Musk right now is going off into space. Facebook, Zuckerberg, Microsoft, Apple. We're not having that level of entrepreneurship, and we're not creating of the future. We're just consuming the technology. So we have to get into programming. When I was at UCW my last year, I taught Python. I ordered Raspberry Pis for all of the students so that they can learn how to program. There's a website where they can program for free, Replit, REPL.IT. If we're not going to be a part of the creating the future, I guarantee you in 20, 30 years, we're going to still be having the same conversation. We have to create the future and not just be consumers. And we have to teach our children to start learning how to program and create technology.
Yes. And so I want everybody to actually, this is our last question. So this is kind of our wrap-up question. It's actually where I was going when I was getting ready to talk about COVID-19 and why it's important right now, right? To be teaching our youth how to be self-sufficient, right? Because, I know we all talk about voting, get out and vote, different things, but I was having a conversation with somebody today and they say, if you ever watch Chinatown or the Chinese Asian community, they are extremely self-sufficient. You never really hear them talking about who they need to vote for, right? Because they really generally take care of themselves, right? They are, wherever you find them, they have a very ecosystem in their community, right? That takes care of each other. They own their own banks, their own hotels, everything that they pretty much need is inside their community. So this is our last question. So Kiana's had an opportunity to check in, Asada did, and so I want Mr. G, Mr. Klein, and Ms. Smith to go ahead and check in our last, just to talk about why it's important for our young people to be stepping into this conversation of entrepreneurship.
I just needed 30 seconds. I couldn't hear Asada.
Yep.
It was mute. I couldn't hear, but I know she has something important to say. I just can hear. Just a quick 30 seconds. The last question first. We can get this book. This book is called, as you know, The Future of Physics. So this guy did the research and figured out that the next 30 to 40 years, what students should be studying in schools. And somebody posted digital would be the future in education and in the world.
Absolutely.
So digital, physics, and sciences. Somebody talked about mathematics earlier. Mathematics is important. So when we're teaching children what to go into if they want to go to college, sociology, psychology, no, that's a waste of money. We need to start figuring out how we can design and how we can implement and how we can create jobs, right? Not coming out of school to get a job. That, and I think I wanted to talk about what Kiana was saying earlier. 20 seconds. Fortune magazine, December, they did an article on how young African Americans, that age group, 25 and less, why they're starting businesses, right? As Facebook and Instagram and the social media platforms are increasing in revenue, so are African Americans. They're increasing in revenue, and since they're watching, they're making more money. So why is that money being pumped into younger children? Because it's benefiting them. They're buying their clothes. They're buying their what they consider luxury items, right? They're benefiting. So with that, so now that question would be: would it still be beneficial for children to start businesses if we were helping our own? Would it still be a promotion of that? It's a promotion because those funds that they're generating at high levels. I mean, like she said before, even Fortune agreed with that because they talked about $1.6 million for an average 24-year-old entrepreneur who's getting into digital currencies and investments, things of that nature. But it's benefiting the machine. So let's figure out how it can benefit us. Let's talk about job creation, of course, and talk about more entrepreneurship, mentorships, getting children early to talk about culture. What are you going to do with that first $100,000? You're going to buy you a Bentley, or you're going to invest it into a youth center or a free health clinic. Let's start those conversations, right? How do we do that? Through schools. We need to develop African-centered schools to be incubators for those lines of thought. And that's my 30 seconds. Because just getting money,
love it.
I mean, you know, a redefinition of success. Success to me ain't $1 million for a young cat who's spending it all on them. Who is it successful for? Not for us, because we still in the same position we in. So that's it for me.
I love that. You preaching. I'm telling you, I really just had that conversation. Somebody was questioning me about that. Well, they don't see you. I said, well, if they're waiting to see anything, if they're waiting on me to tell my figures, my number, watch my work. I can tell you I've been able to touch 500 18 to 24-year-old young women. So that's what I do know. You know what I'm saying? And so absolutely, if you're not using our success to actually, like you say, go back, put it back into the community, circulate that dollar, then what are we really, we're just helping the whole capitalism that you talked about. All right, I'm gonna go to Eunice and then Charles, and then we're out of here.
Hey, so I absolutely agree with what everyone has been saying. And that's part of the reason. So in the creative space, in the creative entrepreneurial space, if you notice, once COVID hit, Hollywood shut down, completely shut down. But what that means is now is a prime opportunity for us to not just write stories, but to build the entire ecosystem. So to build our own Hollywood, if you will. So that we don't have to rely on gatekeepers to tell us if we can have our stories greenlit. We saw the Madam C.J. Walker story. Her story was completely rewritten almost. Like they even changed the faces of everybody to kind of create their own narrative within a very powerful Black narrative itself. So understanding not only how to tell our stories, but how to create that pipeline, start to finish, so that we can be completely self-sufficient. That's one of the reasons that I really love what Tyler Perry has done, because whether or not you love his movies and storytelling, he has created an entire ecosystem whereby he does not have to rely on anyone but himself and those very close to him in order to tell the stories that he wants to tell. And the question about why children go into jobs instead of being entrepreneurs, it's all about what we see. And that's why media is so important. That's why storytelling is so important, because regardless of what technology we see out there, regardless of what opportunities exist, we only think based on what we consume. So what we see. If we don't see ourselves being successful in stories, if we don't see ourselves in the media as success, if we don't see the opportunities and the ecosystem for us to tap into, as opposed to having to go to gatekeepers that don't look like us, that don't have our best interest at heart, then we don't become self-reliant. We don't have that confidence in order to be able to say that we're going to take a risk because we believe that we can be successful, and we don't feel like we have the support that we need, or our children won't feel like that. So that storytelling that I'm talking about with the Wordsmith Writers Lab, it's so much bigger than just writing a script, right? If we can change the narrative, if we can change what our kids see on TV day in, day out, if we can turn them from consumers into content creators, how much more powerful will it be, not just for us and for them, but for future generations?
Absolutely. Love it. All right. Well, Mr. G, please come on in and take us home. You are our last person to chime in, and then we are going to close this panel out.
So much information, so much dynamic information. It's hard to with this dynamic panel. But I want to say this to the young students that are watching. And Ms. Smith, I want to touch on what you just said. I went to an event last year, and the theme was what they see is what they'll be. And so that was powerful. It stuck with me. In relations to coronavirus, COVID-19, one thing really stuck out to me. The first 2 weeks of the nationwide lockdowns, one of the biggest restaurants, we're not paying rent. I said, 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, you mean to tell me you've been in business for 20 years. The first 2 weeks, you're ready to cut back. You can't employ people. People got to go. So it let me know that these big companies didn't have their employees in mind. So I was like, whoa, the first 2 weeks, you know that you made a statement saying you can't pay your rent. Then, so as the weeks went on, we've seen unemployment rate at all time highs. Not highs for the year, not last 5 years, last decades, all unemployment rates. And so, again, that tells me that these industries and these businesses, they didn't really have their employees in mind. If a few weeks can break this down, that's been in business for, some been in business for 50, some almost a century. And a few weeks broke them down. So to tie all the questions in to what Ms. Barbara said about mentorship, we was talking about why some kids are chasing jobs and not entrepreneurships and starting their own. Well, what I've found is that there's an infatuation with the job title, and there's a disdain. Everybody says the term entrepreneurship. Hell, I say it a lot, and I probably mess up spelling it 4 out of 5 times. The kids want to say CEO, they want to say founder, they want to say all of these terms, but the mentorship is not showing them what it takes to do, to hold that position. They come to me, I want to be a lawyer. Okay, follow me around for a day. Let's see what's owning a law firm and being a lawyer is about. Because it's not just about being attorney chief. It's about what attorney chief does day in and day out. So everybody wants to say CEO, founder, entrepreneur. Okay, what does that mean for your interest in your industry? I'll stop there and let's get off of just the job title. Let's also get the job description with it as well. And then I think once kids can really understand what goes into it, then they can embrace those roles and we can kind of mold them into those roles, and they too can be entrepreneurs and then business owners and then business leaders who can create jobs.
Great wrap up. Great wrap up. So I want to say thank you to all the panel. Oh, hey, Silas in here. Come on in.
Hey, I've been sitting back here watching you guys, and I am freaking blown away. Like, today is a day for me to sit back and enjoy. I'm trying to do some stuff for later on, and I'm just like taking all these notes, and I can't even focus on what I gotta do later on because y'all dropping so many gems. And I just want to thank everybody for participating and agreeing to do this. I mean, this is just like a freaking. It's bigger than I thought it was gonna be. It's better than I thought it was gonna be. But I want to say this: we have an entrepreneur on this panel. And I don't mean to call this dude out, but this is basically like for our youth. And for our youth who don't believe in themselves, who don't know that they can start their own companies, and don't know that they could be successful. So Attorney G was actually voted the nation's top advocate, the top advocate in the nation. And let me tell you one thing about him, because I just cannot let him just leave this panel and just sit there quiet like he ain't the deal. So he was voted the nation's top advocate. But let me tell you one story about him. So what people don't know is he used to run a record label, and he created like this open mic. He's from one of the poorest counties in Florida, and he ran this open mic in the community so artists can have a platform. He got one artist on MTV as a finalist for one of the band shows, nationwide artist. Didn't get any credit for it. After that, he started this open mic platform. At the open mic platform, and forgive me later and cuss me out later, whatever you want to do, G, but you can't hide from this story, man. G was shot 6 times and almost died. And this is like early on in my relationship. I didn't have a chance to build my relationship with him at that time. And he was shot 6 times. If you look on his Facebook, then you'll see pictures of him like on the gurney. And we didn't know if he was going to make it. This is before he went to law school. So we give up on our youth so quickly. We see these young black men getting shot in the media, and we don't know what they could have been. We don't know what they're supposed to be. And I just don't think that we as people should let opportunities pass when we have people like G, who will be the nation's top advocate out of all the black lawyers in the nation. He still advocates for his community. He shows up to work every day. He works in his community every day to bring resources. He bugs me to fly down there all the time and calls me out talking about, you need to come in person. Don't send nobody. He calls me out because he wants 530 in his community. And I just, like, I see him being modest, and I don't see him telling that story. But it's another black man that's going to get shot tomorrow by a cop, probably, right? And then the media is going to spin that story. They're going to tell that story. Malcolm X could have got shot by a cop. His life could have ended in jail. And they was going to tell that story any way they wanted to tell that story. So, Eunice, you are right. We have to tell our own stories. We can't shy away from our own stories. And we have to make sure that we take every opportunity to tell our stories, because we don't know who that's going to inspire. And we don't know who that's going to make the next Malcolm X, the next Dr. King. And we cannot let people make our bed for us and tell us who we're supposed to be. And we have to just man, that young man that's listening to this, whose friend just got murdered, right? It's up to you to be the next Z. It's up to you to be the next Malcolm X, because we are using resources every day because the kids just don't understand who they can be, because they think they need to be the straight A student all the way through high school in order to be Charles G. You know, they think that just because they spent their 20s rapping, you know what I mean, that they wasted their time because they didn't go to college. G didn't go to law school until a few years ago, and now he's already the nation's black advocate. And that was after his life was almost taken by somebody in the community who he was building a platform for, and he still didn't give up. So if he didn't give up, then we can't give up. And I'm off this soapbox. We're going to run out of time. But I just did not let that moment pass. And G, you got to share that story.
Hey, I appreciate you. My brother, I appreciate you inviting me. I know this panelist over the time. I just want to tell the panelists, I'm the father of a teenager. The information that you guys shared today, I probably wasn't the best panelist because I started becoming, I wanted to be in the audience. And it's more some of the stuff that you shared. I mean, yeah, some of the stuff that you guys share, I just want to say, it cut through a lot of stuff. I'm embarrassed to say I was on the wrong side of some of this stuff, but I'm thankful I got it because testing and assessment, I got a child now that's being pushed through the system. And it bothers me. I'm like, has anybody done an assessment here? Something isn't right. And culture versus testing, I was able to identify that we went wrong somewhere with teaching culture. So thank you guys, because you helped me and my family out. I know Silas told my personal story. Real quick. The place I'm from, Gaston County, Florida, we're the only predominantly Black populated county in the entire state. So I'm always fighting hard for this county. I'm always fighting hard for resources that come into this county. He know I'm gonna sign up for whatever panel because I'm gonna be beating down 530's door, asking them to do some type of training or some type of tutoring here in our county. So thank you guys, because you helped me out so much as a parent, as a community leader. And I was less of a panelist and more in the audience taking notes. Thank you guys so much. Thank you.
Well, I certainly would like to invite all of the panelists to unmute your mics. I want to say thank you on behalf of the 530 Scholars and the audience. And I'm like you, Mr. D, I was listening and taking copious notes. So Reese, thank you so much for being such a wonderful facilitator. And
Thank you for having me.
It's like we don't want to leave. We want to keep going. Certainly, we have the masterminds up next. This is the Pursuit of Excellence Conference with the 530 Scholars. The state of Black students is our conversation today. Thank you to all of our wonderful panelists. We're going to have a brief break, so go grab a drink, get your coffee, come back and be ready for the masterminds. It'll be about a 10-minute break, so we'll see you guys back here in just a moment. Bye, everyone.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you.
530 Scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. Scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 Scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530 Scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 Scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 Scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win, 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 win. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win, 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 win. 530.
Well, we are back, and I would like to welcome our next group. These are the masterminds. Are you all part of this mastermind panel? And I want you guys to unmute if you can. I'm going to toss it over to Warren Edwards. My name is Candy Bryan. I'm the executive producer and director, just directing the shots. You will not see me on camera, but I will be here to help facilitate more questions. And let's pause the music, because we just want to party here, right? I want to welcome Warren Edwards is our facilitator here today. Thank you all if you are tuning in from either Facebook or YouTube. What we want you to do is certainly go out and invite someone. You can type a person's name in the comments and it will alert them that we are live here. This is the State of Black Students, the Pursuit of Excellence Conference hosted by the 530 Scholars. And we have our panelists today. These are the masterminds. Please go out and invite someone here to watch us live. And also, if you would click the share button right on your screen, you guys can watch for comments and questions, but I'll certainly come in as you pause and invite some folks that are watching us live to ask questions. Mr. Warren Edwards, I will turn it over to you.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. I hope everybody is super pumped up, fired up, and super excited. We have an amazing mastermind panel, and we're going to be delivering some amazing information. Again, I'm your illustrious host, Warren Mr. Incredible Edwards, and I'm going to allow my amazing panel to introduce themselves. So without further ado, I know that you could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with us, and we don't take that for granted. So I want to just start off and let each of the panelists have a moment to introduce themselves. We're going to start off with my lovely, beautiful wife, Candace.
You would start with me first. My name is Candace Edwards. I'm the mother of 3. And we have had a great experience with the 530 Scholars, and we plan on continuing that. We are all about education and lifting our children to the next level. So a lot of the things that I heard discussed today, like, really got me pumped up, and I'm super excited to share with my experience with you all today.
All right. Next, we have Miss Rhoda.
Hey, how y'all doing? So I am Rhoda Green, one of the parents, or I should say the mother of the Amazing Green kids, Taylor and Joelle. 530 Scholars was something that my husband envisioned, and he worked with Miss Lemmy and Mr. O, and I'm just, happy to be here as a parent, share some of my experiences that I've had with raising my amazing kids. And so, thank you.
All right, and please, if I mispronounce your name, charge it to my mind and not my heart. But I believe we got Antoine.
That's right, pronounced correctly. Congratulations. That doesn't happen too often. But my name is Antoine Downs. I am a photographer and videographer based out of Washington, D.C. I have been involved with the 530 Scholars probably since inception. I have a daughter that has benefited greatly from the program, and just excited to, I'm in and out of Chicago often, and just excited to work with these young people and see them grow, see them mature and blossom into scholars. So I've been watching all of the panels. I've been inspired. I've heard a lot of key topics and issues addressed. So I'm really very interested to see what what I have to offer to that conversation and what everybody else offers as well.
Excellent, excellent. And last and certainly not least, Ms. Lemiola. You were muted.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Lemiola Rinkatola, and I'm one of the founders for the 530 Scholars. And this has just been an exciting, exciting day. I'm also the founder of the Critical Thinking Child, so some of you may know me from that venue. And I have 3 wonderful, brilliant children that grew up within the 530 Scholars program at the tail end, and they're all in college and doing incredibly well. I'm just happy to come today and share and learn as well. It's been an incredible opportunity to hear the speakers, and I look forward to sharing my experiences and any tips that I can.
All right. So we have a great topic to jump into to kind of guide the conversation of our mastermind group. The topic that's on the table is what was your most frustrating moment dealing with the educational system? I think we'll start with Ms. Rhoda.
All right. So I would have to say my most frustrating moment has been with my oldest daughter, JL. We moved back to Chicago when she was 3. We lived in DC. When we were in DC, she went to charter school there. But it was a true partnership between the teachers and the parents. We sat down, we established goals for our child as early as preschool. And JL was reading out of preschool and things like that. So when we moved here, we went to, I worked out in the west suburbs. So we went to a school district out there, and she took a kindergarten assessment, pre-assessment to see where she was at. And she actually scored 100% or got a perfect score. So we knew she was definitely prepared for kindergarten, probably a beyond kindergarten. But because we were moving and it was a year transition for our family, Silas was still primarily in DC. I was in an internship that required me to travel quite a bit. I was really more concerned about her social, emotional well-being. And so she was at this school, and I met with the teacher and everything before school started to let them know that JL's been in school since she was 3 years old. She can read. That I had the school in Washington, D.C. send over her records so they could see the proof, basically the documentation, and not just me as a parent saying, oh, my child is just the smartest thing ever. But just wanted them to let them know where she was at, and that, during this year of transition, if you see anything that is not, what I would consider normal for her, please let me know. And, I thought it was, a positive conversation that we had, and, thought the teacher took in what I was saying. And it wasn't until we went to her school in January during her birthday to read a book to the class. And I think one of the kids asked the question, why are we reading a book? And Silas and I were answering a question, and JL was like, she just wanted to be finished reading the book. So she started reading the book, and the teacher's mouth dropped. Like, that was frustrating. How do you not know that my kid, I told you came to you reading, can read as well as she can? So I think it was at that point where I understood that schools are very much needed, but they're not what we think they are as parents. So we as parents have to make sure that our children are educated at home first, and then they go to school to be assessed. And so that's kind of where I changed my mindset, because I was very frustrated. So I want to give my child the most resources, both of my children, as many resources that I can. But the most frustrating part for me, I would say, is just, strengthening that partnership between teacher and parent.
Yeah, definitely. I I can understand that situation. You know, I feel like that could be a really disheartening situation to be in, especially when you pretty much gift wrapped everything for the teacher. She didn't have to go looking for any records. You let her know what was going on so she could have a grasp of the situation. You were very forthcoming. It's not like you were not an involved parent where a lot of educators feel like parents aren't involved in their children's education, and it was totally different. And for her to not know that your daughter could read, that's rough. That's rough. Next, we're gonna move on with Candace.
My experience was. Can you all hear me? My experience was very similar to Rhoda's. So when Madison is our oldest, she was in kindergarten, and I tend to try not to jump to assumptions very quickly, but in my mind, it was clear as day. So I'll share my experience about my oldest and then my middle daughter and how the experiences were like night and day. So our oldest, Madison, was in kindergarten, and the teacher was sending home packets, and we let the teacher know, you know, she's been finishing this packet that's for the week in one day. You know, are there any other things that you could provide for us, any other resources? Because essentially this is too easy for her. Her initial response was, well, Madison isn't gifted. I had her read other books and she wasn't able to read them at the first grade level. And I'm like, well, I never said she was gifted. I'm asking you for additional resources. I had to grab my husband at that point because I already saw this was about to go in a nasty direction. So, you know, we're still trying to get her, you know, trying to pull her in and like, you know, what other direction can you put us in? Because essentially with all of our children, we taught them their phonics and their ABCs before they got to school. So that's typically what they learned in kindergarten. So all of our children already knew that. But she then went on to say, well, you know, you're lucky that she can get these things done because some of my students are struggling with them. And again, I'm not asking about your other students. We're definitely not lucky. We put in that work in the beginning. So essentially, we had our Monroe, who is our second child, was in Freedom Home Academy. So this is an African-centered school. So we were having conversations before about essentially moving Madison to that school. But again, in my mindset, the traditional school system would be best. She's starting kindergarten, blah, blah, blah. Immediately in that conversation where she told me I was lucky that my child was doing well, my mind was made up. The next week, we pulled Madison and we put her in Freedom. Because how dare you tell me that I'm lucky that my child is performing better than everybody else in the classroom? Not once did I ever say she was gifted or anything like that. I was just asking for more of your help. This is also the school who was on the news for giving their kindergarten students for Black History Month, a project on researching African animals. So you can see where I'm going with this. Then our middle child, Monroe, is in our neighborhood school. Mr. Dowdell was on earlier. He's her principal. And when I say the experience was like night and day, it truly was. Going through the door, the kindergarten teacher reached out to us immediately, like, there's nothing I could do with Monroe. Everything we're working on, she already knows it. I'm gonna send her to first grade to see, you know, if she'll fit in better there. She went, she worked with the first graders. The first grade teacher said, there's nothing I can do with her. We're gonna send her to second grade. But mom and dad, what you all have to do is get her tested for selective enrollment because she's beyond where we're working here. So get her tested. And it's not necessarily the school system, but it was her going to Madison going to a predominantly white school and Monroe going to a predominantly Black school. Those teachers wrapped their arms around her in such an amazing way that I literally cried when I was talking to my husband about it because they just treated her so much differently. Everybody followed up with us. Did Monroe get in? Did you make sure you tested her? And then they followed back up with us to see if she actually got into the schools. So for me, I know that we fought hard to make sure that Madison got into that other school. But the way your children are treated when they're there, it completely makes a difference. So that was one of my most frustrating moments with dealing with the school system. Like, you have to know what you want to do with your children, and you have to make sure that they are being treated like everybody else.
Yeah, so one of the things I think that we do well is we don't assume that we know everything, and we ask a ton of questions. And one of the best pieces of advice that I got was to advocate for your children. So like in Chicago, if your birthday falls at the certain date, your child can't start school what they call early, whether they are academically prepared or not. And with any rule, I know that there's always exceptions to the rule. So going into everything, we were already empowered to kind of fight and advocate for our children. And I was just trying to find out ways that we could support Madison, because we didn't work so hard to make sure she knew material just so that she can be stagnant and not have any growth. So we first asked, like, can you differentiate the material? She's like, no. We like, okay, can you get the material from the first grade teacher and send that home with us so that we can work with her? You don't even have to grade it. We'll work with her on the additional material. No. We like, well, can you refer us to some resources where we can work with her on our own? No. I'm like, dang, so you ain't even willing to offer a solution? Like, everything is no, no, no. And then to add more insult to injury, say, you know, a lot of the parents are complaining about the material I'm sending, so you guys are lucky that your child know the material. I'm like, what? Like, like my wife said, she had to grab me so I didn't like lose it and be an angry black man. But it was just heart-wrenching to know that the teacher wasn't willing to do anything to aid in our child's education and development. And I'm not gonna retell the whole story, but again, it was like night and day with our oldest and our middle child. But you know, it was a challenging experience to have to deal with, to say the least. So moving along, we're gonna move on to Antoine.
All right. Wow, that's an easy question for me. I'm at the end of the educational spectrum as far as children go. My children are older, but I would say the biggest disappointment that I've faced probably with school district is I spent the lion's share of my academic career in Chicago public schools. And, you know, I went to a vocational school. I won't mention the name. I'm pretty proud of it in some respects, but not so proud in others. But, you know, and I would have called myself a hard worker in school. You know, I tried to do my homework. I tried to pick up everything that they were offering me as far as things to learn. And AB student, I thought I was doing decent. And the first part of it was, since I was at a vocational school, it was more about, hey, learn how to be, what do you want to do? Carpentry? Do you want to do sheet metal? You know, there are so many jobs that you can do, you know, to be successful. So there was no, as you know, which is why the last panel rang so true to me. There was no conversation about, hey, you can be an entrepreneur, you can work for yourself, you can build yourself to be your own brand and be successful in that way. It was more of, what job are you going to get to be successful in life, and how are you building towards being a good worker? That being said, I ended up at a primary white institution, where in my freshman year, you know, after having been averaging a 3.0 at least the majority of my high school career, I was told that I read and wrote on a third grade level. You know, and I was baffled, because I'm like, man, I made great grades in school, you know, and I'm a smart kid, and how dare you tell me that? But just had to wrestle with the reality that, you know, the school system that I had entrusted my future with or to had let me down in that way. So, after a lot of tutoring and putting a lot of time in, I was able to catch back up, so to speak. But, in order to be able to float in that environment, I wasn't able to swim very fast, but I could float. But, to say that the school district let me down and did not prepare me adequately to deal with life, period, is an understatement. So for me, and then that led to, of course, this cynical idea of what school systems are, but it also made me more, and it made me invest more time, and then made me more diligent in finding school district that fostered a learning environment. It's cool to be a smart kid. It's cool to read books, and it's cool to, and they had teachers that really wanted to empower and teach children not only to be great students, but critical thinkers, and to think outside the box. So, that experience kind of put me of a mind to find somewhere where my kids could grow and find a school district that they could blossom in. That being said, now with 530, I'll even understand more that we can't depend on the schools to educate our children fully. As parents, and I'm, after meeting Silas and getting involved with the 530s, I've come to understand better that it is our responsibility. Not that I didn't understand that part of it, but the gap that is created between the schools for our children and where they need to be. Somebody has to fill that gap. 530 has stepped into that gap, and then as a parent, I can see from my experience the growth even in my own child, which I thought was in a great school district and doing great things. You have to add that supplemental element to it so they can grow. But that's my worst experience with school districts.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head with a child only educated at school is one that's uneducated at all. Is not educated at all. We definitely got to do our part at home to reinforce and surpass what's being taught at school. Unfortunately for me, it took me experiencing some of the things that I experienced, because prior to, I thought that, you work, you get them into a good school, and then you can kind of take your foot off the gas. And thank goodness I found 530 to kind of reshape and remold my thought process so that I won't be frustrated and disappointed at the end of the tunnel. So, yeah, I totally agree. We definitely got to step in and fill the gap for our children. And then last but not least, we got Lemiola. Lemmy, you're on mute. There you go.
Okay. Yes, I love hearing everyone's comments, because then I can weave in some of my own experiences. So I am really the type of person where I'm not going to take my foot off the gas. I want a Corvette and keep going. So when I first had kids, I was like really excited about their future. I was the kind of mom that would kind of buy these baby T-shirts of the Ivy League schools. And then, when my son was like 6 months, like he had every kind of Ivy League and historical Black college T-shirt before he was like 3 years old. So I had that vision and that mission about education, and that was instilled within me from my parents. I'm a first generation American. And so my parents had immigrated here. They talked about the value of education. So that was already instilled. So the biggest frustration that I have and that I've continued to have is basically this school system and the way it's designed. The traditional school system really doesn't give parents enough information to be empowered. I heard from Rhoda, she had data and she was pleading to the educators that, hey, my child can read. We started early. Candace, why did she try to find resources that really should be at her fingertips? Antoine getting mixed messages about, good grades, but yet the reading level assessment is not, saying where he's at. None of this should be happening. And my experience is that the same similar circumstances happened to me, which is what got me fired up and got me motivated to form the critical part of this 530 partnership. I was on a mission when my son was just, in preschool to find a high quality kindergarten for him. Little did I know, here in Chicago, that you have to do some type of test to get into these selective enrollment schools. And I was already supplementing at home, doing reading, doing math. I mean, we would count up the stairs and do our math, and I would come up with all kinds of games and strategies to make it fun. So the time came to take this test, and I have to tell you, we were late because the information wasn't forthcoming. I think we nearly missed the deadline on that, maybe 2 days before the deadline. So I already felt the pressure, the rush, and I knew something was happening that really changed the way I was feeling about the school system, because I was really looking forward to having my son transition from preschool to kindergarten and really fall in love with the education experience in the same way I fell in love with starting school. I mean, that's just a nostalgic feeling that just doesn't leave me to this day. For the exam, and the results were baffling to me. Now, I already think, kids are gifted, but then my own children, naturally brilliant as well, but the scores didn't come out to represent that. So, I'm opening up, imagine me opening up an envelope, and then my mouth is just wide open in shock and disbelief. And then that disbelief turns into tears, and then despair, and then guilt, because then I start to examine myself to say, where did I go wrong? I thought I knew he's not passing this test to get into, the selective enrollment. Now, his math score was high, but his reading was barely on the margin. So I started asking parents like, hey, what did you do to prepare? How did you get your child into this selective enrollment school? I went to, different open houses, and across the board, a single parent who was willing to help me. Now, I will say this was nearly 2 decades ago, but still, at that point, there wasn't a single parent, regardless of the color, that was willing to help me and give me information. Everybody was sort of, if I tell you, then maybe I'm lessening a chance for my child to get in, or maybe they may. And make your child smarter. I don't know what was going on in the mindset, but it was very discouraging, and it wasn't really part of the culture that I was, expecting. And I was working in corporate America at the time. So shortly after that, I just became obsessed with the research. I needed to find out for myself. So no one is. I started traveling to other states. I started going to conferences. I started getting my hands on data, and quantifiable information was a game changer for me. And what I found within that data is that there are certain skill sets that they put on this particular test. So I've never ever seen the actual test itself, and nor do I need to see it. But what I knew was that they were tapping into what we call cognitive brain development and critical thinking. And once I knew that it was critical thinking and cognitive brain development, I knew that I can work with that. So I needed that little piece of information. And then from there, I started to change the approach in which I taught. I started selecting different toys and games that were educational tools. I just had a whole new different perspective, as we can see now. Out of that came the birth of the Critical Thinking Child, and then eventually the partnership with the 530. So that's the positive ending to the story of something that started out for me as a mom that was very despairing and discouraging, that I was able to turn that, those lemons into lemonade. And I'm just really grateful for that. But that was my pathway.
Yeah, I think we all share the turning lemons into lemonade. It's kind of unfortunate that as people of color, we share the same. I don't know the word. I feel like saying tragic, but yeah, it's almost a tragedy in education that even though geographically everybody, well, we all in Chicago, but I believe across the U.S. we share a similar experience. But I do want to try to change the energy to something a little more lighthearted. And the question I want to pose is, how do you keep your children motivated to learn? I believe everybody has children that are what we consider gifted or advanced. But how do you and how did you keep your children motivated to learn? And we'll start with Antoine.
Well, I might be the worst one to start off with, but to be honest, my child motivates me probably to learn more than I motivates her. I was blessed with a child that just is in love with learning. And that's just as honest as I can be. You know, my child potty trained herself. I just woke up one morning and she was peeing. You know, like I said, but that's how it happened. She was 5 years old reading books, and I mean, would just read and read. She was a teenager and wouldn't turn on the television, wouldn't go outside, would read Michael Vade's whole collection in a weekend, you know, so, and math was the same way. So she was really just driven to learn. Now, my youngest son, I do have to, you know, I use the old school method. Sometimes it's fear, but he's so intelligent and brilliant, but the motivation for him is finding things that he's interested in, you know, and trying to work that back into the educational piece. But for the most part, my kids are go-getters in that way. And unfortunately, you know, like I said before, with my past, often they end up teaching me more than I teach them.
I think that's amazing that you kind of recognize that they were self-motivated. You didn't stunt their growth. You kind of put them in positions where you could add enrichment to what they were doing, and you kind of put gasoline on the fire.
Exactly. I just tried to give them the resources the best I could to try to attain the goals and the level of achievement that they wanted to reach. Because, you know, my child was 5 years old and said she wanted to move to LA. She's now 18, just graduated high school and is going to USC on a scholarship. You know, and of course, as a dad of a daughter, that's not where I wanted to be. That's a long way from Washington, D.C. But, you know, the fact that just to give you a window into the type of kid and person she is, she set that goal as a toddler. And now as an adult, she did everything that she had to do to reach it. So, you know, in that way, I was blessed.
Wow, that's amazing. You said UCLA?
USC.
USC.
You know, those are fighting words for some of them trolls. Be sure to fight on. Be sure to get that right, especially since they're paid.
Right.
Can you talk a little bit about the scholarships and stuff? Because as far as I know, it wasn't rinky dink. It was quite a bit.
Well, she over the course of if I just take everything into account, she only applied to 5 schools. Out of the 5 she applied to, they offered her almost $800,000 in scholarship.
Wow.
So, you know, overwhelming for me. I was an athlete. You know, I was glad to get 4 years and I had to bounce a ball, and, you know, everybody looked at me as gifted in that way. But the work that she put in, and you know, I can't trivialize it, and I don't want to make it sound small, but just to give you a window, my child rarely went to bed before 2 in the morning. She had a lot of long nights. She, you know, put in the work. There was no sidestepping. There were no shortcuts. She was focused. And, you know, I guess what I've learned about the process, you talk about scholarships, 530 helped me realize how important we were talking about testing versus assessment and those type of things. But the amount of weight that they give to these SATs, I think we take for granted. because, you know, even with the 4.76 GPA she had, she never had a B in her whole academic career. She was one of the first students in her school to have 100% grade throughout entire quarter. Half of a school, she didn't get one problem wrong in her math class. So she was achieving on that level, but still in her school, the importance was based upon the standardized testing. So, you know, once I got my mind geared around, okay, they're going to judge you by this more than that. You know, and we got with 530, and 530 gave her the tools to take what she had and grow. And then we ended up with an SAT score that made everybody, you know, take pause and say, well, hold on now, she's a different kid. And it's not that she changed, which is why I'm, you know, one of those people that testing, and we have to figure out a different way. The kid didn't change. Her performance didn't change. The way she approached that test may have changed. The way, you know, she was taught to circumvent that system, you know, may have changed, or operate in that environment. But it doesn't speak to the talent that she had going into that test to begin with. So, you know, but I didn't mean to take over the conversation more about that.
No, I think it's important to hear stories like this because I feel like it's easy for us to assume when it comes to the story and education of our Black and brown children that it's one of struggle. Like we don't have natural gifts, genius, talents. We don't struggle. The challenge is, in my opinion, that the standards are too low and our children fall to those low standards. And as parents, I think it's our job to set high standards, and we can watch our children flourish when we do that.
Well, and I'll just add a little bit to that, but the school district that I'm again in Washington, D.C., the Washington, D.C. area, but what I was so proud of about the schools that I put my daughter in is that parents were, you know, we were fortunate enough to move into a environment where there was a lot of parent involvement. There were mothers in classes every day, all day, helping teachers grade papers, helping them in the classroom so they could give that attention that the children needed. The teachers were eager to be there. It wasn't a thing where this is my job, I'm gonna get my 9 to 5 and I'm out of here. So it, you know, I don't want to make it seem like, you know, my child just went into a bad school district and didn't have support, but she certainly was in an environment where they celebrated learning, they challenged them, they tried to give them all the tools that they needed to learn. And then, you know, it was up to me as a parent through the help of 530 to figure out, okay, what are their gaps? You know, even though they're trying their best, what are their gaps? And then how do you feel it?
All right, Candace, I don't know if you forgot the question. I'm gonna repeat the question because we did go on a slight tangent. But how do you keep your children motivated to learn?
That is not always easy in this house because of the iPads and all of that other stuff. But essentially making it fun. I know that when they began working with Ms. Lemmy and Silas, they approach learning in such a different way where, you know, we doing worksheets all the time when we initially started working with our children. And when I saw the approach that, you know, Silas and Lemmy took, I'm like, well, you know, we can make it fun. We can turn certain things into games. Even the hit the button competition they just did, like they had a great time. And it wasn't them writing numbers down on a worksheet or anything like that. It was a game that they played and they are learning through that game. So just working with different people, because again, like you said earlier, we don't know everything. We're learning as we go. So learning from the people that they're working with and knowing that it can't always be worksheets all the time, like that changed everything a lot in the household. And I know initially when we taught them their ABCs and their phonics, we used these colorful videos that they watched and they learned the songs and things like that. And that's what made them learn. I think when you look at the school system and it's mostly, you know, pen to paper all the time, that's boring. And that's not essentially how my children learn. So learning like the ways that they learn. Like I noticed that my son is an auditory learner. So when he hears something, he picks up on it right away. You have to know those different things in order to teach to the way that they learn. Like I know that even working with Lemmy, she's like, okay, this is, I think that's one of the quizzes for you, right?
Yeah.
Do they learn? Are they an auditory learner? Are they a visual learner? Like, how do they learn? And you have to know those things in order for them to prosper, because otherwise it's going to be a struggle. Like, you don't want them to get upset every time it's time for them to learn something new. You don't want it to seem like it's a chore, and you never want to treat learning as a punishment. So just learning those different things. And again, we still learning as we go, but understanding that all three of them learn differently and then approaching them in that manner to help them to grow and further themselves. And of course, when you have programs like Critical Thinking Child and 530, like, you learn so much more than what you thought you knew initially.
All right. And Rhoda, what would you say?
I honestly just really try to meet my kids where they are. Meaning JL and Caleb are very different type of learners. JL at a very early age, like I said, she started reading at 3, but JL is very literal. She doesn't, you have to speak facts to her. You can't use, it's hard to sometimes use analogies with her and things like that. So meeting her where she is and just encouraging her to strengthen her skills. We work to improve, weaknesses and things like that, but just encouraging her to be who she is. And, if it's something that she struggled with, we're here, we're going to find some resources. We'll help you out with that. But it's not just all about getting everything right. And you have to be perfect on the test and things like that. Just meeting them where they are and encouraging them. And, setting their standards, like you said, it's a lot of standards out here where they might be too low for our kids. We want to set higher standards, but, your kid will excel with, as long as you believe in them and you allow them to be who they are and meet them where they are so that they can take in information and just grow.
Before I move to Lemmy, I just want to say that this panel probably has the most attractive and handsome people out of there. I think we win the Beauty Glamour Award. I just want to put that out there. Lemmy, can you bring us home?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad that Candace mentioned the learning styles, because out of our learning style quiz, we actually evaluated over 100 students in 1 year and really paid attention to the way they learn. Now, with my own children, I have 3. I have a set of twins and I have a son. So I'm in a unique situation. So even with the twins, they have a lot that are similar, but then they have differences as well. And so as a mother of multiples, it was important for me, in all fairness, to really pay attention to those differences in terms of helping them with their learning and their learning style. Now, as I think back, they weren't always independent learners. They weren't always the ones at the top of the class. They didn't always get, they got straight A's, but in the beginning, in early elementary, there was always the question, if I would ask them, who's the smartest kid in your classroom? They wouldn't say themselves, it would be somebody else. So I knew I had work to do. And so in that competitive mind, I'm like, why does my children not think that they're the smartest? So we knew we had a gap to fill. So how do I motivate them? One of the things that I started to do is I started looking at the data, because I'm a data girl, and I started looking to see how much college was inflating college tuition. And that scared me. Okay. So like I said, all 3 of my children are in college now. I have 2 that are just wrapping up their first year from Duke and Northwestern, and my son, who's going to be a senior from Loyola in New Orleans. So I've been watching the college tuition growth, an average of 4% each year. And it's just been phenomenal. So I told my children at an early age, like by first grade, each of them knew that I wasn't paying for college. I mean, I would just make that part of the conversation. And they can even tell you to this day, mom says she's not paying for college. So I'm not sure what that means at 6 years old, but you know, it means something because she keeps mentioning it. So over and over, I would just have that mindset. More importantly for me as a parent, to remind myself that, hey, if I'm not paying for college, we have to have another solution. And so that came in lines with how do I get them and motivate them so they can be their best. And within the school system, once I was able to look at data and know what the targets are, what the standards are, what the expectations are, then I knew that if I exceed those expectations, like Antoine had talked about, supplementing, you know, doing beyond what the schools and teachers would give you, because that's not going to cut it. Okay. If you're doing what everyone else is doing, then you're just average, right? So I already knew that we had to go above and beyond. So I found what I thought would be, okay, whoever is the smartest kid, girl or boy, hey, let's befriend a parent. Let's build a relationship with the parent. Let's hang out. Let's have study parties. So I opened up my home. I started throwing study parties. Hey, if I want information, I've got to do my part. Sometimes as parents, we expect things to just come and fall in our lap. No, we've got to be able to present and orchestrate that situation to magically happen. And so that's what I did. I held neighborhood study parties. And then from there, we started uncovering like the different learning styles with kids and then coming up with all kinds of creative ways to make learning fun. And that started self-motivating my kids as well as the kids that I tutor. So even to this day, that coupled with the ingredient of critical thinking, we have independent, self-motivating learners. I mean, I'm looking beyond me now. We have 2 of my children doing remote learning while I'm talking to you guys right now. And so they just know how to flow. And that came from building an early habit. The other thing I want to add that I felt was incredibly valuable, because sometimes when you, it's not that we want to pin kids against each other, right? And say, okay, you have to be the smartest or this person's not that smart. And, you know, I don't want to get into battles with parents either because, you know, of my history with parents not really sharing information. And I said, I want it to be different. So if I found solutions to things, one of the biggest commitment I made to myself was that I was going to share. Okay. So I have a wealth of resources, of nearly $500,000 of training that I have invested in myself that I continue to share with others. And one of the things that I have found as far as helping with self-motivation, especially if you're in a classroom where, let's say you're in the top 10%, but you have a kid that doesn't want to do the homework. The homework takes 2 hours. They feel it's boring or it's something that they already learned, is that you got to get them out of that traditional classroom. You've got to, and what I mean by that is that cannot be their only experience. Their worth and their value in terms of their intelligence cannot just be based on grades alone. Okay, so what I did was I started looking for competitions. I started looking for opportunities outside of the district where my kids can get validated on their success. One of the things is that they developed some friendships in their classroom. So I didn't want them to have to compete with their friends all the time, you know? So by getting them involved we did Explore Vision, we won numerous awards with that STEM competition. And one year we beat out over 20,000 students. We did writing contests, we did art contests, just anything to make it fun. And by doing all these things, we were able to uncover their love for knitting and crafting and drawing. But it's because I took myself outside of the box of the school's going to do everything and whatever those grades are, then that's good enough. That I wanted to see, you know, outside of the school, outside of the district, outside of the state, where does my children measure up? And so that's why I did those things. And then through doing those things, naturally and organically, they just began to self-motivate themselves because they enjoyed winning.
I think that's an amazing idea, and that's something that I'm going to add to our toolbox. With us wrapping up, I don't know if everybody has a quick word of advice that they want to give to any parents out there. I did have one tidbit I would like to share that I got from Silas, and it kind of changed my mind. It gave me a mind shift. Shift is the grades that your children get on their report card isn't their grades, it's your grades. So you can't be upset with them if they don't bring home the grade that you want. That means you got to get better at helping them get better. So that's what I want to leave everybody with is the report card is your report card.
It kind of speaks to what Warren just said. Initially, we felt like once we got Madison to a certain point, now she's in school, they got it now, we good. And that's not how it works. Like, you still have to continue working. You still have to supplement at home, and you cannot depend 100% on the school. Because if you do, then you can expect for your child to be behind or lagging. This year was my first year as an 8th grade math teacher. And I'm just being honest, they will push your kid through the funnel just to get them through. You have to make sure that they're doing what they have to do and that you're helping them at home. I know, like, sometimes once they get to a certain grade level, us as parents, we haven't been in school so long. I don't remember how to do 8th grade math, or I don't remember how to do high school work. But initially in the beginning, if you put in that work and you teach them how to study and you teach them how to look for resources or for help, like with our daughter, she may not know something. And she'll say, well, Mom, what's this? I say, you're on the computer, aren't you? Look it up. You have to teach them to be self-sufficient so that when they do get to that grade level where you can't help them, they know how to work. They know how to find the answers that they need. And you have to put in that work in the beginning, and you cannot solely depend on the school system to do that work for you.
Well, I'll jump in so we don't have dead air. Never works. But I think as a last thought that I would say, I often have conversations, and me and Silas have it from time to time. When I was coming through the school system, it was always taught to us you have to do good in school so you can get out of here. You can go and live a prosperous life. And what I took that to mean was, in order for me to be successful, I had to leave my community and I had to go somewhere where I perceived a better way of life. I think what my takeaway or my advice to anybody would be is to remember the old adage, it takes a village. The kids they can only be what they see, right? If they go to the corner stores or the stores in their community, they see Middle Eastern or Arab people in the stores, that's who they think are supposed to be the business owners in their communities. We need to start being more active. And when I say we, I include me. And that's why I admire so much about Silas and Lemmy and Mr. O and the folks at 530 is that even though Silas was in DC at one point, they went back and they started being the change they wanted to see in their own community. And I think we have to remember that, yes, we want our children to be successful, but they're only going to be successful if the people around them can help them build a system to where, they are changing their environment, their way of thought, the thoughts of Black people in their community and that are around them, and that the generations behind them see that advancement and see it as something to strive for. So, if I had to leave a tip or a tidbit at the end of all of this is that, yes, we want our children to be smart, successful in school, but let's also remember the community element to ingrain in them you have these advantages, you are learning these things, but they're only valuable if you bring them back to our community and help grow and build our culture back to where it needs to be.
I think I would say financial freedom starts with education, meaning, we know the cost of the school is going up and it's higher, but we also know that I just lost my train of thought, but basically that's what it is. It's just like the cost of school is going up, but if you focus on education or make it a priority and allow those kids to get opportunities and scholarships, then they're coming out of college debt free. They're able to buy homes and become homeowners, or just have a little bit more confidence to start a business and things like that. So financial freedom leads to education.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and I would say get an assessment. Get an assessment. Know where your child is, and know how to read the data. Reach out to someone who does to support you, because that is invaluable information that often parents don't get a chance to really and fully understand.
All right, Candy, we're going to turn it over to you.
You guys did great. Not only did you fill us with so much knowledge, but you ended right on time. This is truly the Mastermind panel. Thank you so much for being with us. This is the State of Black Students. It's the Pursuit of Excellence Conference, and we hope that everyone watching has truly enjoyed this, but we still want you to share this. So if you're watching right now on our live stream, if you're on Facebook, go ahead and hit share. If you're on YouTube, go ahead and hit share. Also, put someone's name in the comments so that they can join in the conversation, because we have yet another dynamic, power-packed panel coming, and it is the decision makers. So again, thank you to all the panelists. Warren, you did a great job. We are going to take about a 15-minute break here. Don't go anywhere. Tell someone about it. Hit share right now, and then come right back for the next panel. Thank you all. Have a great day.
What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. Scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530.
Everybody, so I guess they're saying we're on. Ha, yeah. Okay. Hope you all doing real good today. Hey everybody, what's happening? The producer, Candy. What's happening, Candy?
Hey, Mr. AC.
Can I hear you
How
though,
are you
Candy?
doing? How
Let's
are
see,
you?
can I hear you?
So I will be
Okay,
with
now,
you.
hold on 1 second. We
Oh.
don't see. I got you. I do. I got you loud and clear. I
That's
do.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Wonderful. It's great to meet you, Mr. Green. Oh, no, can't hear me. Let me know from the other panelists. Can you hear my audio? Okay, I'm getting thumbs up and yes. So, Mr. AC Green, we will allow you to work on that audio there, and we are going to bring the other panelists on with
No,
us.
I hear you. Can you hear
And
me?
good afternoon.
Hi, Maya.
Yeah, sure can.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Hello,
Okay, good.
hello. We sure can. We sound great.
I hear you, Maya.
All right, so I want to welcome everyone back.
muted. Okay, you.
I think Maya's muted.
Okay.
There we go. Can you guys hear me now? All loud and clear?
Yes.
Wonderful. Well, this is the Pursuit of Excellence Conference hosted by the 530 Scholars. Today we are discussing, and we have our panelists that are talking about the state of Black students. And the panelists have been amazing. And I know that this is going to be just as powerful, just as dynamic. Your facilitator is Mr. AC Green. I am just here to be executive producing and directing the shots that you see on the screen. I do want to ask our folks that are tuning in from YouTube and Facebook, first of all, thank you. But we need you to tag someone. So go to your comment section, write someone's name. It will tag them and alert them that we are now back and we are live. And this is the decision makers. Are you guys the decision maker panel? This is going to be really powerful. So if you are watching us on Facebook, we want you to click that share button. Share, we'll send it out and invite your friends to this powerful conversation. I am going to turn it over to you, Mr. AC Green, and I will be here for your support, not on camera, but still with you here behind the scenes. Take it away.
All right. So we have Dr. Maya Green. I said your name correctly. Okay. And
Yes.
Adama Latsu.
Adama.
Latsu.
Yes, yes.
All right. So it's just us for right now. So look at this. I just got through watching something absolutely incredible. For the first time, a space flight going wherever they're going. They left here. They left Earth. And this is the first public-private partnership going to space. This is going to be historic. So maybe not me, but hopefully maybe me. But our children and their children one day will go into space travel like we get on airplanes right now. So in your respective careers and your fields, Dr. Green, we'll start with you. How would you encourage students or those who want to maybe go into your field? How would you encourage them? How would you motivate them? How would you let them see into, what you do and have a love for learning so they can get where you are?
Well, I think the best way to do that is, you can do it two ways, right? You have to surround yourself with a community, the energy. It's important to be surrounded by those things, but also in order to reach anyone, you have to come from the heart, right? And so a lot for our students, a lot of times if our students are seeing themselves through other people's eyes and they don't know who they are first, you know, that can be a barrier. So the first thing I would do is encourage each individual student, find out who you are, find out your history, know who you are, you know, and then know what kind of individual you are. And then to encourage people to build on that, because everybody that winds up on this earth has a purpose. Everybody has a purpose. And my purpose is not Adama's purpose. My purpose is not AC Green's purpose. We all have a different purpose. And when we all walk in that purpose, we all help each other to grow.
Well, Dr. Green, so, and I love your smile too. So Dr. Green, you know, any relation, by the way? I'm a Green.
To Silas?
Huh? No,
to you and Silas?
To me.
Oh, I'm Silas's one of Silas's older sisters.
Okay.
They look younger, but
and Silas and I have not figured out yet if we are connected by blood, but we all are connected by blood at some level.
We are.
Tell everybody now, you're a medical doctor, so give young folks and parents and some of us, a kind of picture into what you do. You're a doctor, but doctor covers a lot of areas.
Yeah, it does. Thank you that's a great question. So thank you for saying that. I am a facilitator of healing is who I am. That's Maya. When I talk about people being individual, Maya is a facilitator of healing. That is my purpose. All right. And that can look like a lot of things. It looks like what Adama does. It looks like what you do, and the form that I'm in is I'm a doctor, right? So I'm a medical doctor. And the reason I chose that as a path for me is because I love science. I love biology. I also, for my community, am open to telling people my story of times when I didn't know myself and I didn't believe I can do it, and talking about that journey to getting there. And so a lot of times people think you're a doctor, you're a medical doctor, so therefore it's just science. But a lot of things, even with coronavirus, even things we're going on, we realize healthcare isn't just medicine. It's the transfer of knowledge. It's the transfer of wealth. It's the building up of our communities. And so the form that I facilitate healing in is the form of being a doctor, allowing people to come in the room and 15 minutes, yes, but however brief that time, allowing them to unmask, because in society, look at our people. We have to wear all types of masks just to survive. Look, giving them the opportunity to do that so they can recognize the healing for themselves. And I facilitate that through medicine, through encouragements, things like that.
And let me ask you, so we see the obvious disparities in our community when it comes to healthcare. And you just said 15 minutes. Maybe everybody, they may not get the dynamics of 15 minutes, but you cannot see someone for 2 hours. You have to basically see them for a limited amount of time, and you have to find out as much as you can and have them be as transparent as they can. So we're talking to everybody now. We're really teaching the young folks too, because your health is truly your wealth. I have to ask you this question. How do you get someone to be as transparent as possible towards their own wealth or their own health? What do you do? And that smile don't hurt.
Yeah.
But what else do you do to get them there?
I think I touched on that, just being authentic and who I am. I remember right before we came on, I was dancing. I thought only Silas can see me, but that's who I am. And like I said, the MD gave me a breakdown of the barrier to reach my community. But the way I do it is I'm from my community. You notice I don't try to necessarily change the way I speak. I've got this beautiful chocolate skin, and when those young people, those future leaders, those scholars come in to see me, I look like them. I talk like them. I walk like them. I dance like them. I do all of that. So they're like, hey, if you can do it, I can do it. And then I take my journey, I make it open. I don't act like I've always had this. I've always been here. I talk about the journey in the external world, but also the journey in the mind that everybody has to go to walk in their purpose. Because this world will have you think you have to put a mask on and walk out and look like what we call normal, which is what everybody else is doing. And for our youth, we have all these brilliant geniuses. You know, it's almost a sin to tell them you got to be like somebody else and walk like somebody else. You know, we're canceling the greatness that's going to benefit them, but the greatness that benefits us as a whole society when we let our geniuses flourish.
Yeah.
So I take off my mask, they take off theirs.
There you go. And that's important. Transparency is important in healthcare. I have one more question. I'm going to move on to Adama. How have you, Dr. Green, assisted in the response to COVID in the minority communities, specifically Black and Latino? And what is it important? Why is it important for us to have decision makers from our community in this field?
Oh, wow. That's a lot in that question. Thank you for asking. Well, we're in Chicago, Illinois, right? But you can extrapolate this to what's happening in New York, what happened in Washington State, what happened in Louisiana, what happened in Atlanta. We know that communities that have been historically overlooked and underserved are going to bear the brunt of anything in a pandemic and not a pandemic. So when we saw coronavirus coming, I actually was the first person to say, hey, we're going to need these tents. These tents starts popping up in the medical district on the north side and things like that. And I was like, no, we're going to need it in Inglewood. We're going to need it in Little Village. And so it was important, and it's important to be a decision maker and prepare yourself, because when the coronavirus hit Chicago, I was able to delegate the resources to the communities. Now, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 9 weeks later, people are like, because, we didn't know it was going to be in this community, and now our communities are impacted. But I knew that a long time ago, and by preparing myself, becoming the regional medical director at the institution I'm in, I was able to delegate those resources. And I didn't need a magic wand to know, right? We have history that tells us where our communities are going to be impacted, how our communities are going to be impacted, and how they're going to be overlooked. So I encourage those future leaders to get in those, position themselves to be in those decision-making positions, just like Adama is, so that when the pandemic hits, when the time hits, we go.
Yeah.
We go,
Yeah. Hey, Adama.
Yes.
Hey, Adama, before I get you to answer the same question about how would you motivate young folks, young Black students, minority students in your field, I want you to give history on your name, Adama Latsu.
Adama. So Adama, my first name is Swahili. My maiden name is May. My husband is Ghanaian, so his last name is Latsu.
Got it.
But my name is Adama, and it's Swahili. My parents gave it to me.
Tell everybody what you do. What is your field?
So I've been an education administrator for the last 10 years. I recently took a pause because I have a little baby, but my body of work is education administrator. I've worked at City Colleges of Chicago the last, I think 8 years. Malcolm X for the longest, and then Olive Harvey College. And I've essentially created programs with our youth in mind. I'm all about filling in the gap. I've always been really focused on the achievement gap, and really disappointed that it exists since I was in high school and college. And so, as Maya said, being a decision maker, no one's going to think about our children the way that I will, right? So it's important to have us in these different, and to do things specifically for them.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So look at this. Children.
We have a good pause. Mm-hmm.
Children exhibit a lot of creativity when they're young. Some of these things are overlooked. What special qualities may children have that their parents may be able to identify with them, or they can identify themselves, that will prepare them to do exactly what you're doing?
Well, it's interesting because I'm actually a very creative person. And I'm also an intellectual person. And so I have like that dual mix. Mm-hmm. And so I could have probably been all the way in the art world, or I could have, been a little further all scientific, because I initially wanted to be a doctor like Maya. But the skill set that I would say you would see is someone who is a leader is someone who's bossy. So as a child, I was just always bossy. They called me a
Hold
dama.
on now.
Yeah, I was always bossy. And so that was a leadership trait that was honed and developed. And when I would be working with others, they would see it like, wow, she's a leader, you know? And so I've always liked youth, and that's how it's combined. So if you see a leadership and you see someone who likes to be in service, I would say that would be the skill set. Yeah.
You know, so let's go all the way back now, because I think that children start to exhibit signs of kind of like creativity, thoughtfulness at very early ages.
Yes.
So what personality traits, I should say, not skill sets. They don't know what that is at 3 years old. But at 3 years old, what personality traits do you think that will be identified?
Okay, so that's a great question, because now I have a little one. She's 16 months, and I see things in her because I'm trying to work on what she's going to be doing right now. And I also see a leadership skill set because she knows exactly what she wants immediately, and she's very helpful. And so that means that someone isn't going to be in some sort of service field, right? If you want to help, you should be in a service-driven field. And not everybody is made up that way. Like Maya said, we all have specific traits. So that trait of being helpful, I would say you want to lead them that way. But you can do it really in many fields. You can be helpful and be a doctor, that's service, right? You can be helpful and be a principal. You can be helpful and be, an engineer. So it's so many. And I think we shouldn't put ourselves in a box. We're in a new day now. So there's no such thing as one career for our children.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And Dr. Green, I wanna hit you with this one. Our children, kind of like the last question, our children are educated in public education in a way that may not necessarily be of benefit to them, because Black children are energetic at another level. And what discourages me a lot is the prescription of Ritalin and the psychotic drugs for children. You're a doctor. And that discourages me when that energy may just simply need to be channeled somewhere. Speak on that.
I'm always amazed. I would like to start by saying this whole day I have been just totally amazed at the wealth of knowledge that's going forward during this conference. And when you said that, it took me to a place where scientifically we know that our Black children and undeniably at undeniable rates, our Black boys are being diagnosed with disorders, hyperactive disorder, antisocial personality disorder, once you get older, things like that. And now we're going back and finding out that wasn't true at all. Right. And so sometimes when the system is not set up to teach you, there are barriers to try to change you so the system doesn't have to deal with you, And so I would say, so we know that's science. That's not, just like everything else, that's science, that's facts, that's data. We can look up data we already know, and so it kind of hinders the creativity and kind of puts them like in this line to be assimilated. I think back to even different movies that came out way back when it was recognized the power that our Black youth and Black boys had, and so they put out movies and all this propaganda to feel like when they come in the space and they began to try to lead, there were strategies to change that reverence into fear. You see? And now even our Black boys and girls, if you notice, when they step in the room, there's always, there's consistently something within our education system. That's why we have to have groups like the 530 Scholars and things like that. We have to encourage the parents and the families and the villages to have a training system where our youth know who they are, so that, and not saying so when they get in these situations, when they get to school, I remember, so I used to live in Nigeria, and I remember distinctly knowing I remember being at a higher grade level than the US decided I should be in. And so when they went to quote test me, they kept saying, tell me what color this is. And they just kept talking to me in this voice. And I remember not responding because I was thinking, she's being so silly. I'm just not going to respond, you know? And then I remember hearing I didn't know how to play right. So I needed to go to, you know, and anybody knows me, I like to play. I'm so silly and things like that. But when it was academic time, I didn't understand that we're supposed to be playing or you're supposed to be talking to me in this voice. And so I myself, I remember that being told, you don't do this right, so therefore go here, you know? And so we have to, as a group, and we have to, as parents, educators, know that and prepare our kids. They have to know who they are before they get to schools and in the system and before they start interacting with everyone else. I hope that wasn't too long of an answer.
And look at this, and Adama, and just in case, you know, they don't get it before, because what Dr. Green just explained is, you know, hey, hopefully they get it before. But what if they don't get it before? As an administrator, what do you do in setting up systems and curriculums and all of that to break through the clutter and the crust and the crud that's on the brain so that you can get them to the next level?
Well, the truth is most of our youth don't get it before. It's interesting that you shared that story, Maya, because when I was working at another University of Illinois at Chicago, I had a summer program. It was 400 kids, and it was like the upper crust of the doctors would send their kids, etc. Long story short, I could always tell a student from whose parents were from Africa because of the way they carried themselves. And particularly, it was a confidence, right? Walking, the way that they walked, the way that they carried themselves, it was so different and it was so distinct. And I realized they have not been knocked down, right? Where our kids are already, you know, they come out and they're being knocked down because their parents don't know that this is what's happening. So it's a lack of awareness, right? So as an administrator, when you know that, you then set up programs about believing in yourself. And how do you believe in yourself? You see somebody who looks like you, who is positive, who tells you you can, who is successful, and you expose them to as much success as other kids have who are in a different ethnicity, right? So I've had programs where I introduced in a summer program 30 different Black doctors. Maya was one of them for one of my summer programs at Malcolm X, right? And a lot of the high school students said, I have never seen a Black doctor, right? I did 30 in 6 weeks.
Wow.
Right? So it's those kind of things that you have to do in order to help to build them up, because subconsciously, when you're born in this country, our people, we are taught we were less than. And even if we don't believe that, we've taken it in. It's the way we carry ourselves. It's the way we walk. It's the way we talk. You'll hear many people back in the day would not want to go to a Black doctor. That's ignorant, right? Because you think that the Black doctor was not going to be good enough.
Right.
Right. So that's something that has been embedded in our spirits. And so again, as an administrator, you have that awareness and you do the opposite.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of the questions. I want to ask you, as a dean, how did you introduce STEM to your students or to the curriculum overall?
Well,
at different levels. I mean, I'm sure you've worked at different places. How did you introduce this whole notion, science and
so demystifying STEM is really important. So you make it fun and you make it cool, right? So they all heard this word STEM, but it's like, what is STEM? So you make it fun, you make it exciting. So I would have these conferences for 5th grade and up. And at the time, I was the only one doing it that young. And I got a lot of flack. Why? They're so young. Well, because guess what? Ahmed is getting that information when he's 3, right? Little Sarah is getting it when she's 2. So they actually make the decisions about the career they're going to enter. It's cemented by about 11 years old. Research shows that. So you want to get that in as early as possible, because the truth is, by high school, in most cases, it's kind of too late. I've seen it my own self. It's like you have a window of opportunity to have influence. And so with science conferences, I always made it fun. They would do hands-on projects. I would involve other people like Project Sincere, like 360 Scholars, and just make it fun. And again, about exposure. And they love it. And they find out, oh, this is what engineering is. This is what science is. Yeah, this is what it is.
That's what it is. Hey, y'all, we have Doc for the Streets joining us. Hey, Doc, what's happening?
What's going on, brother? Been a long time. I'm sure you probably.
Man, I remember your face.
No, so it's me and the 3 doctors that came and talked to you.
Yeah, come on, brother. Yeah, I remember. Man, look at this. I see all the DDs behind you and all the MHDs and all the whatever. Yeah, right on, brother.
Yeah,
Tell everybody who you are.
You was trying to drive my Tesla off the.
I remember that.
Yeah, you remember? What's going on, bro?
Man, what's happening, man? I love you guys, man. You know, I still have the wristband that you all gave me.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
That's what's up.
Tell everybody who you are and what you do.
Pierre Johnson, Dr. Pierre Johnson. I'm a board certified OBGYN. I specialize in minimally invasive surgery and pelvic floor repair. That's just fancy for doing, big surgeries through very small incisions. I'm from the south side of Chicago, born and raised. Had trouble beginnings and, family issues. And I just overcame, obstacle after obstacle to reach the highest pinnacle of success. And me and my 2 brothers, not my 2 biological brothers, but my brothers in life, man, we met in college. And we were at a point where we were determined to, become physicians, but we were just underprepared for the road ahead. And we bound together and we pushed each other past MCAT, past medical school, past residency, and then got to these high levels of success. And we just felt at that point, once we figured it out, man, we were just unfulfilled. We were getting turned on the TV, kids that look like us getting brutalized in the streets. And it's just like we get no respect in the hospital, and we the only people that look like us in the hospital. So we wanted to do something about that. And we knew that everything that we went through was a testimony to try to push and make a difference and make a change, man. And that's what we pushed to do.
What I really appreciate about you and the brothers that you work with, the doctors, is that you all are highly relatable. And I think that's so important. Taking nothing away from anybody who has achieved greatly. But if you have achieved greatly, but you cannot bring that knowledge back to your community in a way they can get it and understand that they can be connectional to what you're doing and not separate from where you are. You're bringing it back. Incredible. So what kind of turned me on about what you told me in the studio is what you do and the specificity of what you do. Give me just a brief so everybody can see it and make it relatable to young folks listening. Give me one circumstance, one surgery, give me a little brief of it, what you do, man, because looking at you with the cap cocked to the side, with the shirt,
chains, tattoos, all that, man. I'm just me though. It's not a facade, it's just me. But I do that. I don't change myself, because if kids can't see themselves in me, they can't feel me. Right. And these kids are pretty much what do they see? That we kind of fault them because like their aspirations are to be athletes and entertainers. And why is that? Just because that's the highest level of success they see. So they're just trying to be successful. But what they don't see is that you can be doctors, you could be lawyers, you could be engineers, you could be anything that you want to be. But if you can't see it, so how, you won't attain to try to be that. So
I want you to. What could happen in my life? Would it be falling and cutting my leg? What could happen in my life physically that would make me have to see somebody like you and then tell me what you would do to fix me?
Got you. So for me personally, I'm a woman's doctor. So unless you grow female parts, you wouldn't necessarily see me. Unless you find a way to get pregnant or you get some you get some fibroids or something, you wouldn't necessarily see me. But for me, man,
so talk to the
so I'm
like a woman,
right? So for what I do, I am a minimally invasive specialist, meaning that women have different issues, right? So women have issues with their periods. They have issues with fibroids, issues with endometriosis, issues with trying to get pregnant and can't get pregnant. Through pregnancy, we have a high, maternal death rate. Meaning that Black mothers are dying, the Black babies are dying, and we see that all over the place. So someone like me specializes in keeping that, number down. And specifically as far as the surgery is concerned, like, women come in and like our mothers, our grandmothers, our aunts, or what have you, they have had years and years and years of, a lot of them have had years and years and years of bad care, and it's been transcended down through the years. So you'll have, women that are bleeding extensively, but won't go to the doctor, or had these horrible fibroids and won't go to the doctor.
I think I lost her.
Sorry. No, I'm back. Hopefully I'm back.
I hear you.
I can hear you.
Back. You hear me? All right. So I come into play where I am, the surgeries that I perform I try to perform surgeries in which is going to fix the problem, but at the same time have a quicker recovery time, get women out of the hospital and back to their normal lives, right? So a lot of the times when women have these large fibroids, they're getting cut open and they're in the hospital for long periods of time. They can't get back to their families. It's a lot of pain, a lot of complications from those things. So that stigma has, perpetrated through our communities, and women aren't getting taken care of because they associate, these problems with pain and complications. So what I do is I am trying to show them that you can get these problems dealt with without having all of these issues and problems. So in particular, I use this device called the Da Vinci robot. And it's a robotic machine in which allows me to perform very technically difficult surgeries with these very small incisions, and it fixes the problem without keeping women in the hospital in pain. In a nutshell.
Man,
that's amazing.
Dr. Green, you know something about that stuff.
Yeah, and I do want to say too, thank you for doing that, not for the streets, because historically, and that's what we also saw with coronavirus and why the tents are open up, the same privileges and access that have been given to other communities weren't always, and still we have a long way to go with bringing that equity to our community. So even doing that surgery minimally invasive so that our mothers, our women can get back to their work, to their families, to their lives, and equalizing that. Thank you so much for doing that, Dr. Pierre.
And Adama, as I looked at Doc and just watching him, when I was younger, I was trained. We were raised, we were trained. You have to be twice as good as white folks. That stuck in my head. It's still there. Yeah, I'm still being 4 times as good, right? And also, we were taught something else that served us well in that time, but we don't have the hybrid that serves us well in this time. And let me tell you what that is. We have to understand how to do what Doc does. Be able to dress up for the boardroom at the hospital and be able to be yourself for your people. Well, we were taught when we were younger, just be good for the white people. We left our people behind. And that's why so many of our people are uninspired, because we would never try. And then some people called us hypocrites because we're being too. You ain't gonna ever be one person. You're gonna always have to show many sides of one person. It's nothing wrong with speaking 7 languages, but you know how to speak your language. You know how to throw down on some Ebonics too, but you can speak Spanish, English, and all that. We got to stop criticizing each other for being all that we can be to reach all people, but never leave our own people. And so talk about that. You're an administrator. You're a dean, man. You see a lot of things, a lot of people.
Well, yeah, I mean, the crabs in the barrel mentality is definitely amongst us. It's tough. I would say as a woman, I think it might be more for us. Would you say that, Maya? Like,
I don't, you know, I've never
know how
been a
it
man,
is.
so I don't know, but I perceive it more. But I wonder if we perceive it more because that's the space we're in. You know, I don't know, but
Yeah. Listen, I know for me, I was raised by a Baptist pastor in a home that was, we went to church and stayed there all day on a Sunday, right? Back in the day. My oldest brother is a medical doctor, and my youngest sister is a medical doctor. It's 6 of us, right? And everything in between, from bankers, everything in between. So excellence was the thing of the day.
Right.
What I see now so clearly is that our mental separation from our own people and the classism within our own communities separated us from our own people. So we may have lost 2 and 3 generations just because of what we did.
That's true. That is very true. I see that very much so now. You're right. I definitely understand your question now. What could we do about that? I think it's important for people like us to continue reaching back and lifting others up. And even if you're not in the community, you should be involved in a community that they're in, right? Because they have to see you, because other than that, see you as you think you're better, right? And so that's really big right now. But then when they get to know, they say, oh, I'm with you. We're in it together. My husband's an MP as well. And so it's tough, you know what I mean? But I'm all about my people. And I always have been, and I always will be. So, yeah.
And right there, I want everybody to make sure you share this video right here. Share this with everybody you know. Share this. Everybody watching, share it. Share it a couple of times. Share it 10,000 times, right? And if you could with me, put your hands together for Silas Green and 530 Scholars. You know, the bottom line is that, where there is not a vision, people don't have hope, because they don't have, somebody had to create the vision and the idea. And then put your hands together for everybody that works with Silas and make that vision come to life. And then put your hands together for all of the students that are attending, past students, and them that's coming. So you all share this so that we can educate more of our children ourselves.
And then I just want to say one thing. The thought about, and Adama and AC, you all brought this up. The thought about being twice as good, or, what we probably all heard living in this country as a youth, even the thought is setting a standard twice as good as them. It sets the standard as them. And them can never be our standard, because let's remember, when anything needs to be built, when anything needs to be improved, they call upon our ancestors. They call upon us to improve it, to make it better. So the standard, by setting them as the point to be even compared to, we're lowering the standard of our kids. We're causing them to miss the mark, because they think the mark is them. And they have the potential to operate so much higher on so many more genius levels.
Great point.
And compare yourself to yourself. My standard to be better than is who I was yesterday.
Yes.
What Silas is doing is so incredibly important. Because a kid like me, we talk about in the book, I didn't even really know what a periodic table was going into college. And so if you bet on that kid to get through medical school and residency, you can bet against that kid all day. It's too many obstacles, too many hurdles. And they're not looking at it like it's not a level playing field. So they don't care if you come from, a dysfunctional family and didn't have all of this primary teaching or whatever. Once you get there, you're competing with the top 5% of smart people in the world. So you got kids that they're doctors, and their parents were doctors, their parents were doctors, everybody was doctors, and you got this person that's never had somebody graduate from college, don't know anything. So betting on that kid to get through all of this stuff and make it to these high levels of success is crazy. It's asinine. It's just not going. It doesn't happen too often. That's why it's so rare. So I agree with everybody as far as why it's so important, to get these kids early and show them how, number one, that this stuff exists. that there are goals to attain to. One, you have to show them and expose them.
Mm-hmm.
Two, start to lay, don't just inspire them, but then start to lay the blueprints out of how to do it. Why are we not successful? The reason that we're not is because the game is standardized tests. That's the game. It's not about intelligence. It's not about, man, some of the kids I went to college with are some of the smartest kids I've ever, or people that I ever known. The smartest kid I ever met in my life, was at Xavier University. Black kid. And I'm talking about through medical school, through residency and all that. But it's not about it. You can't really gauge that because they don't care about that. They care about standardized tests. And standardized test taking starts from a primary age. And if you're not taught this at primary ages, by the time you get to that, it's not just desire, it's not grit, it's not just push through it. It's about an obstacle that's placed in front of you that you have to have cultivated. You have to have a cultivated skill to be able to take these tests. And that's the reason that it's knocking us out. It's not from not being smart, right? So we have to take these kids and really start showing them the blueprint of taking tests early. So when they get to the LSAT, they get to the MCAT, they get to the GMAT, it's second place. Like it's now their true intelligence and their brilliance can actually be put on display. But that's the problem. So what Silas is doing and what people are doing, seeing that getting these kids early and start putting the fundamental building blocks there early, by the time they get there, now that'll change the whole game.
And like you're saying, too, Doc, what Silas is doing, he is setting a standard where they can reach to, and he's doing it in a way that's caring, that's loving, where it is with great people that allows them to kind of get in where they fit in. Then he'll take them where they need to go. Here's the question that we need to speak to our parents out there looking, our aunts, our uncles, and everybody else. There's an old saying, you've heard it: hurting people hurt people. But generally, when we think about the hurting people hurt people, we think about somebody doing harm to somebody. Well, in this case, are we not doing harm to some of our young people, thinking we're doing good by them? And what I mean is this: maybe we're grading our young people on a curve too much. In other words, because we're hurting, we don't want to push them too hard because they can't handle that. No, they can't do that. Your own fears maybe are being projected onto your cousins and all them and them. And so they cannot, and as an administrator, as a medical doctor, and as a scientist, medical doctor, and all of that, what that you all are, I want you all to speak to that, because I think that a lot of people don't move their children into a mind like 530 scholars because they don't see where they can excel. Because if you had $1 million sitting on the corner, why wouldn't you steer your children to the $1 million?
It's a glass ceiling, bro. It's a glass ceiling, right? It's perpetuated by society. Right. So society has put it up to where, the media and everything else have put it to where like these levels are just not attainable for kids. And so, that starts to stereotypically like invade our thought processes. Right. To where, you're right. It's like, all right, well, you may not be able to do this. Instead of being a doctor, maybe you can, be a MA or be something, whatever, just because you don't see it. But once you start to actually expose these kids to and understand that this glass ceiling is fictitious, that you can bust through that and you can do whatever you want to do. And we have to, it's not okay to not challenge kids. I see kids all the time, and it's like, that's what changed my life. And I'll tell kids this: what changed me and what the most instrumental thing at an early age that happened to me is that when my aunt, when I was 5 years old, literally, she said, what do you want to do when you get older? I said, I want to play basketball. I want to be in the NBA. Give me a plan B. I want to play baseball. That's all I knew. That's what I wanted to do. But she did not stop that. She would not say, okay, well, let's just play basketball and let's, push yourself to the limits. It was like, give me something else. Like, come up with something else. And she pushed me and pushed me and pushed me and would not stop pushing me until I came up with something else. Oftentimes we ask these kids 10, 11, 12, well, what do you want to do? Well, I don't really know what I want to do. It's not acceptable. And the reason it's not acceptable is because they spend so much time in their day, on doing nonsense, social media, games and everything. Challenge them 30 minutes a day to just start researching. Like, we didn't have Google. They got Google, they got everything now. So challenge them to actually look at things that they like and things that they don't like. Make them set a goal for themselves. Once they set a goal, even if they want, let's say they want to be a doctor and they say, I want to be a doctor. 2 years, 3 years, they get into that. They're like, I really don't like blood. I don't like this. What are they going to do? They're not going to say, oh, well, fine, I'll just go back to playing basketball or whatever. No, now they're going to set a new goal. I kind of like being a lawyer. I kind of like being an engineer. Like, you've set the bar for them so high that even if they don't want to do that, they just set another bar. But if that bar is never set, they're going to stay stagnant in the same place. And that's what's happening to our kids over and over again.
And Adama, so do you think
yeah,
Warren is saying, right? The Warren is saying,
to that point, as an administrator, you could have a classroom and you could have two different teachers teach the same classroom, and the students will rise to where the teacher believes they will be. Seen it over and over and over and over again. So as a parent, your child will rise to what you have for them. You have to think higher and they will rise higher. I've seen it over and over again. And I've even was asked running one program, they thought we were like making up stuff. I set high standards and they will make it. And they always do. But if you don't do that, then they're gonna come where you have them. So as a parent, think higher. As an administrator, think higher. As a teacher, think higher. Our kids can go however far. And that's my take on that.
And Dr. No, go ahead.
I was thinking about something that was said, I think on the educators panel earlier today. Someone said, if I can see it, I can seize it. Then it reminds me of the difference between making good choices and having good choices, right? So a lot of times we think when someone got to a certain space, it's just they made good choices. That's that pull yourself up by your own bootstraps, right? And when we realize, even with what's in office right now in the federal government, some people had good choices. They're the only, and so that's how they ended up where they are. And then that speaks to what Adama is saying, what Dr. Johnson is saying, and what Silas is doing, and Adama is doing, and Dr. Johnson yourself, building, because we're all, if you're in this country, we're all in a system that has implicit bias against our children. I'm just going to go ahead and say that, right? That's and right. That implicit bias starts with, Dr. Johnson mentioned, the fetal maternal death rate. That's the death rate when people are trying to deliver babies or when babies get born. So when that person, when a person, one of our children comes to the earth, the chances or the deck is statistically, because of society, stacked against them from the time they're born. And then in education, then trying to get in the workplace. Then Dr. Johnson talked about the challenges they received trying to go to medical school. Lemmy earlier talked about challenges on just a test to get into graduate school. So in this system, in this society, there is implicit bias built in education, in workplace, in the places we play, in the places we live, the food we eat. There's so much systemic bias. The only way to undo that is to build equity at every level, in every capacity of a human's life throughout that person's lifetime, from birth to transition. And that's what we're doing. That's what they're talking about with the State of Black Students. That's what Adama's doing. And I'm so glad. I'm proud of my brother. That's what Silas is doing.
And that's what Silas is doing. You know, as we start to wrap up, what I want to do is I want you all to all speak to one thing that everybody is seeing. Obviously, we're coming through a pandemic. So that's one big deal that a lot of children, young people have not witnessed. I know I haven't. So that's 1918. I was nowhere around. But the other one is the death of George Floyd in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Man, let me stop.
Well, I want to put it like this, because I want you all. I want everybody to speak on it, and I want you to speak on it from the point of view of how parents should articulate to their children, and how children, if they're watching, young people, how they need to see this, because you cannot successfully educate a mind that has already been turned off by what they see in the media. If I can die at the hands of a police officer, why do I ever have to think about going to school? Because I'm not even going to live to see that day. Everybody speak to that.
So first and foremost, you know, what I want to say about that is that, you know, as you know, and Dr. Green can speak on this, you know, everything that we see and hear, if you look at, no matter what disease it is, anything that's a recurrent issue for all societies, whether it be hypertension, whether it be diabetes, whether it be obesity, it doesn't matter, metabolic disorder. If you look at it, you have African Americans typically leading that pack, right? So the scapegoat thing of it is to say is that, yeah, Black folks, it's not really medicine, is that they're predisposed to, you know, some of these conditions. It's their diet. It's this, you know, it's a lot of other things, and they're disposed to having these problems. Fast forward now to COVID, right? What COVID has shown us is that this is not that, right? This is a disease or virus that has hit us all on equal playing fields, all on equal ground. Nobody's predisposed to anything. Nobody has, you know, quicker than anybody else. Everybody's on the same playing field. And with that being said, we're dying 4 and 5 times faster than everybody else and more than everybody else, right? So with that being said, that transcends, and you can look at all of the other diseases and things. It's not just because we're Black, we're predisposed to this. It is because there is a systemic issue built off, from that comes from racism, that comes from slavery, that's in our society from how we're treated, that causes these bad things in medicine and these bad things in our health to happen. It has nothing to do with our genetic makeup.
Okay, hold on.
It has. Go ahead.
No, I want to speak to that. So you're saying that it has nothing to do with our genetics, but it has something to do with, you know, maybe our conditions, high blood pressure, diabetes. It has something to do with.
And why is that? It's
Sure.
not. When you talk about high blood pressure and diabetes, you look into it from an economic standpoint, and you look into
Correct.
food deserts. You look at the availability of of nutritious foods to eat. You even go back, you know, to the roots of slavery, and when we were given the scraps of everything,
Come on
we
now.
had to fry everything for it to be edible.
Come on.
Right? So that has been transcended over generations and generations and generations and generations, to the point now that it's in our mindset that, like, fried chicken and everything, that's what we've been eating all this time.
Now,
right?
you know,
So
you educate that, doctor.
so it's like, you know, so now when you look at, you know, why these things are happening to us and why this is happening, it's because there is a nonsensical agenda that is pushed by the masses to keep us there. So then if you don't have the things that are available to everybody else, you're going to have these bad things happening.
All
so
right.
With all of that being said, to wrap that up, it's like, what this says to us is that we cannot come out of this pandemic with the expectations for anybody to do anything for us.
We got
right?
it.
They're not going to do anything for
No,
you.
they never done it.
They never done it. For us to be able to come out of this and be this exact same and to expect different things to happen, we're insane.
Insanity.
Right?
So
We have to command change on our own level, right? And we have to push the narrative and change the narrative for ourselves, not depending on the government, not depending on people that don't look like us, because it's not going to happen. One of the biggest movements ever that happened in our
country,
right? We're talking about slavery. Slavery didn't end. People think slavery ended because white
No.
folks felt bad for us. It
No,
didn't.
no,
It was
no.
economics, right?
That's
It was
right.
complete economics.
That's right.
The banks gave farmers loans based on slavery, based on their slaves, because their slaves were their highest commodity.
That's right.
When the cotton gin came, then the slaves were worthless. So the banks were losing money. Sharecroppers were losing money. So now slavery is abolished. Right?
It just changed forms.
It just changed forms. So now you fast forward to the civil rights movement, right? We were getting beaten. We were getting, you know, dogs are biting us. When, you know, boycotting, getting thrown, get lynched, everything. It didn't stop because they felt bad for us. It stopped because we came together and said, enough. We're gonna start boycotting. We're gonna make our own stuff. We're gonna take our money and keep it in our community, and we're not gonna make y'all rich. So therefore, now civil rights movements have passed. Now segregation comes because we have impacted their dollar. So moving forward, coming out of this COVID stuff, right? What are we gonna do? We have to be able to say, listen, we have to come together as a people and start making moves to don't wait for change. We gotta force change. And the only way we can force change is impact their dollar. And if we're not impacting their dollar, it's gonna be complete status quo. We have to start making our statements with our money from the day one. Right. And once we do that, then things will start changing. Then we pay taxes like everybody else. Why in the hell is our CPS still dilapidated? Why do we still have schools on the south side of Chicago where people are paying red light tickets and paying taxes up the yazoo, and they don't even have books? They don't even have, they got buildings that are 60, 70 years old, and you go up north and you got, schools that are, that have state-of-the-art everything. They paying the taxes just like us. So why are we not getting the funds? So we have to say enough, man. Just like this man getting killed in broad daylight in front of the world, and they were cool with it. The only reason that he's in jail right now is because we started.
That's the only reason. The only reason.
Let's keep it real. And then you try to give him some watered down charges, and then you try to take medical professionals like ourselves, like me and Dr. Green, and you try to tell me he died from coronary artery disease.
No, he didn't.
Crazy?
Yeah.
Come on, man. Come on. Like we as a people have to take this personally and move for ourselves and start to take this and do for ourselves, man. That's the only way change is going to happen. Once we got to get fed up and start making this thing happen.
And Dr. Johnson got everybody hot, and especially me. So the thing that that Silas is doing so well with education, we need to do that. Don't y'all get mad at me because I'm gonna say this term. We need to do that in a Black nationalist kind of way so that we have our own education. We have our own medical. There's no reason in the world that our children should be going to public school and be fed food that's designed by anybody but us.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. And there's nowhere in history where a historically oppressed culture comes out of that oppression by anybody's hand but their own. So that's consistently waiting. And one thing you said that they talked about it because it's our hypertension, it's not ours. That doesn't belong to us. Those are things like Dr. Johnson said that came because of our physical things, came because of what was physically provided for us and us not providing for ourselves. So definitely what you're talking about is where we take our own community and raise up our own community is super duper important. And then the other thing I want to say is they talked about books at the end of the last segment, and Dr. Joy DeGruy has something called post-traumatic slave syndrome. That's a book I want to add to that repertoire that I want people to, and it talks about where a lot of us are in this country, and it talks about what Silas and Adama and Dr. Johnson and yourself, AC Green, is trying to undo within ourselves. And then let's go back to another book, because I know we don't have a lot of time. Let's go back to The Miseducation of the Negro, right? By Carter G. Woodson. I mean, that is still apropos to today. So, and the bottom line is we can talk about COVID, we can talk about COVID, high blood pressure, diabetes, all those things, HIV, because, I'm an HIV specialist. And we can pick these off. If this was a branches and this is a tree, this is a trunk, I can knock any of these off. Like say, let's take Hep C because now that's a cure. What is this tree going to do? It's going to grow another branch because these are just manifestations of the systemic problem. And the root of that tree is inequities, social determinants of health, and post-traumatic slave syndrome. So we can talk all day. I know, Adama, you want to bless us with something you're going to say,
What I wanted to ask Adama before she says it and wraps it up, Adama, as a person who was a dean and a curriculum specialist in that, how can we, because I'm about not just identifying problems, we have many of those, but how do we get to the solution? And as I'm looking at one of the entities that, is looking forward to getting back in the building are the churches. How can we take what Silas is doing with education and what the good doctors are doing with medicine and health and other aspects of our life, and put together a curriculum, because the church cannot go back in the building the same way. Other than that, in my opinion, you don't even need the building. You might stay out the building. If you can't go back in that building and really impact your communities, and listen, I'm the son of a pastor, so I'm not being sacrilegious in what I'm saying. I know what I'm saying. I'm well versed on theology. If you can't go back in that building and do the Great Commission of bringing people who are lost, and so many who think they found are lost, into that building and educate them mentally, physically, spiritually, and holistically, you don't need the building again. Leave it closed. Let it be used for something else. What can we do in terms of a curriculum to give the pastors, so pastors can have something? You got to have the spiritual. I get that. But we are not just one entity. We are a whole man or woman. How can we have the curriculum for the pastors that we can package for them?
Well, I think we need to unite all these different, sects. We're too divided. So as far as that, we need to unite, and we need to do it secretly. We cannot unite publicly.
I agree with you.
Okay? It cannot be televised. We need to unite, and we need to do it in secret. And when we do it in secret, have all these minds come together to come up with, like I said, a holistic approach. Because back in the day, the church was about the upliftment of community. I can't say that every church that's the agenda. Okay, that's real. That's real, right? I'm also a preacher's daughter, but we're not going to talk about that. Anyway, so I would say that we have to unite. Especially our large churches need to come together as one. I think it's a new tide. It's a new paradigm, and we need to get on it. Essentially, because it's about uplifting our community. And when we came over here, the church, that was the purpose. It was education and upliftment. That's what the Black church was, right? During slavery, post-slavery, that's what it was. Period.
Now, listen, everybody, if you could give us something so that we can wrap up. And again, Silas, for the opportunity of letting me be the facilitator. If that's what I'm just a part of a kitchen table conversation. That's what I feel like right here with some very intelligent, real people. But I appreciate the opportunity to do that. And if everybody can share this, because information, you all, is the new civil rights movement, in my opinion. We need to share more information because we come from many places, but we got to get to the same destination. We got to be free for real. Freedom just don't happen, man. You got to work that thing to happen. So if you all could just wrap up one by one and just let us know what's on your heart, what's on your mind, and how you want to end it. Come on. Start with Maya.
Oh, sure. I would say for all our future leaders, and all our future leaders, parents who also are future leaders, expose your child to everything. Give them the world. Take the world for your children. I think when I was younger, I didn't even know there was a spelling bee. Like you could go to the National Spelling Bee. My niece went to the National Spelling Bee. And then she decided she wanted to do another thing. Then my nephew, give them the world. They deserve it. We built this. And don't ever let anybody take that from you.
All right, Doc.
For me, one thing that another, I'm doing a lot of just observing during this time. This is the first time in my life, since a kid, that I've actually had time to actually, retrospect or introspectively look not only at myself but the world around me, because I've been so busy and doing things. I actually have a little bit of time to look. So everybody needs to kind of look and see what's going on. And I spoke on one thing that we need to come out of it. But the other thing that I was able to take a step back and look is that, for a long time, I kind of thought that, I was alone, where, from a success standpoint. But just looking at social media and looking at the things that we've had to focus on, now that you took athletics and entertainment out, is so many prominent Black people that are doing so many great things throughout this country, right? They had like the No Rush Challenge, and I didn't even know it was all these young Black doctors myself, right? And I've been through it. So it's like to see that and understand that we got it. we got it. We just got to put it together. And, you know, my biggest pet peeve and the biggest thing that bothers me is that, you know, as much as I go out and talk to these kids, as much as I try to get on social media and put all of these things out, talking about health and talking about wellness and talking about, you know, just everything, you know, from what we need to do as a people, what have you, it'll be, you know, a couple people view it. If you view this and what have you, but then you'll turn on like just some craziness and it's like 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 views. And it's just like, focus your energies on things that are going to uplift us as a people. Like even if it's not me, you know, put your kid in front of something that is going to be food for them and food for our communities. And let's put our energies into that, because we spend so much time and waste so much of our energies and efforts into things that don't really matter. And then we then expect for great things to happen. Well, if you spend, you know, 10, 12 hours a day, you know, worrying about Beyonce's dress and worry about, you know, what Puffy said or what 50 Cent did on it, what are we going to, we're in the same spot. But if you start listening and putting doctors and putting lawyers on platforms and putting engineers, like right now, like one of the guys that me and Adama went to college with, Chris Stewart, he's like one of the lead civil rights attorneys that is on like pretty much all of these cases, is out here talking. Like, man, I'm showing my kids, like, I went to school with this dude. Like, this dude is like, he is dope. Like, he is actually out here making changes and making the difference. Like, he should have 8 million followers on his page to see what he's talking about, right? Put our emphasis and our efforts on that stuff. And that's our problem. Like, we know that there are issues and we like say, all right, yeah, we need to get here. Well, what are we doing? Like, put our energy and our efforts in the things that actually matter. That's my thing. Like, if you taking your time and you scrolling up the timeline and you looking at to see who bikini is this and who got this weave and who got this eyeliner, like, that's not uplifting. Right? Put your energy into things and people that are trying to uplift us and make things better for us.
Adama? Hey, Adama.
Hey.
Your turn.
So, yeah, I would say I want to leave it on a positive note. I was thinking about this week, actually, with everything that's going on. And what keeps coming to mind is that we are the most resilient people on the face of the earth. The most resilient, the most. And we have to know that. And so we're going to come out of this. We're going to come out of this better, because we actually, while we are dying, I keep on getting this message that we don't die, we multiply, right? We will never be gone. We will never be eradicated. We are going to get stronger. We're going to get better, but we do have to move in secret. We really do. And we have to unite, because anytime one of us is identified as having knowledge, my grandfather was 90 years old and we were very close. And he used to tell me that he left Mississippi because the white people would sniff out the leaders, right? And he was chased by the Klan. And by the grace of God, on September 10th every year, I just give thanks because he got away. But they would sniff out the Black men who spoke up and who were intelligent, and they had a hit on my grandfather, right? And so it's just really important to understand that when we are strong, when you have a brain and a mind and you can think, you need to, it's one thing to be on social media, but certain things we shouldn't say in front of everybody, because, you know, they're going to figure out how to take you down. I hate to say it, but it's the truth, right? So we need to figure out a way how to unite in a way that is not publicized until we get our stuff together, right? And know that we are resilient. Yeah.
And that's crazy because everybody got grandparent stories like that. Everybody literally has like a story of how their grandparents got run out of the South. Like, it's crazy that you say that, because I got the same stories.
Same story, right? So I'm aware. I think about that all the time. I wouldn't be here, right? Yeah. But he got out.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Wow. Thank you all very much. I enjoyed myself with you.
Yeah.
Enjoyed myself too.
We have the producer back. Hey, producer.
You all did absolutely amazing. We could tell by the comments that everyone was fully engaged. Warren Edwards says, "We don't die, we multiply." Just re-quoting that. And again, we can't thank you enough to this panel. We know why you are called the decision makers. AC Green, thank you for being our moderator and
You're
facilitator.
very welcome. Thank you.
This has been amazing. So we are here, the Pursuit of Excellence Conference, and we are coming back in 10 minutes. We have another dynamic panel, and then Silas will be back with us. We have the awards gala and the tournament. We have so much more in store. We need all of you to share. Click your share button, whether you are on YouTube or Facebook, and leave a comment, leave a question, and I'm sure somebody will come back and answer it if your question wasn't answered during the session. But so that panelists, thank you so much again. AC Green, you guys have a great day. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30.
And we are back live. This is the Pursuit of Excellence Conference. Our discussion is the state of Black students, and we have the last, did they save the best for last? We have the final panel of the day. These are the future leaders. So we want to welcome everyone back. Thank you for tuning in and staying with us all day, whether you were watching on YouTube or if you're on Facebook. This event is hosted by the 5:30 Scholars. And we want to welcome our panel this evening. Thank you all for being here. Deanna is going to be your facilitator. I'm the executive producer and director, and I will be here backstage to support you all. But I'm going to turn it over into the very capable hands of Deanna as we get started with our Future Leaders panel.
Welcome, everyone, and good afternoon. How are you guys today?
Thank you. I'm doing well. Good afternoon.
Wonderful. So I'm just going to introduce myself. I am Deanna Sherman. I am the co-founder of TrueStar Media and Foundation. So TrueStar is a media company and digital agency led by Chicago's youth. So for the past 15 years, we've been doing job training programs where young people collaborate to produce their own media. And we've grown from a magazine to now in the digital space, creating social media content. We have a digital platform, a YouTube channel, and just recently we even grew even more to where we actually produce digital content for companies. And so our young people get to do that. And so I just wanted to share a little bit about myself just for some context. Over the past 15 years, we've employed over 10,000 young people. And so I'm very passionate about young adults, young people. I think any movement that's ever been successful has really been born out of the minds and drive of youth. And so I'm so excited to have you all here joining me today. And so what I would like to do is maybe you guys just to go around and introduce yourself and tell the audience a little bit about you. So let's start with Destiny.
Okay. Hi, my name is Destiny. I am a now student at Stanford University, transferring there in fall of 2020. I graduated from Prairie State Community College just recently, a couple of weeks ago, actually. I was homeschooled. Thank you. I was homeschooled all 4 years of my high school. And I think it's gonna be like different for some of you. I didn't do my SAT or ACT, but I still managed to get into Stanford with my essays and story. So.
Wow. Okay. Karan, am I pronouncing that right?
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, so I also transferred to Stanford from Prairie State last year in 2019. I ended up getting a full scholarship. In high school, I was not necessarily the best student. So after high school, I kind of dropped out of school for a few years and decided to go back to community college. And I used that time to like reorient myself and, learn discipline and maturity. And it allowed me to reinvent myself as a student. And yeah, so I ended up doing well enough to get into Stanford after that time.
That's awesome. Welcome. Okay, Alani, am I saying that right?
Yes, I'm Alani. I am a rising senior at Yale University. I went to Chicago Bulls College Prep, was on the near west side. I don't have like an amazing story like everyone else.
I'm sure you do. You say you go to Yale?
Yes.
You probably could write a book. Well, welcome. We're going to get into that story I know you have somewhere in you. Brianna, welcome. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Okay, my name is Brianna. I live in Clarksburg, Maryland, and I'm obviously a graduating senior. I'm intending to go to the University of Southern California, and I don't know if there's a story about me either just yet either, but yeah.
Okay, wonderful. So the opening question really centers around kind of going back to your first day of high school. And if you could remember that moment with all of the kind of the journey that you've been on now that has led you to where you are, what is the most important thing that you would do, knowing what you know now, to get ready for college as you enter your first day of high school? So we could just start in the same order. Destiny, take a shot at
that. So something since I was homeschooled, it was difficult for me to get involved in extracurricular activities like a typical high school student. So I got involved in a lot of activities outside of school. I did a lot of volunteer work with my church. I volunteered and sang to people in nursing homes. I did animal rescues. I just got involved a lot in the community, which is also something that I'm passionate about. So I would say get involved in your community or get involved in extracurriculars inside of school and outside of school. Another thing I would say is don't be afraid to quit extracurricular activities. I think one thing is we all get sucked into feeling like something becomes your identity. Like if you are really good at a certain sport, that you can't quit it. But you can if it takes too much time out of your academics, if it takes too much time out of things that you love, that you find passionate for, just leave it. I also would say get organized, keep up with like dates, deadlines, things like that, and also tell family members and friends your goals for your school. So I told a lot of I told Karan actually what I wanted to do, and he helped keep me motivated and keep going when things became too stressful and I wanted to give up and I wanted to stop. He kept telling me to do it. Originally, I didn't even plan on applying to Stanford until they kept telling me to do it, and I ended up getting in and I'm going there now. Another thing I would suggest is don't waste your summers. Your summers are extremely important. They help you, or they allow you to like get a chance to get a head start at things. Start writing essays early, get better with your writing in general. I think your summers can really make or break how your application is outlined. And actually, I know for a fact that one of the schools actually asks you what you did over the summer as an essay, and they do it quite often. So make sure you're doing something with your summers. I know a lot of schools also have a what we look for page. So they'll tell you what type of students they're looking for. And I typically don't want students who are like kind of all over the place. So I'm gonna try to say like stay kind of focused on what you're doing. So like if you're really good at something, try to focus on it, which can just be beneficial for your application and painting the picture of who you are as a person. And also, your life story is really important and it can really help your application. I know for myself, I have an autistic little brother, and that is a huge part of my life. And I did have to mention that in my application because that explained why I couldn't do certain extracurricular activities, why I couldn't get involved in certain things. I had a 4.0, so but that did show like why I struggled in certain areas more so than others, because I had to like focus on helping my brother. Another huge thing I'm gonna say is letter recommendations. Your teachers make friends with your teachers. Your teachers really do make or break your letter recommendation. If you have a teacher who is like super relaxed and chill, maybe don't ask them to write your letter. I had a professor that I was really, really good friends with. I talked to her all the time after school. I talked to her for hours. But when I asked her to write my letter recommendation, she actually still hasn't even gotten back to me because she doesn't reply to her emails. So pay attention to who you're asking to write your letter recommendations. And I had another professor who actually, he emailed me a month after the applications were due. And he was like, do you still need them? And I was like, no, I don't. I'm done. Do those type of things. Also, start early. For a lot of my applications, because I was so busy all the time, it felt like I did not spend as much time writing my essays as I should have, especially because I know for a fact that I had a lot of things that I was weak in because I didn't take a SAT or ACT. But since I didn't take the SAT, ACT, I knew I had to make up in other areas. So I did things that were towards my major, which is political science. I did things that did cater towards my major a lot, and I really showed that in my extracurricular, and I made sure to show that through my essays. But make sure you start early. Please start early.
Very good advice. Does anyone have anything to add to that? About what you may tell yourself if you could go back to that starting high school to prepare yourself even better, even though you guys are clearly on a path of success, but if you could give yourself a little bit more of a leg up or avoiding any pitfalls. Destiny gave us a lot of good ones. Anyone have anything else?
I would probably also add on top of the not procrastinating thing, definitely do start early, especially if you're thinking about taking the SAT or the ACT. During your freshman and sophomore year, you're not as busy as you are your junior or your senior year, and that's usually because of all the clubs, and especially when you start getting leadership positions. So if you can start early, just little bits of practicing, 20 minutes a day, it can honestly go a long way. And I think I would also say surround yourself with people who have the same goals as you. You want to make sure you're surrounded by like-minded people so that your studies, if you don't want to push all fun stuff and extracurriculars all the time, you do want to mainly focus on your academics because they do look at your grades a lot. So if you can surround yourself with people who support you, who help you, and you can help motivate each other and stay on track, it can go a long way too. Yeah.
Awesome. Does anyone else have anything else?
Two things I would add is first, hit the ground running. So a lot of times people don't tell you that your freshman year is just as important. There are times where people come into high school and they're like, okay, I'm the goofy freshman, let me go and have fun. And high school is for fun, but at the same time, your freshman year sets the groundwork for your GPA and the classes that you'll be able to get into further along the lines. Like if you want to go into AP classes, like you have to keep that in mind. And then something else is to get to know yourself as much as you can in those 4 years, especially the first 3. One reason is just because your personal statement is something that every college is going to ask for. And if you can't really write about yourself, it's going to be very difficult. Another reason is when you're done with those 4 years and you decide if you want to go to college, when you go to college, you will have to know yourself. You have to be able to know who you are, because you're not going to be at home with your family anymore. And you need to be able to ground yourself in who you are.
Wonderful. So Destiny and Karan, you guys are heading off to Stanford, right?
I've been there for a year, and yeah, she'll probably a year after.
Yeah.
So for all of our students all you young people who are already at an institution, one of the viewers wants to know what your majors are. So I know, Destiny, you said political science. Karan, what's your major?
So I was at community college. I double majored in math and philosophy. So I'm currently like trying to decide between those because I have time. But there's also like a lot of combined like interdisciplinary majors at Stanford, which is very a good opportunity to not have to tie myself down to one specific area. But that said, I've always loved philosophy and religious studies, so I'm thinking about that, or symbolic systems, which is a combination of psychology, philosophy, linguistics, neuroscience, and something else. Or computer science. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Alani, what about you?
I'm a political science major.
Awesome.
I'm going to be majoring in business with hopefully an emphasis in somatic arts.
Wonderful. So I wanted to ask those that are already, so that would be Karan and Alani, could you give some insight on, what a person needs to do to be successful once they get into college? Because I think you gave some great advice, Alani, about hitting the ground running. I did terrible my first 2 years of high school, and to try to catch up on my GPA was like climbing in quicksand. And so once I got to college, because of that experience, I said, I'm hitting the ground running, just like you guys said. So what are some tips can you give young people who are graduating now and who are going into college? What do they need to know? What are some of the main things? Let's start with you, Alani.
Okay. I use a planner. I put everything in a planner in a Google Calendar. I use like both of those, and I always make sure like I write down every assignment from the syllabus as soon as I get it. I'm checking it. I'm putting it down in my Google Calendar so I know where it is. What day it is. It's very important that you just keep yourself organized, especially coming in, because you don't really know what to expect. And also, if you're going far away for school, one thing that I really found beneficial for me in my college journey was finding a place that felt like home, that was far from home. Because you need to be comfortable, because you're going to live there, you're staying there, you can't go home all the time. Like you can come over breaks, but breaks come every few months. So definitely finding a place where you feel like you're the most comfortable and like holding on to that is something that's very important for like being successful. And also just making sure that you start off organized and maintain the organization that you created throughout your years.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I would second that. But also make sure you're aware of like all of the resources that the school that you're attending has. A lot of kids that are coming in, like they already know that type of like elite school culture where there's like everybody going to office hours at the same time, and making use of like the tutoring services and all of the resources that the school has. when I first started, I wasn't like used to that type of culture, so I didn't really know until I was pointed in that direction by people like within my friend group. And also look out for like the Black community at your school because they are more than willing to help you. And yeah, without that, like I wouldn't have known about a ton of the resources that there are. And yeah, just also I would say like know your worth. Understand that like you belong there. Imposter syndrome can be a big thing once you get there, especially for me as a transfer and somebody that like was never really a great student. I had to reconsider what my preconceptions were as far as like who I was as a person, and understand that like this self view that I had constructed over my time was false to a certain degree. So I had to redefine my self worth.
I think that's huge, and that follows you throughout, life. Knowing that you deserve to be where you are, right? And you're just as smart as anyone else. So, Karan, we have a question for you. What was your unique approach towards taking your ACT?
Yeah, so because I took those years off, I I had to basically relearn a lot of the material like very quickly, and I was able to find like some resources online that were helpful, like whether it was like Reddit, which I wouldn't recommend for like everything, but it was helpful in finding actual copies of the ACT. So I like took like the 50 pre-released ACTs that were already available, and I would just take practice ACT, like time setting and like everything mimicking the actual test. I would do that like a couple days a week for like 3 weeks straight. And I tried to do it as much as possible with the whole test, but sometimes I would just do individual sections. And then like with every question I got wrong, I would write down a note card and like study that question, specifically with math, because like the questions are very repetitive and you can really learn or improve your score in math the quickest. And that was where I was the most rusty. So I did that. I made note cards. I continued to continue to practice the questions that I missed, as well as questions that I was like slightly unsure about. Even those I circled until I felt confident. And there's a number of resources online that are completely free. So it's not necessary to do these like expensive personal tutors. Like you can do a lot on your own just by taking the actual release test. And I wouldn't recommend getting like some of the books that say they're ACT prep, but they're not actually the ACT company. I would say just do the actual test because the style of the question are somewhat different. But just for context, like I was able to increase my score from 24 to 34 in the 3 weeks, which yeah, it was a very satisfying moment for me. Yeah. I was never that type.
Can you tell our audience some of the free resources that you mentioned?
Yeah, basically the site, the Reddit page that I went to was Reddit/ACT. And there's a lot of material on there, but I would like search for past tests. So if you go to Reddit/ACT and go in the search bar and search official tests, they have like an archive of all of the released tests. And that was the main source that I used. But there's also this book for the English section. It's by Erica Menser, I think, or yeah, it's on Reddit. So You can find it. I can't remember the exact one.
We have that posted now for our viewers. And so does anyone else have anything to add about strategies? Because clearly you all got into really good schools. So any strategies for, you know, your peers coming behind you on how to do their best on the ACT or SAT? Okay, well, we can move along. So I wanted to talk about why you guys selected the schools you selected. What, you know, really was it about those schools, or how was that journey? How did that happen? So we can start with Brianna.
So I had a lot of factors, I guess you could say. When I first was considering what I would like to do, I knew I wanted to do business, study business, but I also knew I wanted to pair it with something. And something I was really interested in was film. So I actually did consider applying to some film schools, but I considered I'm more of a behind the scenes, like still creative, but behind the scenes kind of person. So I just thought it would be better for me to help create it, but maybe not be in front of everything. And so that's why when I looked at USC, and had such a great film school and such a good business school. So that really worked out for me. And I also just liked the location too, especially because since I did want to do something within the entertainment industry, it's right there. So I could get into, get internships or just anything around. I also really want to study abroad. So I knew that was like big on my list. And I also wanted to become fluent in more languages. So there's just a bunch of like things that I knew that no matter what I decided, what path I decided, that is my final like destination. I knew USC could combat like everything I would want to do. So that's why I helped choose.
What about you, Alani? What was your journey to Yale, and why did you select Yale?
Okay. One, I was looking into schools that had really big law programs. Simply because I knew that I wanted to be in a place where I was around great professors who could help me learn the Constitution and like other policies and how policy making occurs. And at the time when I was applying, Yale was #1 law school. I don't know if that's the same right now. So I applied to Yale and a few other schools. And really the thing that set Yale apart, besides the great financial aid package I got, was the way the alumni network was. I felt like, especially the Black alumni network was very strong. I went to a opening reception and like all of the alumni were very receptive to the incoming freshmen. One of them even like decided to pay for my flight to New Haven to come for the freshman orientation program. I had a teacher who attended Yale and he loved it. He talked like very highly about his experience as an alumni, not necessarily as a student. I guess that was something that like I didn't really know what to expect when I got there, but I knew that the network of alumni that I would be entering in was very strong, and I appreciated that as well. And the financial aid was great.
What about you, Destiny? Tell us about selecting Stanford and how you landed on that.
So I think what made my decision easier was because one, Karan was there. I didn't decide based off of him, but having someone that I knew there, like telling me like their experience did help. And Stanford was one of the schools that I visited. And I remember on my tour, like the tour guide, he was a theater major, and he was talking about how Stanford really isn't known for their theater program, but like the amount of resources and opportunities that opened up for him as a person who was like in a smaller type of at a great school, but with like a smaller department. So he managed to like get this like internship or this opportunity to go abroad and meet the president of some random small country. And he's friends with them now, and like he was just like saying like how like this randomest story that happened just from being the one person who applied for this application that no one else did. And so that really helped my decision. knowing that Stanford was an amazing school, for one, and that they are really good in political science and sociology and the social sciences in general, but necessarily that I could still be within like this smaller community. I could have a chance to get to know professors better, get to know a lot of people who are political science majors and sociology majors better, just because I didn't feel like I had to compete as much against other students. That helped my decision a lot. Also, the weather. Chicago is cold. I kind of was like, I kind of want to go somewhere that's a little bit warmer. Going to a great school and a nice climate really does change your mind. And mental health wise, I think being in a warmer climate, studying and not having to go through like seasonal depression helps, especially during the time when in the fall, when things start to pick up, when you do get a lot more like, homework, midterm starts to come around, finals start to come around, that winter-ish time. Being in bad weather can just make it even worse sometimes. And so I did take that into account. And yeah, I think it was mostly the resources that I know Stanford could give me over some other schools that might have been a little bit better in social sciences. I know for a fact I don't have to worry anymore that when I do graduate, that I won't get a job somewhere. I know that coming from these schools, I have an opportunity to do whatever I want, which is like a great, great feeling.
Absolutely. So, yeah, you know, you guys are amazing, first of all. Let me just say that. And I'm so proud to be on this platform with you all. And you all are scholars, clearly. And so I wanted to just peel back what really motivates you and how do you stay focused, because you know a lot of young people, they want to be you guys and in your positions, and you know they aspire to be like you, but sometimes there's a lack of motivation. Or you know, how did you, when you look at when was the first time your parents talked to you about college, and how did you really become motivated and focused to get to this point? Is there anything you can offer in that? Maybe Brianna, you wanted to start with this?
Okay, sure. For me, I guess my parents started talking to me about college just bits and pieces throughout high school, but not really until the end of my junior year. And so like I honestly didn't start thinking it until then. I was just mainly focusing on my academics and on my extracurriculars as well. For me, staying motivated, I think going back to like your friend group really helps, because all my friends around me are very studious, just like me. And so it was just, we could arrange like going to the library together to study. It was just nice that I always had people around me who had the same goals, that they wanted to do well in school and do well in their tests and stuff as well. And I think also just always in the back of my mind, I knew this is what I had to do so I could get to the position I am now. I knew that I had to work hard so that I can reap the benefits when I get there. And so, and also my parents, of course, as well, I have to mention them. They motivated me a lot too, just seeing them work hard. And so I just never really wanted to disappoint them. So that was always in the back of my mind as well.
Awesome. What about you, Alani? What drives you? What motivates you? How did you get from Chicago College Prep to Yale? I'm sure there's not a ton of Chicago College Prep students at Yale. And actually, are there? Am I wrong in that?
No, actually, I'm the first person from my high school to go to Yale. So I'm waiting. I'm hoping someone will come join me. The main thing that motivated me is my mom and my sister. I'm the first person in my household to go to college, so I really want to be that good influence on my younger sister, and like also just bring it home, like I want to be able to do whatever I want. That's something my mom has always instilled in me, is that I can go into this world and get whatever I want out of it. And I'm really trying to do that. And she's been talking to me about college since I was I don't know, since I started going to school, preschool, kindergarten. And I had this class in fifth grade. Well, it was just my class, fifth grade class. And my teacher literally named all the groups after Ivy League schools. And we used to laugh and say, we're never going to go there. We're never going to get into an Ivy League. And then I got accepted and I was like, I don't know why. I was just like, that's something that stayed in my mind. It's just like one of those memories that you don't really know you remember until it just pops up. And it was just always in the back of my mind. And I'm like, okay, now I'm doing it for them too, because we all laughed and said we wouldn't get here. And look, I'm here and I'm here for us. It's actually really crazy.
I knew you had a story. I knew. So let me ask you this. How did you avoid the pitfalls around you, Alani, like in your community? Or, you know, sometimes we have the desire and we have the parents, but it's our environment that, I mean, Brianna has a good point, you know, your friends, people, you know, you are who you hang around, basically. You know, if you want to be something different, you know, you kind of get a different group. But can you talk about how you really avoided, you know, pitfalls, whether it was in the community, in the school, and those external forces that sometimes try to, you know, slow you down?
Yeah, so going back to what I said earlier, at school specifically, I found this. We have the Afro-American Cultural Center, which I'm kind of repping right now. It's our Yale Kente sweatshirt. But also there, it was just a community that I have close friends, and we all are going through the same thing at the same time, and we just keep each other afloat. When we're going through our moments, we let each other have our moments, and then we're right back to motivate each other. And also, like, just holding on. What Brianna said, having that community that's willing to help you stay on track. At home, the funny thing is that I wasn't a quiet student. Like, I wasn't a bad student, but like I wasn't like one of the quieter ones. Like, I felt like there were students that were much better in their, I don't know how to explain it. I would talk sometimes. I would have my conversations in class that I had no business.
You wanted to go into law, so that makes sense.
But at the same time, it was always like, yeah, I talk, and yeah, we have conversation, and yeah, I hang out with people who may not be doing the best that they could in their academic settings, but they're also like, I never let that get to me. I always be like, yeah, you guys are my friends, and I really wish you guys were doing better, but like, I'm trying to help y'all, but y'all not gonna pull me back too. Like, I'm y'all friend, I'm clapping for y'all, but also like, okay, that's enough. And then but when I got home in my community, especially when I got accepted into Yale, it was like my neighbors would be like, oh my God, congratulations, we're so happy for you, you're doing this for us. And it was like that. And it was more of I felt more connected to my community after I got into Yale, because I felt like more people were rooting for me and more people were like watching my back, because they're like, how's school? When are you coming back? Are you almost done? What you doing home so early? And I'm like, I'm just home for a break. Like, I didn't drop out. I'm coming back to school. But it's like, I really felt more connected to school and my community after I got into Yale, which is something that was very motivational too.
That is so inspiring. And we know that 530 Scholars is all about investing in young people and Black youth to make sure that they know how to test and how to get these scores. So we have a question for Brianna. Did you score a 1420 the first time, or did you raise your score over time?
I definitely did raise it over time for sure. The first time I took the PSAT, I got like 1,000 like straight. So I definitely like kept building it up. I would say what I did to do that, I obviously, as Karan said before, your math score is usually what you can, it's the easiest to fix like quickly. So I worked a lot on math. I spent a lot of my summer, like last summer, SAT prep like a lot, and I took a bunch of tests over and over just so that I can get more used to the format, because also sometimes tests stress me out. So I take a lot of time just sometimes doing it. I'm kind of slow with tests because I like to make sure everything's right, and so I just had to really prepare myself like for the test wise and just get my speed up, make sure like my stress is at an ultimate like level, so it's not too high or too low, and so that I can perform well. And yeah, just like helping my math score like get up helped a lot. And I did have a tutor, so she helped me a lot too, and I was able to get that up. And then as for reading, I would just once again get used to a lot of the passages, read them again, try and see the patterns in what the questions they try and ask me, and that goes for grammar as well. So yeah.
I think that's fascinating that, these tests have patterns, and it's kind of learning the test and how they're testing you is what builds you up and can give you the score that can get you that full scholarship. And that's what 530 is about, is making sure all young people get into the school of their dreams on full rides. And so let's just stay on that. Does anyone have anything else, either Destiny or Alani? I don't think I've mentioned anything about testing, that tips for testing. Test connected to the scholarship and the financial aid package that you receive.
Yeah. Well, I know that first, something very important is to continue to practice for the ACT or the SAT throughout your time at school. And like, even if you take the test the first time and it's not the score you want to get, try to see if you can take it again. I mean, sometimes it's not like money or financial situations may hinder you, but I would reach out to teachers and anyone that you can. If you felt like you want to retake the test, do the best that you can the first time, but also please try to retake the test. Going into the test, I would say at that point, you have prepared yourself as much as you can. That is your third year of high school. You are greatly prepared to take the test. And I feel like the most important thing to do in that moment is just to stay calm and know that you are prepared and ready. Take the test and be confident in your answers is the biggest thing. And there are merit scholarships. I personally, Yale doesn't provide merit scholarships. It's just based off financial need. But merit scholarships are available through CPS and other organizations as well. And schools obviously do merit scholarships. I know University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign has a program that I'm forgetting the name of, but that's also something that's very important in understanding your financial aid package as well, is that if you do better in high school, the chances for you getting better scholarships for financial aid increases.
Awesome. Does anyone else have anything to add about the difference in scholarship money between, getting maybe a 1,000 and then a 1,420?
I would say that there definitely is a difference, just because the higher your score gets, the more people start to pay attention to, they won't be as quick to throw out your application per se. If they see that you're on the same level as a lot of the people around you, they'll look at your application more. So it definitely helps you help some colleges start looking at you. And because of that, maybe they'll dig in deeper to just you as an individual and what you can bring to the college. And then so they may want to give you merit scholarships because they'll also look at your grades. And so it definitely can contribute a lot to just how much money you can get out of a university or college.
Awesome. And what about you, Karan? You have, learned all these skills, have all this. I would have never thought about Reddit for ACT Prep, but you have all of this insight. Would you consider working with students to show them some of the strategies to raise their score like you did?
Of course. I want to help. That's kind of, going back to what Alani said, just feeling more of a connection to your community once you get in, because everybody's rooting for you and you want to see this happen again, which is why it's such a great feeling to see Destiny get in also, because we were the first two from our community college to transfer too. And it was, you feel like a responsibility not to just do this for yourself, but for your community and for others, and to lift everybody else up. I think that's a responsibility that we have. So that said, like, of course, I even have like some programs for the calculator, so you can just like type in the question and you know, get some of the easy questions out of the way quicker. So yeah.
Wow. So we have 3 minutes left. So I wanted everyone to just give us like their 30-second kind of closing remarks about how a young person can, you know, blaze a similar path as we hear some scholars. And I know it hasn't been easy. I mean, going from community college, going from, you know, different circumstances, but could you just give us a gem to close us out? Why don't we start with Alani?
Okay. Again, I just want to reiterate, hit the ground running, use your time to learn who you are, always stick to who you are, know what your morals are and hold tight to them. And when you get to college, know that you did everything did everything you can to get there, and therefore you deserve to be where you are, and no matter what situation you are in. And I think my 30 seconds are up. Good luck in high school and or college. You are awesome.
Thank you. Destiny?
I'm gonna say don't compare your journey to other people's. I feel like that's a very easy thing to do, is when you're looking through applications or if you're doing research on writing essays or just applying to colleges. It's very easy to get sucked into feeling like you need to do more or you need to let other people. The colleges are looking at you, not someone else. They don't want a copy of another person. They want you. Show them yourself. And yeah.
Yeah, I would say just like develop some type of habit of self-care also. I think that's like lost a lot of times in our community. What for me, it's like meditation, which I do a lot, and that really like changed my life. But it could be whatever outlet works for you. Also have forgiveness for yourself. Don't be afraid to make mistakes, to fail. Like I failed classes in high school multiple times. And now I am where I am. So there's no right path. Like everybody has a different story and pace. So yeah, just don't be too hard on yourself and don't be afraid to make mistakes.
Wonderful. Brianna?
Yeah, I think all those were great. To add on, I guess I would say just know what works well with you. So what helps you, what's the best way for you to study, who you're around, what are you most passionate about? Definitely do find some type of outlet that works out for you, because in the end, it's all about building yourself and making sure that you're the best you can be and that you can bring like everything to the table that you can, and that you can just do what you want at the end. So it's just definitely focus on self-growth, but also just keep working hard and keep your academics and your grades and all that really good. And also be super involved in your community too, because that goes a long way as well.
Wonderful. Well, you all are amazing. I'm so proud. I know you guys are going to blaze a path. And we're just so, I mean, you make our future look very bright, and definitely a positive, shining, gleaming light amidst what we're going through in this country right now. So I just want to thank you for your commitment to yourself, you know, and all that you've done. So Silas?
Well, thank you, Deanna, from for facilitating this panel. We know the work that you do in the community. We actually had one of your True Star alumni. I guess he's not even old enough to be alumni. We had him one summer in the camp with the blessing bags, and you guys are doing a great job with the promotion and just getting this story out. And just thank you for your dedication to young people and your magazine, just the video. I follow you, and I just think what you're doing is amazing. So thank you for taking time out of your busy out of your busy schedule, supporting those young people to come and support these young people today, because you know what, they're all the same. And I can't wait. Yep. So thank you so much. It means a lot to us. And thank you, young people, you brilliant, beautiful young people. You guys are wiser than your years. you inspire me as I guess you guys are adults too now, but as a very long in the tooth adult, you guys inspire me to be better. I talk to you guys, and man, I'm like, man, I just know I was not that smart at that age, man. I'm not that smart now, so I'm just wondering what you guys did in those few years just to get that brilliant. And I just wish I could bottle it up and just pass that along to like all the kids in my program. So thank you for taking your time. We have a jacket for all of you, so you guys can rep the 530 brand. All right, so our jackets are gonna be hot off the press. So just get in contact with your sizes, and we'll get you your 530 jacket. We got a jacket for you too, Deanna. All right, so everybody's gonna get their 530 jackets. This was just an amazing day. I got emotional earlier, so I ain't gonna get emotional now because I got street cred. But I just want to thank everybody just for all the contributions just to make the success. And it's not over because we have the tournament coming up. So stick around and watch some more young people just be brilliant at 5:30 because we're gonna have the finals of our tournament today, and then our awards gala.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Such a gracious facilitator. So we need you all to stay put, or actually you can take a quick break, go grab something to drink or eat or whatever it is that you need to grab, but also make sure you share this. So go to your Facebook, or if you're on YouTube, hit the share button. Also in the comment section, you can add someone's name and alert them that we are live at 5:30. You'll have the awards gala and the tournament. This is the Pursuit of Excellence Conference. It is hosted by the 530 Scholars. The State of Black Students has been our conversation. You guys close us out. If the future's in your hands, we are all going to do well. Thank you all for being such a great panel.
Before we close, Executive Virtual Director, just thank you. I don't want to thank you off camera. I want to thank you on camera just for the job you have done putting this production together. I saw Candy's video like last week, and I think I contacted her on Thursday and was like, why is your video so dope? Why are your productions so dope? So the panelists know how chaotic it was. We was like, hey, disregard all those links. A day before we go on, we're going to use these new links because Candy is going to broadcast the show. And Candy put all this together and brought all this together. And it was the most fantastic live conference that I have seen, Candy. So how can people get in contact with you? So you can, because I know everybody's going to be asking, like, how did you do it? And I don't know how to do it. That's why I hired Candy to do it. Candy, how do they get in contact with you?
Thank you so much. This has been such an amazing experience, Silas. I have to tell you. So my name is Candy Bryant. For those of you who just might be tuning in now as well, I am the host and producer of the Good Morning Show. It's live on Facebook every morning, Eastern Time, 7:45 a.m. We are your place of faith in the morning. So it's a faith-based morning show. I've been doing a podcast for over 3 years, and I started that after I beat breast cancer.
I want to thank you off camera. I want to thank you on camera. Just
that was really exciting. We are your place. I will tell you that I would love for anyone to reach out. I would love for you all to go find the Good Morning Show on Facebook, or Candy Bryant on Facebook as well, and watch the show. It's truly an inspirational show to start your morning. And if you go to candybryant.com, you can sign up, subscribe, connect, and if you need a virtual producer or director for your event, you can also contact me through my website, candybryant.com. That's Candy with an I, Brian with a Y. Thank you so much, Silas.
Oh, thank you so much. And actually, it was a day. I just looked at my calendar. It was like yesterday morning, bright and early, when we decided to hire. And you just killed it, Candy. Like, I don't know how to explain how dope you are. So you are just Black excellence in the bottom. All right.
Thank you.
All right. So we had 71 kids registered for our tournament. We're down to our final 4. If you guys have not been watching those tournaments on Facebook, you have to watch these kids. They are faster than any calculator. I mean, they are killing this math tournament. We had kids from 5 different states sign up for this tournament and compete. I mean, it was like the NCAA tournament. It was upsets. Kids were just cheering in the background. Their families watching them. Some kids was crying when they went home because they got almost to, and they would like lose by 1 point. We had like 8 sudden death matches where they tied and they had to go into overtime. And now we have the final 4. So you guys make sure you watch it on our Facebook page. And I guarantee you're going to be impressed by these kids because I can't even beat them. Like, I've been working with these kids and teaching them math, and they do it faster than me. So they say, Mr. Size, you want some? And I'll be like, no. You know, I go back to Friday. I'll be like, no, I don't want none. All right, so please watch it. Deanna, you got some closing words? You want to just take us to the break?
Sure. I just want to thank our amazing scholars, and I want to thank you, Silas, for all of the work that you do and making sure our young people, you know, understand the test, have the scholarships, have those tools and tactics in their back pocket to really, you know, sometimes we're not there because we don't know. It's just we haven't been exposed to the game, you know, and you're putting us up on game, and we appreciate you. We appreciate 530 Scholars. Thank you, young people. You all are our future. It's in your hands, and you make me feel so proud and so confident that what's to come is better than what's been. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we look forward to just, you know, watching you blow up.
Blow up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I get to do my thing.
All right, so we are back in about 15 minutes. So again, if you want to all go out and share this right now, once you get off the broadcast, thank you for being on here. You guys were amazing. Hit share, tell a friend, put a name and a comment, alert someone that we are coming back in about 15 minutes for the tournament. It's going to be exciting, and also the awards gala. So we have a quick break. We'll see you guys back here in just a few minutes.
Thank you.
530 Scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530 Scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. Scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 Scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 Scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30.
Right foot up, left foot slide, left foot up.
5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30. 5:30 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530.
'Feel my pain, ain't never been the same. Never been lame, I'm true to the game. Still tryna hide the pain, but it made me keep my feelings. Hey,
530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530.
'Feel my pain.
530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530.
'Feel my pain. Ain't never been the same. Never been the lame.
530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530.
And we are back. We are back. You guys have good audio? Hey, guys.
Hello. Does Mr. Green know he's on mail?
Mr. Green knows he is there. Hey, Silas, we are back. Wanted to make sure we have good audio and video. We have these superstars, these stars of brilliance. I'm going to turn it over to Silas Green to kick us off. It is 5:30. We're here for our awards gala and tournament, and we're going to let Silas kick us off here.
What's up, everybody? We are about to go live. We have been competing, seems like, for an entire week straight. Brilliant kids have come, brilliant kids have gone. These are the 4 last remaining scholars in our Math Masters tournament. Oh my gosh, if you guys missed it yesterday, you need to go back and watch the tape. We had some exceptional rounds. We had so many sudden death rounds. We started off the tournament yesterday with the round of 32 with a sudden death round, right? And then we had more sudden death rounds, and we just kept on going. We have some upsets. We are left with the top 4 math masters. So, are you guys ready to get down? I know you scholars are ready, right? So we have Cassidy, Jake from State Farm. All right, we have JL, the champ, Green, part of the tandem J Mike, who won the championship in doubles earlier this week. And now they'll have to go against each other in the final 4 to see who will stand alone as the individual Math Masters champion. And since we're talking about that amazing team, J Mike, that's like the Golden State Warriors. Picture Steph Curry and Kevin Durant just playing one-on-one. How many bombs will be dropped? How many threes will be dropped? Oh my gosh, I can't even imagine it. We got Micah, that math. What is it? The Math Wiz Smith. That's right, Micah, that Math Wiz Smith. And he will be competing today. If you didn't see it yesterday, this dude, Ryan before him, one of the Majestic Myers, put up a 26. That was one of the highest scores in the history of Math Masters competition. And out of nowhere, like the Phoenix rising from the ashes, this dude, the Math Wiz, puts up a 28, which is the highest score that we've seen. And we've had adults, we've had teachers, we've had people who just everybody played this game. And Micah put up a 28 in crunch time when his back was against the wall to continue in the tournament. So we know that Micah has come to play. He's not going without a fight. All right. And we have Caleb, Beast Mode Green. All right. Don't let the adorable face fool you. This kid means business. All right. So I'm going to warn everybody. You see that little cute face? Right? You see how it's adorable? What's that cartoon where they got the little big eyes and they look really, really cute and then they're like, and then they bite your head off? That's Caleb Beast Mode Green. I'm telling you, this dude is a heavy competitor. Ask Network 13 spellers, right? They thought he was really, really cute flossing on the stage, and he went and won first place in the network spelling bee, beat all the 8th graders. There's 11,000 kids in the network. This kid won first place in the network spelling bee, so don't let the smooth taste fool you. This kid means business. All right, so we have 4 champions. So no matter what happens, these 4 are champions. These 4 as good as it gets. These 4 are the best in the business. I will put my money on any of them. So if any adults want to take on any of these 4, I got my money on them. I guarantee you it will not go the way you think it will. Matter of fact, I'm not playing them and hit the button ever again in life. So this is my official retirement ceremony. I will never play you 4 and hit the button because I already know that you guys are beasts. So let's get ready to rumble. All right. So for the first match, we have Jake from State Farm against Beast Mode. All right. I want to give you some backstory to this competition. All right. These 2 have gone one-on-one before, and it is always a fight to the finish. Right? Beast Mode says that's his arch nemesis, right? Because she said Beast Mode was talking trash and he didn't back it up. All right. So he was talking some trash. She had to come to the table, drop a high score, let him know what time it is. Now he knows the time. So let's see who is left standing after this amazing competition. So are you guys ready? Are you ready? I don't know. You don't look ready. All right, I need some gritting of the teeth. Yeah. I need everybody like, yeah. All right, so let's go ahead and switch over. You guys are pros. You know the drill. All right, so first,
Oh, yes, I pick first.
Cassidy, Jake from State Farm. I need a random number from 0 to 99. Oh, let me tell the audience how it goes. At the beginning of the round, each competitor will pick a random number from 0 to 99. The person who is closest to that number, they get to pick which number they double by or which group they're going to double. All right. Each contestant will have to double that group. After that round, the next person picks a group they want to double. We will add both scores, and whoever has the highest total in those 2 rounds will win the match. If there is a tie, which we have to address because it's been ties this whole tournament, because all these kids are so fast. If there is a tie, in the event that there is a tie, we will go back to the random number. The person closest to the number will then pick the category, and it is 1 round. Whoever scores highest in that 1 round will move on to the finals. After the semifinals, we will have a 3rd place match. So the loser from each match will face each other, and that will be our 3rd place contestant. And then after that, we will have the finals. And the finals will determine who's the best mathematician in the land. So now we have the rules. Now I need that random number from you, Jake from State Farm.
51.
What is it?
51.
51. Everybody mute except for Cassidy. Oh, wait, not yet. Caleb, give me a random number.
I'm gonna let Cassidy go on this one. 53.
Cassidy said 51. You have to give a random number.
Say it again.
53.
53. 48. Cassidy, which category will you be doubling?
Doubles to 50.
Doubles to 50. All right. Are you ready?
I can't see it fully.
Hold on. Can I get someone to make my screen big in the view? Can we go to the view where it's 1 in the middle, super big, and the little ones on the side? All right. Is that better for you?
Yes.
All right. Are you ready?
Yes.
Let's get it.
26. 86. 32. 42. 64. 12. 70. 56. 48. 92. 80. 26. 48. 92. 12. 56. 90. 86. 80. 42. 32. 64. 70. 86. 26. 32.
All right. I have 24 on the board. I need a line judge to confirm that last one. Did it beat the buzzer?
Where's Islan?
All right. I have 24. Line judge.
So that last one was very close, but I believe it was after the buzzer. That score is 24.
All right. Strong round from Jake from State Farm with the 24. Whew. All right. Beast mode. She put on the pressure. Take a deep breath. Get loose. Crack your neck.
Don't crack your neck.
And let's go. Are you ready?
Yes.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Let's go.
88. 80. 26. 96. 30. 66. 50. 18. 68. 38. 56. 54. 68. 38. 54. 50. 30. 66. 18. 26. 88. 96. 80. 88. 96.
All right. I have 23 on the board. Can you confirm the score, Eastland?
That score is 23. He did not get the last one at the buzzer.
All right. I have one error. He said 56. I hit 54. So that is a 22. All right. So it's 24 to 22. Beast mode. Are you ready? You got to bring the heat. Which category will you be doubling?
50 to 100.
50 to 100. All right. Are you ready? Are you ready, sir?
Yes.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Let's get it.
128. 174. 110. 196. 148. 164. 184. 156. 106. 134. 148. 196. 106. 134. 128. 110. 174.
All right. We have a 17 on the board. All right. Cassie Jake from State Farm. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right. That is a strong score. It's worth 3 stars. Let's get it. I am about to start. Ready? Let's get it.
172. 190. 120. 116. 138. 140. 166. 100. 180. 154. 166. 138. 116. 140. 160. 172. 154. 80. 100. 120.
All right. We have an 18 on the board with one mistake. The first one, you said 156. I had clicked 152. So that is a 17. Eastland, can you confirm the score?
That score is 17.
All right. What is my total?
That is a 41 to 39 in favor of Jake from State Farm.
All right, Jake from State Farm, you're moving on to the finals. Beast mode.
Good job, Beast Mode.
You did a fantastic job. All right, stick around. You will play one more time, Beast Mode, right before the championship.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's get ready for our next semi-final round. All right, so for the semifinals, we have Micah, that math whiz Smith, against JL, the champ Green. So first, I just want to know, how is it going against your partner in crime in the finals? How does it feel? You guys are speechless, huh? I get it. All right. So you guys supported each other all week. You won the championship together. And now it is time for you guys to go head to head to see who will go move on to the Math Masters final. All right. So who's older? Is JL the oldest?
Yes.
I think JL's the oldest. JL, pick a number. 0 to 99.
49.
49, Micah.
50.
50. The number is 4. JL, you will be going first.
50 to 100.
50 to 100. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
All right, ready? Take a deep breath. That's rock.
100. 188. 156. 174. 132. 162. 146. 116. 128. 192. 100. 156. 128. 116. 132. 174. 188. 162. 192. 146. 192. 146. 132. 162. 174. 116. 188. 100.
All right. I have 27 on the board. Eastland, can you confirm the score?
The score is 27.
All right. You did not get the last one before the buzzer.
No.
All right.
Sure.
Micah?
Yes.
That math whiz. Are you ready?
Yes.
Let's go.
110. 184. 130. 178. 124. 198. 108. 158. 142. 160. 124. 158. 130. 198. 142. 178. 184. 160. 108. 110. 130. 198. 158. 124. 142. 160. 108.
All right. Micah Smith, I have 26 on the board. Easton, can you confirm that score?
That score is correct. It is 26.
All right. Micah Smith.
Yes.
It is your turn to pick the category to double. What category will you be doubling?
Multiple of 50 up to 500.
Multiples of 50 up to 500. All right, are you ready?
Yes.
Let's get it.
900. Or 800. 100. 400. 200. 1,000. 600. 300. 700. 500. 800. 700. 500. 300. 400. 900. 100. 1,000. 700. 200. 700. 500. 400. 700. 1,000. 800. 100. 900. 300. 200. 1,000. 900.
All right. Oh my goodness. I have a 31 on the board. All right, Easton, can you confirm the score?
I am going to need a second opinion. That score was going so fast, my screen lagged out right at the end. I believe that score is correct, but I do need a second opinion.
All right, the drama. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Let's look at our Facebook comments. Let's see what our Facebook comment says.
You stay confident. Don't.
Did it beat the buzzer? 31. 31 is confirmed. All right. Oh, we have discrepancy in Facebook. All right. Did it beat the buzzer? I wish we could do like a poll, one of those live polls. All right. All right. All right. I think it's 31. I do not think it beat the buzzer. It was very close. Heather Hayes said it's 31. It is 31. All right. Great round. I think that is a new record, Micah Smith. All right. Champ, you got the work cut out for you. All right. You ready to show people why they call you the champ?
Say something.
I don't know.
I don't know. She said that was impressive. She's impressed. If you impress the champ, Mike, you must be impressive. All right, do your best. All right, let's get it. Ready, set, go.
100. 500. 400. 700. 800. 1,000. 900. 300. 600. 200. 600. 700. 400. 300. 800. 1,000. 500. 200. 900. 100. 800. 600. 200. 500. 700. 400. 100. 300. 900. 1,000. 300. 800. 200. 100. 1,000.
Oh my goodness. We have a new world record. I have 33 on the board. Eastland, can you confirm that is correct?
That is correct.
That is an Olympic record set by the champ. Can you give me a tally of that round, sir?
Ooh, it is very close. However, the score is 60 to 57 in favor of the champ, JL.
Oh my goodness. All right, so I have to have a moment of 5 clap history for these two. Listen, I don't think, you know how the Warriors won 70 games? I think as long as J Mike stays together, these two will win 82 games in the regular season. Because let me tell you, I don't know any humans alive that can put up those amount of points. That is a combined 117 points in one round of competition. That is unbelievable. You two get the highest honor that the 530 can bestow, and that is 5 claps. Let's go. All right, Micah Smith, stay around. You, my friend, will be going next against Beast Mode for the bronze medal. Oh my goodness. That was the most impressive round I've ever seen. I want y'all to go again, like every day.
Micah.
And I'm going to tune in to watch it. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys are J Mike, and you guys are the best in the nation. All right. All right. So we have Beast Mode. All right, Micah. Stick around. Beast Mode, step up to the podium. All right, Micah. That was an amazing round. You get to go another round, and you get to take it out on her little brother.
Oh Lord.
Be easy on her little brother. Beast Mode. Stretch. Get ready. Show them why they call you Beast Mode.
Okay.
All right. Micah Math Wiz. Show them why they call you the Math Wiz. You know how it goes. Micah, you're the oldest.
Yeah.
So you get to pick the random number first. Micah, give me a random number.
10.
10. All right. Beast Mode, give me a random number.
40.
40. 70. Beast Mode, which number will you be doubling?
Multiple of 10 up to 100.
Multiples of 10 up to 100. Are you ready, Beast Mode?
Yes. Oh, born ready.
You're born ready. Let's get it.
140. 120. 80. 40. 20. 200. 100. 180. 60. 160. 40. 140. 60. 180. 120. 80. 200. 100. 160. 20. 120. 800. 8D. 100. 200. 200. 160. 40. 180. 60.
All right. All right. You got one wrong, but you got one right that I clicked wrong. So that is a 28. All right. All right. Micah,
Yes.
are you about to drop another 30? Is that what you have a 30 look on your face?
They have to go 35.
Oh, 35. Oh. I mistake the 30 the 35 look for the 30. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
All right. Mike, the Math Wiz. Are you ready?
Yes.
Let's go.
40. 100. 20. 200. 180. 140. 80. 160. 120.
160.
Oops. Oh,
120.
start it over. I'm sorry. I was messing you up. You said 1 and then you said 60. So I thought you said 160. I didn't know you were correct.
Okay.
All right. I do not want to mess up your round, brother. All right, here we go. Up to 100. Let's go.
Okay. 60. 140. 80. 120. 180. 120. 200. 100. 160. 140. 80. 160. 60. 180. 140. 120. 100. 200. 40. 20. 140. 120. 100. 160. 200. 60. 80. 40. 20.
All right, I need to confirm that last score. I have 28 on the board.
That last one did in fact go through. That is a 29.
All right, that is 29. Oh, I think that is 29. I think they lost the Facebook feed, guys. So let's fix that real quick. Everybody take a deep breath, and we'll come back with the second round of the third place match. And then after that, we will have the finals between Jake from State Farm and the champ. Oh, the feed might have just dropped. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to maybe just disconnect and go back live. What do you say, Candy?
Well, we can stay live and we can just put up our, we'll be right back 10-minute banner if you'd like.
Do you think, I think the feed dropped. I think it might be that 8-hour limit because we're right at 8 hours. Remember it said 8 hours?
Gotcha. Yeah, let's actually take a break. We'll come back and do a new broadcast and come back on live.
Okay, cool. Everybody stick around. We're going to do a new broadcast and then we're going to come back. All right.